Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Noah. I spend most mornings at the gallery rewriting labels for art that looks like Pinterest went on a wine bender and decided to dabble in existentialism. Last week, Theo insisted I describe a 7-foot canvas of beige brushstrokes as a luminous meditation on contemporary silence. It looked like drywall. Expensive drywall, but drywall nonetheless. Theo Richmond, heir to Richmond real estate and patron saint of posturing, believes art is less about meaning and more about market value. He collects pieces the way some men collect whiskey, in bulk, for show, and with zero understanding of what makes any of it good. His latest acquisition is a chrome balloon dog that costs more than my student loans. He calls it ironic. I call it idiotic. The gallery is all glass walls and cold light, designed to make everything seem important. I adjust a crooked frame for the third time today, the kind of imperfection Theo claims is rustic, but sends him into a spiral if he notices. The air smells like lavender diffusers and low-level anxiety. My heels click across the polished concrete as I pass by 3 interns pretending to have deep thoughts about a sculpture made of found wood and shattered iPhones. By the time I reach the back office, I've mentally cataloged 8 pieces we'll never sell and 2 that might get picked up if a TikTok influencer decides they're edgy. I collapse into my chair, swipe open my email, and freeze. Subject: new assignment, sculptor, high priority. Fantastic. The email reads like it was dictated through gritted teeth. You've been selected to liaise with a promising but unconventional sculptor for his upcoming feature. We're counting on your discretion and follow-through. Translation: no one else wanted the job, and I'm just masochistic enough not to say no. I rub my temples and glance at the attached file. Minimal bio, no website, just a Dropbox link to some grainy studio shots. Torso-shaped ironworks, jagged edges, something vaguely apocalyptic. No artist statement, no preferred pronouns, not even a logo, just a name. Obina Barron. The last time Theo used the word unconventional, I ended up trapped in a conversation about blockchain art with a man who wore mirrored sunglasses indoors. I should delegate. I should forward the email to one of the interns with a learning opportunity sticky note. Instead, I reach for my bag, grab my coat, and mutter to myself, let's go meet the ego with a blowtorch. The building squats on the edge of Bushwick like a concrete afterthought, the kind of place developers slap with the word authentic when they want to charge triple for square footage and exposed pipes. Its bricks are the color of dried blood, tagged with years of graffiti and bad decisions, and the front door creaks like it's trying to warn me off. I ignore it. Inside, it smells like rust and ambition, like the guts of the city before it put on a bow tie. The hallway lights flicker overhead, casting jittery shadows across paint-stained floors. I follow the sound of music down a side corridor. Something guttural and raw, part drumming, part metal grinding, like a war chant wrapped in feedback. It's not music you listen to. It's music that grabs you by the jaw and makes you look at yourself in the mirror too long. The studio door is wide open. No plaque, no handle, just a yawning entry like the threshold of a cave. I step over a coiled extension cord, thick enough to be a fire hazard, and instantly regret wearing white linen trousers. They brushed against something black and sticky that might be oil or might be paint. And either way, I'm going to murder Theo for sending me here unprepared. The space inside is a full-body assault, hot, loud, and vibrating with tension. Scaffolding leans against one wall like a sleeping giant, while hunks of scrap metal are scattered across the floor in vaguely humanoid piles. There's no discernible organization, just chaos and the illusion of control. Every surface is covered in tools, wires, bolts, dust. A small electric fan rattles uselessly on a crate in the corner, moving exactly 0 air. I then see him. He's standing in front of a partially assembled piece, a contorted spine of rebar and chain link, already taller than me. He's barefoot, toes blackened by soot. His back is to me, shirt streaked with what looks like ash or powdered steel, arms corded with muscle from wielding whatever unholy tools created the wreckage around us. The welding mask on top of his head looks like it belongs in a post-apocalyptic film. When he lifts it, the gesture is oddly graceful, like a knight raising his visor before the first charge. He doesn't speak, doesn't glance in my direction, just keeps sanding the edge of a curved metal panel like I'm not there, like I'm background noise, like I'm furniture. I plant my feet and wait, arms folded across my chest. If he thinks I'm just going to stand here and absorb the mood lighting and testosterone, he's got another thing coming. Mr. Barron, I call out, raising my voice to compete with the shriek of metal on metal. Still nothing. He doesn't pause, just adjusts the angle of the steel panel he's working on, like he's repositioning a lover's shoulder. I step closer, boots clicking against a concrete floor, littered with bolts and shavings, and what I think might be the mangled remains of a space heater. The studio is more than just a mess. It's an ecosystem of entropy. One corner holds what looks like a melted filing cabinet draped in rusted chain. In another, half-formed torsos jut out from piles of scrap like Pompeii victims mid-scream. A long steel work table stretches down the center of the room, covered in blowtorches, welding gloves, and coffee cups in various stages of decomposition. Near the window, a dozen tiny figurines stand in a solemn row. Each one sculpted from melted spoons and bolts, no two exactly alike. They look like mourners at some post-industrial funeral. It's chaos. Violent, unapologetic, disorganized. I want to hate it. I should hate it. But then something in the far corner stops me cold. Tucked behind a scaffolding brace, half obscured by shadows and discarded cable, is a nearly completed sculpture of two figures intertwined. They're not kissing, not even touching in the usual way, just holding each other. One figure curls inward protectively, while the other arches forward like a shield. The connection between them is all tension and ache and unspoken devotion. It's not just beautiful, it's alive. Like the metal still remembers what it's like to be warm. I step toward it, forgetting myself for a beat. Then the screech of the sander stops abruptly, and he turns toward me. Finally. Almost instantly the spell breaks. His gaze brushes over me with the casual disregard of someone checking the weather. "Don't touch anything," he says, voice low and even, like he's addressing an especially clumsy ghost. I blink, not planning to. He raises one brow slightly, as if even that answer is a disappointment, then turns back to his work. The sculpture's still there in the corner, glowing faintly in the studio light, but the longer I look at it, the more it feels like a dare. I square my shoulders and pull out my clipboard like a blade. It's petty, but I click the pen with extra force. "I'm here from Richmond," I announce, cool and clipped. "Assigned liaison for your upcoming gallery showcase." That gets a reaction. Subtle, but there. He looks up, really looks. The moment his gaze meets mine, I feel it. Not attraction. It's more like stepping into a too-hot shower before you're ready. His eyes are still gray, narrowed and assessing, and the tilt of his mouth suggests that whatever first impression I just made, it wasn't favorable. He doesn't smile, doesn't nod, just tips his chin slightly and mutters, "You don't look like a curator." It said like an accusation, not a compliment. I should rise above it. I should smile sweetly, take the high road, and redirect. Instead, I tilt my head and fire back before I can stop myself. "And you don't look like someone who showers, so I guess we're both full of surprises." There's a pause. Not long, but thick enough to hang in the air like smoke. One corner of his mouth twitches, like the ghost of a smirk might have considered forming and thought better of it. Then he turns away and starts sanding again, like I'm not worth the power it would take to engage. He's maddening, arrogant, impossible. Yet some traitorous part of me wonders what he'd sculpt if I gave him a lump of nothing and asked him to make it feel. I click my pen again, mostly for effect, partly to keep myself from hurling it at his head, and start rattling off Theo's checklist like I'm reading from scripture. Artist bio, statement of intent, 3 high-resolution press photos, materials list for insurance, projected timeline for completion. No response. I keep going. Price estimates, preferred lighting notes, installation diagram if applicable. Still nothing. He doesn't write anything down, doesn't ask questions, doesn't even pretend to care. Just keeps sanding the edge of his sculpture with maddening focus, like I'm the background noise in his private symphony. I move toward the back of the studio, partly to breathe, partly to confirm that, yes, I really am the only person in this dynamic doing anything that resembles a job. That's when my eyes find it again, that twisted, half-melted, 3-headed figure in the shadows. I study it a little longer this time, trying to piece together what it's supposed to be. There's power in the shape, yes, and clear technical mastery, but something about it feels unfinished, contrived, like a performance in steel that doesn't quite know its own name. This one is visually strong, I say, loud enough for him to hear over the sanding, but emotionally confused. The tool stops mid-motion. I don't realize how loud the silence is until it arrives. He straightens slowly, the rasp of his apron brushing against his jeans. Then he turns his head. Enough for me to be able to see the edge of his jaw tense, the faint twitch in the muscle below his cheekbone. "You think art has to explain itself?" he asks. The question is quiet but laced with precision, like a scalpel slicing through gauze. "No," I reply, matching his tone, steady as a heartbeat. "But I think it has to say something. Otherwise, it's just expensive clutter." He stares at me for a moment longer than necessary. Not with anger or with admiration, with something more dangerous, curiosity. That brief space between us charges like a live wire, silent but undeniable. His hands, still dusted with metal shavings, flex at his sides like he's holding something back, words maybe, or something heavier. I don't look away. I won't be the first. And in that taut, breathless space, I realize something has shifted. By the time I leave, I've got a notebook full of half-finished tasks and a tightness in my jaw I can't unclench. He didn't give me a single straight answer. Not about timelines, press photos, or anything except that one sharp-edged exchange that's still echoing between my ears like a tuning fork that hasn't quite stopped humming. I should be pissed, and I am, but not just at him. I'm angry at how his work got under my skin, how those hunched, melted forms said more in silence than half the monologues. Theo commissions from Ivy League artists with generational wealth and nothing to say. I'm angry that his cluttered wreck of a studio felt more alive than the sterile white vault I go to work in every day. I'm pissed that I saw that sculpture of the 2 figures curled inward, cracked open, honest, and felt something I haven't felt since I walked away from my last real job. Hope, or maybe recognition. Both are equally dangerous. His art was messy, unpolished, raw, uncouth, but it had truth in it, the kind that doesn't ask permission to exist. And I hate that I could see it so clearly. I hate that it called to something inside me I've spent the last year locking down with denial. I get halfway to the subway before I realize I'm still gripping the checklist like a lifeline. I tell myself I'll just email him the deadlines and leave it at that. No reason to waste another minute in that man's chaos. No reason to go back. But even as I tell myself the lie, I know the truth. I will go back.
Chapter 2. Ben. I hear the door creak before I even look up, the hinges groaning like they're tired. Her heels echo down the hallway, sharp and deliberate, growing fainter with every step. That sound, that clipped rhythm sticks to the concrete like a challenge. And then it's gone. She didn't say goodbye, didn't linger near the threshold for one last inspection, didn't soften her tone or toss a comment over her shoulder like she was leaving a scene and not just a room. She just walked out, silent, clean. Like my studio didn't scrape at her skin the way it does to most gallery types. Like the noise and the grime and the ghosts welded into every twisted sheet of metal didn't touch her at all. I set the sander down harder than I mean to, the metallic clang cutting through the studio like punctuation. She didn't even flinch when I raised my voice earlier. Not when I told her not to touch anything, when I stared her down, or when she told me one of my pieces was emotionally confused like she wasn't talking to a man who lives with a blowtorch in arm's reach. People usually perform in this space. They preen and fawn. They ask 100 questions so I can hear myself talk and feel like a genius. But she didn't. She looked, said her piece, made it sting, then vanished like I was nothing more than an item on a checklist. Except it didn't feel like nothing. It felt surgical. He saw something in the art, I tell myself. Not in me. I'm rooted here like I've been carved out of my own studio. Listening to silence that now feels too quiet. Watching the dust settle in the path she walked through like even the air hasn't figured out how to move on yet. No fuss. Just that clipboard, those eyes, and a goddamn disappearing act that's got my hands shaking with the need to work and no clue where to start. I pick the sander back up, angle the rebar spine I was working on before she showed up, brace it with my boot and try to lose myself in the repetition. But the rhythm's gone. Shot to hell. I can still feel her voice in the room like it clung to the walls after she left, echoing off the steel like she stained the air itself. Normally I can fall into a grind, the sound, the sparks, the weight of the metal beneath my hands. It's muscle memory, something primal, creation by force. But now my grip's wrong, too tight. The arc of motion I've done 1,000 times feels off by a fraction, like the piece is pushing back. The sparks fly at weird angles, dancing short and angry before fizzling midair. It's like the sculpture doesn't want me touching it anymore, like it agrees with her. Visually strong, but emotionally confused. Screw that. I grit my teeth and press harder, the tool biting into the edge of the metal. I should have shrugged it off. Should have rolled my eyes and kept going. But no. I keep replaying the words like they were spoken in another language. I don't know, but somehow understand. She called it confused, and now that's all I see. I haven't been able to finish the piece because it is hollow, all shape, no center. It's performative, not honest. I didn't realize it. Not until she said it out loud like it was obvious. Like it was the first thing anyone with a working pair of eyes and a spine would say. She walked in here. Cold, sharp, stunning, and in 20 minutes managed to name the one thing I've been avoiding for 3 goddamn weeks. She called it like she saw it and walked out without waiting for applause. That kind of honesty is rare in this world, and dangerous. Especially when it comes from a woman who looks like that, speaks like that, moves like she's been burned before and keeps walking straight into the fire anyway. I cut the power and dropped the sander, sparks still hissing on the floor. The sculpture stares back at me like it's waiting for me to admit it. She saw the truth before I did. Now I can't unsee it either. She looked at my work like it wasn't sacred. That's what gets me. It's how she looked at the sculpture I've been bleeding into for weeks. With zero reverence, no hesitation. Like it was just another thing in the world. not some tortured extension of me. She didn't treat it like a shrine. She treated it like it was human, raw, flawed, worth interrogating. People don't do that in here. They tiptoe around like I'm a museum exhibit come to life, afraid one wrong question will make me snap. They compliment pieces they don't understand, drop gallery terms like breadcrumbs, hoping I'll lead them somewhere profound. I let them think I'm a genius because it's easier than showing them what it actually costs to make something honest. But her? Noah Whitaker? She walked in and carved me up with a single glance. Didn't stroke my ego. Didn't stroke anything for that matter. She just said what she thought, clear as a damn bell. Called it like she wasn't surrounded by power tools and fire. Like I wasn't 6'3" and half feral on a good day. She didn't flinch when I snapped at her. Didn't apologize when she insulted the sculpture. She didn't yield, not once. That kind of nerve, it's rare, dangerous, and deeply, deeply irritating. Noah Whitaker as the kind of presence that splits a room clean down the middle. You either worship her, or you want to shove her into oncoming traffic. And the real problem? I haven't figured out which side I'm on yet. All I know is she left claw marks behind. And not just on the steel. I can still see her. Not just in that general, haunting way people stick with you when they piss you off or bruise your pride, but in the sharp, maddeningly detailed way that makes it impossible to move on. The angle of her jaw when she snapped back, chin tilted like she dared me to call her wrong. The way her eyes scanned the room, slow and unsparing, like she was separating truth from performance in real time. She didn't just look. She assessed, like a woman who's been lied to too many times and decided not to waste her patience anymore. Her body, hell. That woman walks like she's dragging every fight she's ever won behind her. Upright, unbothered. Like the heat and clutter of this place couldn't touch her. Even when she was silent, it felt like she was speaking. Every step had something to say. I told myself I wouldn't think about her once she was gone. That I'd pick up the sander, finish the spine, and forget the way she made this place feel smaller just by standing in it. But if I'm being honest, and I hate that I am, I've already sculpted her in my head 100 different ways since the door shut behind her. Spine first. Always the spine. She's all tension and control like a bow pulled taut. Long lines. Low heat. A storm on pause. I'd start with the curve of her neck, build down to the brace of her shoulders, sculpt the flex of resistance that lives just beneath her skin. She's not delicate. She's wound. Coiled strength just waiting to be unraveled hand by slow, reverent hand. I hate that I'm thinking like this. That I'm turning her into clay in my mind, even when I swore I wouldn't give another inch of myself to someone from that world. But I can't help it. Some people walk into your studio like they're checking a box. She walked in like she was rewriting the blueprints. I drag both hands through my hair, knocking loose a storm of steel dust, and stare at the mess around me. It's the same space, metal, heat, and same mess of tools I've arranged like a battlefield. But it feels wrong now, off balance, like someone came in and removed the air while I wasn't looking. Noah didn't move a damn thing. And still, she left a mark, not on the steel, but on the silence. The ghosts here used to be mine alone. Shadows of past work, bad choices. Now she's in them too. In the corners, the static, and the pause between one breath and the next. Her words are stuck in the concrete, looping like an echo I didn't invite. Emotionally confused. What the hell is that? No one's ever said that to me about my work. Not even the ones who hated it. They dance around the discomfort, call it visceral or confrontational, pretend they get it. Hope I don't press. But she walked in like she had a right to name what I hadn't even admitted to myself. About the piece. About me. She saw something I didn't want seen. That's the part I can't shake. I paced once, twice, then stopped near the sculpture she dissected with that cool, clipped voice. I want to tear it down. Start over. Rip the pieces apart and rebuild it in silence. But I don't. Because if I do that, it means she was right. I'm not ready to give her that kind of power. I don't know if she's brave or just reckless. Maybe it's the same thing. But she walked in here like a tornado, hot, sharp, and gone before I could even name the damage. Now I'm just standing in the wreckage, hands bleeding, metaphor I don't have the patience for. I told myself I'd never let anyone drag that kind of chaos into this space again. Then she did it without even raising her voice. I light a cigarette with one hand and brace the other on the workbench, my back aching from tension I didn't notice until just now. The flame flares, catches, then settles into a slow burn. Kinda like her. I take a drag and exhale hard, watching the smoke curl around the warped metal silhouette she tore apart with one sentence. The sculpture's still there, ugly and exposed, like it knows it got called out. I should hate her. Should be emailing Theo right now, demanding a new liaison. Someone quieter, more manageable. Someone who won't make a career out of gutting my work with surgical precision. I've dealt with my fair share of handlers over the years, most of them eager to please, eager to promote, eager to slide close enough to bask in the afterglow of something they didn't build. But Noah Whitaker? She's not trying to bask. She's trying to burn the parts that aren't real. Somehow that's worse, because it means she sees what's fake. I take another drag and flick ash into a coffee tin already full of rusted screws and failed ideas. I tell myself she's a distraction, that she's here to do a job, and I've got a showcase to finish before this place devours me. I tell myself a dozen practical things, all of which sound hollow now that she's gone. Because the truth is, her voice hasn't left. It's still in my head, blunt, unshaken, absolute, emotionally confused. 4 syllables and the essence of my work cracked. Now I'm stuck wondering what else she'll find the next time she looks too close. I know there will be a next time. It's not a question of if. It's when. And what the hell I'll do when she starts looking at me the same way she looked at that sculpture.
Chapter 3. Noah. The pharmacy line stretches like a DMV fever dream. 4 people ahead of me, 2 behind, and a toddler somewhere in the middle screaming in a pitch designed by the devil himself. The entire place reeks of antiseptic, over-sanitized plastic, and faint desperation. I shift my weight from one heel to the other, clutching Maya's prescription in one hand and scrolling with the other, trying not to look as pissed off as I feel. Theo's latest email is waiting for me like a personal insult. Subject line: tactile engagement and brand-forward sensory immersion. Because apparently, that's what we're doing now. Selling experiences, not art. His actual message is worse. A 3-paragraph rant about how our next feature should evoke visceral physicality, which I'm 99% sure means he saw some influencer licking a marble bust on TikTok and decided that was high art. He even attached a link to a pop-up museum in LA where guests touch silicone fruits and call it an exploration of capitalism's edible decay. I hate that I know this. I hate that I understand what he's trying to say. And I really hate that I'm already composing a tactful reply in my head to keep my job while setting his ego on fire. I'm halfway through typing. Interesting angle. May I suggest a counterbalance using sculpture with authentic textural resistance? When my phone buzzes again. New calendar invite. Just the title, Ben Barron Studio. Visit number 2, private event planning. Assigned to Noah Whitaker. Of course. I stare at the notification like it might morph into something less soul-sucking. But no. Just the same cold certainty that my afternoon now belongs to Brooklyn's favorite barefoot blacksmith in whatever smoldering tantrum he's currently welding into steel. The last visit left me with dust in my hair, scorch marks on my patience, and a lingering question I haven't dared answer. Why did his work make me feel anything? The pharmacist calls my name. I step forward, smile like I didn't just imagine strangling my boss with a velvet rope barrier, and collect the pills that keep my sister upright. By the time I step outside, The wind cut sharper than expected. Autumn's here early, dragging change behind it like a warning. The worst part? I'm already wondering what he's building now. When I get home, the apartment smells like cinnamon tea and whatever body butter Maya ordered this week from a TikTok herbalist with an unverified ingredients list. She's on the couch, buried under a fleece blanket, printed with little cartoon avocados, and judging me with the slow, smug blink of someone who's had way too much time to imagine things she shouldn't. The second I set the pharmacy bag down on the coffee table, she cocks her head like a house cat who's learned sarcasm. "So?" she drawls, voice honey slick and unmistakably nosy. "You see your angry metal boyfriend again today?" I don't dignify it with a response at first. Just walk to the kitchen, drop my keys in the ceramic dish shaped like a hand, and pull open the fridge, even though I already know it's empty except for oat milk and old kimchi. Finally, I call back over my shoulder. He's not my anything. He's Theo's latest obsession. Maya hums in that sure, Jan kind of way, pulling the blanket tighter around herself like she's bundling up for the performance of a lifetime. And yet, here you are coming home, looking like someone who just got hit in the face with smoke, molten steel, and unresolved sexual tension. I whirl around. "Excuse me?" She grins. "You've got that look. The one you get when something's crawling under your skin and you haven't decided whether to slap it or marry it." "You're actually insane," I reply, grabbing a glass like I'm not seconds away from chucking it for sport. That guy's insufferable. Theo stuck me with his prep work because nobody else wants to deal with him. "Right," Maya says, biting into a cracker like it's the peak of a soap opera. "And you're doing it because you're just so professional. Not because you're dying to see if the grumpy ones melt the hardest." I roll my eyes. "You're banned from Netflix for the rest of the month," I mutter, retreating into the kitchen again before she can follow up with more unsolicited wisdom from the Church of Messy Romance. Her laughter trails behind me like a feather and a dare. Still, as I open the fridge and stare into its barren, glowing depths, I can't shake it. Grumpy, hot artist. Grumpy, hot artist. God, I hate that he is. The studio looks exactly the same. Still blazing hot, cluttered like the inside of a sculptor's fever dream, and still pulsing with that low, humming energy that wraps around you the moment you step inside. A mix of fire, steel, and sweat, like the room itself is exhaling something primal. But even with all of that, there's something different today. I can't name it yet, but I feel it crawl up my spine the second I cross the threshold. It's not the heat. It's him. Ben doesn't look up when I enter. He's bent over a long sheet of iron, bare forearms taut with tension, as he lifts it with both hands and lays it across the forge like it's weightless. His movements are slow, methodical. The kind of physicality that's less about effort and more about control. He's not struggling. He's commanding. And that throws me more than I care to admit. He's wearing the same ruined boots from last time, laces half undone like he couldn't be bothered, his shirt streaked with dust and open at the throat, and I can see the edge of a tattoo curling beneath the fabric. Something black and angular that disappears under his collarbone like a secret. I hate that I noticed that. I hate it more that I want to know what the rest of it looks like. The silence stretches, thick and expectant. He knows I'm here. He just refuses to be the first to speak. I clear my throat louder than necessary, the bag in my hand a flimsy shield I pretend gives me authority. "I'm here to talk about your showcase timeline." He doesn't turn immediately, just adjusts the iron slightly on the rack, wipes his palms down the front of his jeans, then glances over his shoulder. His eyes, steel gray and unblinking, lock on mine like a dare. Didn't know I had one. There's no sarcasm in his voice. No irritation even. Just flat, unbothered honesty that somehow makes it worse. Like he means it. As if he's not impressed that I'm here. Not concerned that I've got his schedule in my hands. Of course you do, I say, teeth clenched. You've got a solo installation going up in less than 6 weeks. And Theo wants the press preview to be, I don't work on deadlines, he says, turning back to the forge. I work when the piece is ready. I resist the urge to hurl my purse across the room. Instead, I scribble something illegible on my notes, just so I don't lose my cool. I remind myself I've worked with bigger egos, richer, louder, more manipulative ones. But none of them had arms like that, or the audacity to ignore me while they sculpted like gods, bored with Olympus. We are not off to a great start, but for reasons I don't want to unpack just yet, I'm not leaving either. I tell myself to focus. I've got a job to do, a timeline to enforce, deliverables to confirm, a high-maintenance boss breathing down my neck about branding synergy. I'm supposed to be cataloging measurements, sketching out space requirements, making sure he doesn't blow the whole project deadline to hell. But then he bends over the anvil, and the rest of the world goes fuzzy around the edges. The hiss of flame, clanging steel, the faint hum of whatever guttural music he's got vibrating through the studio walls. It all blends together into something hypnotic. His body moves with the kind of unconscious grace that comes from doing something elemental. Like he's not shaping the metal so much as uncovering what it already wants to be. There's sweat sliding down the back of his neck, catching in the collar of that ruined blue t-shirt, and I know I should look away. But I don't. Can't. His forearms are dusted with iron shavings, knotted with muscle, and his hands, God, his hands, scarred and strong and unnervingly careful. They move like they're not just building something. They're coaxing secrets out of steel, like if he touches anything long enough, it'll spill its truth. My pen stills over the checklist. I blink down at the paper and realize I've written the same phrase 3 times in the margins. 2-ton suspension brackets. I don't even know if that's a thing. I shift my weight, trying to collect myself, but it's too late. He must feel me watching. He looks up from the piece just slightly, and that's when it happens. He smirks. Not a smile, just the barest curve of his mouth. Sharp, knowing, that maddening tilt of his head that says, "Caught you, princess." I want to throw something heavy at him, like the anvil, or myself. Instead, I snap the clipboard closed with more force than necessary and clear my throat again, trying to summon a shred of authority. I feel heat crawl up the back of my neck, and I'm sure he sees it. He turns back to the forge, unbothered, smirk still intact. Meanwhile, I'm halfway to combustion and clinging to professionalism like it's a flimsy little life raft with a hole in the bottom. We'll circle back on the details, I say, voice clipped, crisp, professional. If you ignore the part where I sound one exhale away from spontaneous combustion. Ben doesn't look up, nod, or offer any of the usual conversational breadcrumbs people toss when they're pretending to play nice. He just lifts the hammer again and brings it down on the steel with the kind of clean finality that says conversation over. "You're impossible," I mutter, stepping backward before I say something I'll regret, before I admit I'm flustered, before I let the pulse thudding in my throat betray the fact that I noticed everything. His hands, his jaw, the heat rolling off his skin. He still doesn't respond, just keeps working, like I'm nothing more than a minor atmospheric change he doesn't have time to acknowledge. The next strike of the hammer rings out behind me as I step through the doorway, and I swear it echoes down the hall like punctuation. Outside, the air hits my lungs like a slap, cool and sharp, and not nearly enough. I take 3 deep breaths, each one slower than the last, each one a futile attempt to reset my system. It doesn't work. I reach up, tuck a flyaway curl behind my ear, and immediately catch the faintest trace of the perfume I put on this morning. Amber and citrus with a drop of vanilla warmth. Stupid. I hadn't thought about it when I spritzed it. Just muscle memory. Something soft for me. Something grounding. It wasn't for him. It wasn't. The fact that he smelled like smoke and iron and sweat and something else. Something sharp, something alive, something that wrapped itself around me the second I stepped into that studio, like a wire pulled too tight. That doesn't mean a damn thing. At all. It's just biology, heat, chemistry, whatever. It's not real. Except that it is. And now it's under my skin. I'm halfway down the hallway, heels tapping against the concrete, heart still thudding against my ribs in a rhythm I can't control, when something pulls at the corner of my vision. A flicker. A presence I didn't register before. I stop. Glance back. Just for a second. There it is, tucked behind a stack of crates, nearly swallowed by scaffolding and spools of discarded wire. I didn't see it on my way in. I don't think I was meant to. But now, in the slanting afternoon light, I see it clear as breath on glass. It's a face, only half-formed, rough lines, a jagged edge where the cheekbone is still being carved, the metal dark with soot and shadows. There's no polish, no base. It's not mounted for display. It's not meant to be seen, but it's there, tilted slightly upward like it's listening for something. It hits me. The curve of the lips, the angle of the jaw, the set of the eyes, wide and quietly bracing. It looks like me. Not perfectly, but enough. Too much to be accidental. My breath catches, low and tight in my chest. That skipped beat again like I've stumbled over something inside myself, and I'm not sure if it was meant to break. I step forward, barely realizing I'm moving, then stop myself before I get too close. He didn't mention this piece, which means he's hiding it. The silence behind me stretches longer than it should, like the studio knows I've seen something I shouldn't. I don't turn around to check if he's watching, because suddenly, everything about this arrangement, the one I've been keeping clean and professional and distant, feels tilted. I wonder if the line between pretend and real has already started to blur, if maybe I'm the only one who didn't notice.
Chapter 4. Ben. The Americano tastes like battery acid, which is to say it's doing its job. I'm leaning against the window outside a cafe that sells existentialism by the shot and moral superiority in every gluten-free croissant, trying not to let the smug chalkboard sign about oat milk activism ruin my day any more than it already wants to be ruined. The barista's inside telling a customer that espresso is a political act. I'm half listening, half unbothered, until my phone vibrates in my pocket. The number on the screen doesn't surprise me. The chill that slides down my spine when I see it does. I don't answer right away. Let it ring once. Twice. 3 times, like maybe hesitation buys me some kind of grace. Then I step off the curb and cross the street, needing air, distance, space. Anything that doesn't smell like roasted pretension and bergamot beard oil. Bad news shouldn't be taken indoors. It needs open air and nothing delicate within reach. The voice on the other end is bureaucratically pleasant. Crisp vowels, false warmth. She thanks me for my contributions to the local arts ecosystem, as if I'm a feature on a walking tour and not a person. Then she delivers the blow with the elegance of a guillotine. My visa will expire in 60 days. There are options, of course. Extensions, sponsorships, legal gymnastics that involve paperwork thicker than my arm. Or is there a chance I'm getting married? That last one hits like rust at the back of my throat. Sharp, bitter, corrosive. I mumble something that might pass as acknowledgement. The rest of her words dissolve into static as I hang up before I can say something that gets me flagged. My hand stays on the phone longer than it needs to, like I'm expecting it to ring again and offer a punchline. It doesn't. Instead, I shove it in my back pocket, wrap both hands behind my head, and tilt my face toward the sky. A plane cuts overhead. Clouds drift by like nothing's wrong. I take the long way back to the studio, ignoring the subway, the noise, and the city pretending it doesn't eat people like me alive unless we show up shiny, legal, and lucrative. With each step, I count the cracks in the sidewalk, Not because I'm superstitious, because it's the only thing I can control right now. Because if I stop counting, I might start spiraling, and I'm not ready to admit how close I already am. The studio welcomes me like a bruise, deep, aching, like a familiar pain you've gotten used to can be. I shove the door open with my shoulder and step inside, letting the heavy scent of heat and ash wrap around me. Usually, it helps. Usually the fire calms the rest of the noise. But today it feels like walking straight into the mouth of something that's ready to devour me. The pit in my gut hasn't moved since the call. It just sits there dead center, coiled and quiet. The kind of dread that doesn't have the decency to announce itself with panic. No, this isn't fear. It's the slow realization that something you thought you had time for is now demanding answers you don't have. I pull a metal stool away from the workbench and drop into it, shoulders stiff, throat dry, the world too loud in the wrong ways. My laptop's already open from last night, search window still pulled up from looking at welding techniques I don't even remember needing. I shut the lid and reach beneath the table, dragging out the folder I haven't touched since last spring. It's thick, creased in places where I pressed too hard. The government seal on the front looks more like a warning label than a document header. I spread the papers out across the workbench, one by one like battlefield maps. Noah would probably organize them by color-coded tab. I sort them by levels of regret. Sponsorship means playing nice with institutions I don't trust. It means begging someone to vouch for me in the language of commerce and reputation, knowing full well that my worth will be measured in potential revenue streams, not in truth. It means tying my identity to gallery owners and brand reps who see my work as decorative trauma. Marriage means exposure, scrutiny, questions I don't want to answer from people I don't trust. It means putting someone else in the blast radius of my past, letting them inside the cracks I've spent years welding shut. Neither option sits right in my bones. But the alternative, leaving, starting over, becoming a ghost in another country doesn't feel much better. The edges of the paperwork flutter under the desk fan, crisp pages threatening to scatter like the seconds I keep losing. I stare at the expiration date again, like it'll change if I glare hard enough. 60 days. It feels both too long and not nearly long enough. I rub my hands over my face, dragging the sweat and grit and metal dust with them, trying to rub out the truth. Choices are shrinking. The clock's ticking louder. And I'm not sure if I'm building something or about to be dismantled piece by piece. I'm halfway to throwing the whole goddamn pile of immigration paperwork into the trash, already picturing it curling up in flames under the forge when my phone buzzes again. Theo's name lights up the screen like a warning flare. I stare at it, thumb hovering over the red circle. There's a 30% chance he's calling to ask if I'd consider sculpting a chandelier made entirely of chainmail rubber for some influencer's engagement party. And I don't have the bandwidth for that brand of absurdity today. I almost let it go to voicemail. I don't. "Ben," he says, his voice already halfway to breathless, like he's jogging through a monologue I haven't asked for. He doesn't say hello. Of course he doesn't. "She's on her way, lunch in hand, locked and loaded. Don't growl at her today, please. Play nice, darling. We need this install to feel like intimacy." I close my eyes, inhale slowly through my nose, and let the silence between us stretch until I can almost feel him fidgeting on the other end. I picture him in one of those awful linen vests he wears without irony, standing in his loft apartment full of light and expensive emptiness, pitching headlines to himself in the mirror. "Do you even know what that means?" I ask, voice low and flat. "What? Intimacy?" he chirps. "Darling, I invented it." I don't dignify that with a response. Just press my tongue to the back of my teeth and hum a low, unamused sound. Then I hang up without saying goodbye. Let the click echo off the steel like punctuation. Noah's on her way. And of all the things I'm prepared to deal with today, she is not one of them. I lean against the workbench, arms crossed, watching the fan spin like it might suddenly blow all my problems out the loading dock. It doesn't. Instead, I laugh. Dry, sharp, spitter around the edges. It bounces off the walls like the kind of sound you make when there's nothing left to do, but stand still and wait for impact, because she's coming. And whatever I thought I had under control is about to get tested. She brings lunch like she's delivering a verdict. Arm outstretched, expression unreadable, briefcase clutched in her other hand like it's both shield and sword. "Eat," she says, thrusting a brown bag at me like it's a command. "Theo said you skipped yesterday." "Snitch," I mutter, but I take it anyway. Falafel again. Hot, crisp, probably overpriced. I don't care. I'm starving, and sarcasm only fuels so much. We eat near the forge, both of us standing because neither of us trusts what might happen if we sit. Sitting invites stillness. Stillness invites honesty. And we're already too close to that for comfort. She opens her tablet and starts listing showcase deliverables. Press previews, walk through spacing, interactive angles, lighting themes. I nod along until she uses the phrase, immersive storytelling. "God," I scoff. "You people really do turn everything into branded suffering." She doesn't flinch. "You people?" "The ones who package pain and call it a gallery experience, who sell trauma in track lighting and call it culture." She sighs. "Not everyone's out to exploit you, Ben." "Easy for you to say," I snap, tossing the sandwich wrapper into a trash can with too much force. "Your whole job is making everything pretty enough to sell." "My job," she says, voice rising, "is making sure people actually see it." We're standing too close now, not touching, but close enough for breath to count. "Not if they're not the right people, right?" I growl. "Not if they don't RSVP to Theo's curated dinner party and hashtag the lighting correctly." She exhales through her nose, jaw tight. "Why are you like this?" "Because this," I say, sweeping a hand toward the chaos around me, "is all I have." "No, seriously." Her voice lowers. "What are you so afraid of?" I laugh, humorless. "You want honesty?" She nods once, just once, but it's enough. I'm 60 days away from being forced to pack up everything I've built, disappear, and go back to a country that doesn't remember who the hell I am anymore. I lose the showcase, the studio, everything. You think this is about art? This is survival. The silence hits hard and sudden, heavier than any blowtorch I've ever held. She says nothing for a beat. Then two. Her gaze shifts, sharp edges softening, but only slightly. Suddenly the mood tilts. Something unspoken slides between us, hovering in the heat. She drops her eyes to the floor, then back up. There's a flicker there. Uncertainty. Something just short of sympathy. It makes me want to scream or kiss her or run. Instead, she clears her throat, then mutters into the awkward space. "You could always marry me." I blink. The words land like a misfired nail, awkward, off-center, too fast to catch. I stare at her. She's already biting into the last corner of her falafel like she didn't just drop a conversational grenade between us. That line. Casual. Sarcastic. Safe because we're both pretending it's a joke. I snort, recovering just enough to lean into it. "Yeah, I'm sure that would look great in Theo's next press release. Muse marries sculptor in gritty underground affair. Raw, metallic, emotionally unavailable." That gets a laugh out of her. It's low and a little nervous. Real. We both smile. Briefly. Then we both fall silent again. But mine's the first to fade. Because I'm the one whose clock is actually ticking. I'm the one who knows that might have been the first real offer I've heard in months, even if she didn't mean it. We finish the meal in silence. Not the tense kind from earlier, but the kind that stretches between two people who've just seen something raw in the other and aren't sure what to do with it. She brushes crumbs from her skirt like it matters, fiddles with the strap of her bag, then looks at me without quite meeting my eyes. "You'll figure it out," she says quietly, like she's not sure whether it's hope or apology. These things have a way of working out. It's the kind of thing people say when they don't know how to help. But she says it without pity. Just soft conviction, like maybe if she says it, she can make it true. I don't respond. Not right away. But I nod, barely, and watch her walk to the door. She doesn't glance back, doesn't linger. She just leaves. And somehow that hits harder than if she'd said something profound. I stand there long after she's gone, the studio heavy with leftover heat and the faint trace of her perfume. Something citrus. Something stubborn. I stay busy for a while, cleaning tools I already cleaned, shifting pieces I have no intention of finishing tonight. But when I finally drag myself upstairs to the apartment, I bring the silence with me. The bottle of bourbon sweats on the table like it's doing the hard work for me. My laptop screen glows in the dark, cursor blinking in the search bar like it's tapping its foot. U.S. visa marriage requirements. I scroll until the words blur. There's something brutal about the internet at midnight. So much desperation dressed up in polite language. Forums full of people like me, begging for hope from strangers. Ads offering speed weddings and green card consultations. A subreddit thread with 1,000 comments on what to say during an immigration interview if you don't know your spouse's middle name. My gut churns. I close the laptop, open it again, stare at the ceiling like it might hold better answers than the internet. The clock on the wall ticks too loudly. Everything feels like it's counting down. Just before midnight, I pick up my phone. I type one line. "Were you serious?" Then I stare at it, thumb hovering. It's a stupid question. A reckless one. But the silence stretches too long, and the doubt in my chest starts to sound a lot like, what if? So I hit send. The question I swore I'd never ask is no longer a hypothetical. It's real now, and there's no taking it back.
Chapter 5. Noah. The light coming through the window is still that pre-dawn gray, the kind that makes everything in the room look a little unreal, like the world hasn't fully loaded yet. I blink against it, stretch, and grope around the nightstand for my phone, still half buried under yesterday's to-do list and the empty Tylenol packet Maya left behind. When I finally tap the screen, the first thing I see is the message. From him, time-stamped 11:58 p.m. 2 minutes shy of today, I squint, expecting sarcasm, a snide comment about the falafel, maybe a petty complaint about Theo's accessible transgression obsession. But no, it's just 3 words. Were you serious? Just that. Stripped down and bare, and sitting heavy in the glow of my cracked lock screen. I blink. Read it again. Then I sit up too fast and knock my knee against the headboard hard enough to curse. The words hit like static, a low buzz that settles into the chest and makes everything else feel a little off balance. I know I should laugh, roll my eyes, chalk it up to 1 too many drinks or too little sleep and move on. But I don't, because I remember the way his voice dipped yesterday when he said he was running out of time. I remember the look in his eyes, not desperate or weak, but cornered, like someone holding a match with no dry ground left. What I really hate, is how fast my mind starts doing the math, not on the feelings, on the finances. I glance toward the fridge, where the latest hospital bill is magneted like a postcard from hell. The same one I pretended I'd deal with after this week, or next week, or the next. I grip the phone tighter, like it might explain itself if I hold it hard enough. Were you serious? It should be a joke. But in the quiet stillness of this moment, alone, exhausted, broke, it doesn't feel funny at all. It feels like the beginning of a question I might actually answer. The kitchen smells like burnt coffee and moral compromise. I'm standing at the counter in one of Maya's old sweatshirts, bill in one hand and calculator in the other, like some twisted version of domestic goddess cosplay. The coffee maker sputters behind me, struggling through its final asthmatic gasp, like even it's exhausted by the weight of reality. The fridge hums louder than usual, as if trying to drown out my thoughts. The bill is worse than I remembered. Not just the total, but the breakdown. $640 for lab work, $1,300 for the visit, another $400 for the privilege of having a pulse during a weekend. Then the asterisk. Additional charges may apply pending diagnostic referral. A new specialist. Again. Because Maya's autoimmune flare doesn't fit neatly into a diagnostic code that insurance companies understand or care to. Rent's due in 8 days. The internet was nearly cut off last month. There's a half-filled bottle of Maya's Biologic in the fridge that cost more than my car. I tapped the calculator's buttons with the edge of my thumb, watching the numbers pile up like dominoes. Rent, co-pays, 2 overdue invoices from freelance clients who ghosted the minute I asked about payment, and the looming whisper of debt that follows me like a shadow. Clear as a gunshot in a church, I think. What's the going rate for giving a man a fake marriage and a believable smile? The thought should disgust me, and it does. But what's worse is how fast my brain starts running the numbers. What kind of price tag does a green card marriage carry in this city? $5,000? 10? Would he offer monthly installments or a lump sum? Would I let him? How long would we pretend? I shake my head and stare down at the bill again. The total hasn't changed. Neither has the ache behind my ribs. I hate myself for thinking it. Then I think it again. Now I don't stop. Maya shuffles in sleepily, wrapped in the avocado print fleece blanket she refuses to admit she stole from me. Her socks don't match. Her hair's doing something wildly asymmetrical that she will absolutely try to frame as intentional. She yawns like she means to swallow the room, then zeroes in on me with a look that's half curiosity, half premonition. "You're up early," she murmurs, voice scratchy, which means either Theo dropped a crisis in your inbox or angry sculptor man slid into your messages. I try for nonchalant and fail. I hand her the phone without saying anything. She reads the text once, then again. Her eyebrows lift like she's watching the twist ending of a show she predicted 3 episodes ago. "Oh, he's bold," she says, handing the phone back. "Alpha energy. I approve. What's that mean anyway?" I let out a groan and pour a cup of coffee that tastes like melted ambition and regret. It's not like that. I made a joke yesterday that the 2 of us should get married to solve his immigration problems. Maya hops onto the couch and curls into herself like a smug little oracle. "What? You did what?" I'm thinking about what it would solve. Her smirk falters, just a little. Still insane. Isn't it? The room goes quiet after that. Not heavy, exactly, but full. The unique kind of quiet that has shape, volume, weight. She doesn't have to look. I know she's thinking about the same thing I am. The pale blue envelope magneted to the fridge behind me. The one with her name on it. 3rd notice stamped in red like it's yelling just beneath the surface. The silence hangs there like a second opinion no one wants to hear out loud. Maya doesn't push. She just sips her tea and pulls the blanket higher. "I'm a burden to you, aren't I?" Her voice is quiet, shaking. "Stop it. Don't you ever say that again. We agreed on this, and it's the way that Mom and Dad would have wanted it. Don't go there, Maya." We fall silent, each looking in different directions to process the implications of the insane choice I'm contemplating. And in that silence, the question I haven't asked yet settles into something more dangerous than fantasy. What if I actually could? It happens just after 3. The light in the apartment has turned that warm, late afternoon gold, the kind that usually softens everything. But today it feels like a spotlight. Bright, unflinching, cruel. I'm in the kitchen trying to answer a gallery intern's panicked email about a misprinted label when I hear it. A breath caught too high. A quiet thud. Then silence. I find Maya halfway to the bathroom, bent at the waist, hand clutching the doorframe like it's the singular thing anchoring her to the earth. Her skin's gone waxy, lips pale. She doesn't say anything, just sways once, twice, and then sinks down, knees folding inward like a slow-motion collapse. It's not loud, but it guts me all the same. By the time I slide onto the floor beside her, she's trembling, her breath shallow, broken into pieces. Her eyes, usually too sharp for her own good, are wide, unfocused, glassy with pain. "I've got you," I whisper, over and over again like a prayer I'm not sure either of us believes anymore. I fumble with the pill bottle. Her hands are too unsteady to hold the water glass, so I press it to her lips myself. She sips like it hurts. Then she clutches my sleeve, not hard, but with that small, unconscious grip that children use when they're sick and scared and don't want to say it out loud. My chest tightens so fast it feels like drowning. We sit like that for 10 minutes, maybe 20. The bathroom floor is cold beneath my thighs, and the cheap ceramic tile digs into my spine, but I don't move. I don't dare. Not until her breathing evens out. Not until the tremors slow. Not until I feel her grip loosen and her body slump against me with the weight of exhaustion. Later, I get her back to the couch and drape a blanket over her legs, like that's going to fix any of this. She's already asleep again by the time I turn off the overhead light, but I don't move. I just stand there, staring down at her, the guilt in my gut coiling tighter than my own spine. It's not just about me anymore. Hasn't been for years. Pretending I still have the luxury of time to figure things out. That was always a lie I told myself to sleep at night. Today, it feels like a lie I can't afford to tell anymore. By the time the apartment goes quiet again, I've already made up my mind. The hallway lights off, the hum of the fridge the only sound left to keep me company. Maya's asleep. Finally. Bundled into the couch, her face smoothed into something innocent that doesn't match the pain she carried earlier. I watch her chest rise and fall once more before I retreat to my bedroom, close the door softly, and pull out the battered file box from beneath my bed. Inside are fragments of my former life. Old client contracts from when I freelanced full-time, drafting legal armor for artists with more ego than sense. Custom gallery agreements, venue rider red lines. One particularly brutal commission clause I once wrote for a visual poet who tried to trademark the word fracture. Now, I'm writing one for myself. I flip open a blank template and start to type. Not slowly or thoughtfully, I know what this is. I know what it needs to be. I write like it's a purge. Like if I stop moving, I'll drown in everything I've been holding in. No sex. No shared finances. Full discretion, 6-month minimum. My fingers hesitate for half a second. Then, a one-time payout to be negotiated, in writing, within 3 days of execution. My hands move faster now. I build the language like scaffolding. Tight, emotionless, ironclad. A clause for emergency dissolution. Another for public narrative coordination. A final clause that stipulates mutual indemnification in the event of unforeseen consequences. I pause when I reach the signature lines. I stare at them for a long time. I underline them. Twice. This isn't romance. It's logistics with lipstick. A partnership born not of love, but leverage. I will not be caught off guard, not by a man, not by desperation, not by myself. The next morning, I dress with precision. Slacks, blazer, clean lines, sharp shoes, nothing romantic, nothing soft. I pull my hair back tight enough to feel it, not because I want to look good, because I want to look like someone you don't mess with. I walk into the studio like I haven't been up all night drafting the most calculated decision of my adult life. My pulse is steady. My grip on the manila folder is firm. I remind myself with every step that this is just a contract, a business transaction. No different than any of the ones I've negotiated on behalf of lesser men. Ben is at the workbench, elbow deep in something that looks dangerous and vaguely sculptural. He glances up when he hears the door, wiping a smear of dust on the thigh of his jeans. His expression is unreadable, neutral maybe, or bracing. He opens his mouth like he's about to say something. I beat him to it. "I brought terms," I say, setting the folder down on the nearest crate. My voice is calm, cold, not quite clipped, just definitive. If we're doing this, we do it my way. He doesn't reach for it right away, just watches me for a second, like he's trying to see the angles under the armor. Then slowly picks it up and opens the flap. I don't wait for him to read it. I don't try to explain the clauses, or the careful spacing, or the fact that I highlighted the non-negotiables in red. If he's serious, he'll read every word. If he's not, this ends here. His brow lifts as he flips through the first page. A flicker of something unreadable moves across his face. But me? I stand still, spine straight, every inch of me holding the line I just drew. Since this entire mess began, I feel the air shift. Because now the chaos has a container. Now the storm has a structure. The game has rules. And I'm not the one folding.
Chapter 6. Ben. Celine Duarte's office doesn't welcome you. It assesses you. The walls are glass, but they don't reveal anything. Frosted at the edges. Just translucent enough to let you know how exposed you are without giving you any clarity in return. The furniture is sleek, knife-edged. Everything gray or white with the faintest hint of navy. Expensive navy, courtroom navy. The kind that says, "I'll bury you politely." She doesn't offer us coffee or ask if we found the place okay. Just gestures to the chairs opposite her desk like we're witnesses in a deposition. Her hands are manicured, motionless, steepled like she's praying we give her a reason to throw us out. I sit because Noah does. Celine levels us with a gaze that would feel more at home under fluorescent cross-examination lighting. Her lipstick is matte red. Her hair is severe. Her blazer probably costs more than my rent. "No opening statements," she says flatly. "Convince me." Noah stiffens beside me just slightly. I hear her exhale through her nose before she launches into our pre-agreed version of events. I let her lead. Her voice is steadier, more polished, and there's something about the way she lies that feels closer to truth than most people's confessions. "We met at an art residency in Vermont," she begins, folding her hands neatly in her lap like she's practiced this in a mirror. "Last November, I was curating a regional installation project, and Ben had been brought in last minute to fill a spot left open by a cancellation. We ended up paired for a joint project. His sculpture, my curation, match made in heaven." I nod, throwing in small details where I'm supposed to. She hated me at first, thought I was arrogant. "I was arrogant," Noah mutters, which earns a flick of Celine's brow. "But he made a piece that stopped me cold. And she built the entire exhibit around it," I finish. "The show got picked up by an independent gallery in Montpellier. We started driving back and forth every weekend. One thing led to another." Noah shrugs like she's embarrassed. "We started staying in the same room. Then we move in together, of course." Celine doesn't write anything down. She just watches us like she's measuring pulse rates, watching for tremors. Her gaze lingers on my face for a moment too long, then swings to Noah's like she's looking for discrepancies. Her silence is worse than interrogation. She finally leans back and folds her arms. "Here's the thing," she says, voice as flat and cold as the stone paperweight on her desk. "I don't care if it's fake, but if it feels fake to me, it'll feel fake to USCS. And if it feels fake to them, they will take your lives apart, piece by piece, and leave you both bleeding in a file cabinet somewhere in the basement of bureaucracy." Noah's fingers twitch in her lap. Celine smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "So make it good. Make it airtight, because my license is on the line. And if I'm going to risk my name on this marriage, I want to believe it myself. She steeples her fingers again and waits. Suddenly, the room feels smaller than it did when we walked in. The door clicks shut behind us with the soft finality of a sealed vault. Celine doesn't offer a handshake on the way out. Just a nod and a promise that if we screw this up, it's both of us. No pressure. We step into the hallway, and the air feels thinner out here, like even the oxygen is expensive. I walk a half step ahead at first because I need a minute to sort through the leftover tension in my shoulders, unclench my jaw, bury the flicker of shame that crawled up my spine when Celine said, "Make it believable." Noah falls into step beside me, silent for a stretch. Not the awkward kind. The calculated kind. I can feel her looking at me, weighing something. She doesn't ask anything right away, but when she does, the question lands softer than I expect and sharper than I'm ready for. "Why can't you go back?" Her voice isn't accusing, just curious in that quiet, dangerous way that means she won't drop it just because I pretend not to hear. I keep my gaze straight ahead. "'Cause I came here to build something," I say, voice low even, "and I'm not done." She frowns beside me, doesn't stop walking. That's not an answer. It's the one I've got right now. We keep moving. Her heels echo softly against the polished tile. Mine are silent. I've always been good at moving without sound. She doesn't press again. Not out loud, but I feel the question hanging between us like smoke. I know she wants more. A real reason. Some glimpse of the fractured mess behind the steel facade. But that part of me, that part's welded shut. I don't tell her about the politics back home. The fractures in the art scene, the pressure from family, the last name that still carries weight I didn't ask for and no longer want. I don't explain the inheritance I rejected, the headlines I ran from, or the reason I haven't picked up a South African passport in 6 years. Because that story, it's not hers yet. And she hasn't earned the key. Not now, not like this. We spend the rest of the afternoon building a lie so detailed it might as well be real. The studio becomes our headquarters. Papers scattered across the long metal table I usually reserve for sculpture plans, not fake anniversaries. Noah sets up her laptop at one end, eyes focused, posture tight. I'm at the other, sifting through digital folders looking for photos that could pass as Vermont in winter. Something rustic but not suspicious. Artist chic but not too curated. We find a set of stock images from a New England residency that shut down 3 years ago and start inserting ourselves into its ghost. I Photoshop us into group shots, lower the saturation, add just enough blur to make it look like we were mid-laugh, mid-canvas, mid-whatever. Noah writes the How We Met timeline in pen, not typed. Ink in her perfect looping script that looks like it belongs in a bridal planner instead of a legal folder. She adds tiny annotations like our first meal, maple glazed salmon disaster, and the bookstore in Brattleboro we got lost in for hours. I glance at it and almost smile. You've got details for a marriage that never happened. She doesn't look up. That's the point. Meanwhile, I print out a mock boarding pass for a flight to Montreal we supposedly took in March. I even generate a fake Airbnb receipt, complete with a note from our imaginary host. It all feels absurd until I look up and see her chewing on the edge of her pen, brow furrowed in concentration, and it hits me. She's good at this. Scary good. "You know," she says softly, not looking away from the paper, "this would be kind of romantic if it wasn't a felony." The comment catches me off guard. I bark out a laugh, rough, real. She looks up then, eyes wide like she didn't expect me to find it funny. "Didn't think I could laugh." "I didn't think you would laugh," she says. We both go quiet after that, the kind of silence that buzzes, full of things we're not ready to say. I turn back to the printer and tell myself we're just building a story, but part of me wonders what it says that it's starting to feel easier than the truth. Julian the photographer shows up an hour late and smells like bergamot and ambition. He breezes into the studio with 2 vintage cameras slung across his chest, a silk scarf knotted at his throat, like he just stepped out of a fashion editorial shoot set in a war zone. It's 80 degrees outside, but apparently irony has no dress code. I'm thinking film over digital, he announces, barely looking at us. Expired stock from a gallery install I shot in Lisbon. Really grainy and honest. I nod like that means anything to me and get back to moving the welding tools off the bench. Noah's already rearranged the corner near the window to look more lived in. A stack of books that could plausibly be mine. A half-finished coffee mug with her lipstick print smudged on the rim. Julian snaps a few test shots, then waves us over. Let's start on the fire escape. Natural light, something domestic, raw, intimate. The words clang around in my head as I follow Noah outside. We stand close, closer than we have before, and I feel the hesitation in her shoulders right before she leans into me. He directs us like we're paper dolls. Put your hand on her back, a little lower. Noah, tilt your chin toward him like you're about to kiss, but changed your mind. He crouches, clicks, moves. Ben, brush her hair away from her face. Noah, laugh. She does. It's the kind of laugh that sounds unscripted even though it's not. It echoes against the brick and makes something stir in my chest I wasn't prepared for. We move inside. The couch. The workbench. I stand behind her with my arm draped over her shoulder while she pretends to scroll on my phone. She loops her hand through mine like she's done it 1,000 times. Her skin is warm, steady. I wonder if she feels my pulse through her fingers. Julian snaps another frame. Perfect. You look like you've been doing this forever. That's the problem, because the longer we stage these moments, the less it feels like we're performing. Her head tilts against my chest in just the right way, but she doesn't move when the shutter clicks. My fingers graze her hip as I help her step over a coil of cable, and I don't let go right away. I know where the performance ends, but I'm starting to wonder if she does, or if either of us even want to. Julian leaves in a swirl of camera bags and unsolicited playlist recommendations, promising to send over proofs that capture the alchemy. I lock the door behind him with more force than necessary, and finally exhale. The studio is too quiet now, stripped of pretense but still heavy with what we just pretended to be. Noah pulls her hair into a loose knot and starts folding the throw blanket we used on the couch. I'm coiling the extension cords near the bench, not watching her, but also not watching her. We don't talk. There's a kind of fatigue that comes after acting like someone else for too long. It settles into your bones, slow and sticky. But under it, there's something else, an awareness I can't shake. The way she leaned against me, the way I didn't want to move. She turns toward me, stepping around the crate where Julian staged the candid tea mug shot, and her foot catches the cord I hadn't finished winding. It happens fast, but not too fast for me to react. I'm on her before she falls. One arm wraps around her waist, instinct and muscle memory. The other braces against her back as her body tips into mine. Her hand lands hard on my chest, palm flat, fingers splayed. We freeze. 1 second. 2. Breath tight between us, her chest brushing mine, her fingers curled slightly, just enough to register the rhythm of my pulse beneath her hand. She looks up. I look down. Neither of us moves. There's a charge in the air. Not heat exactly, but friction. Recognition. The awareness of another body when it's too close to pretend you didn't notice. Then she pulls away fast, like she remembered the rules a beat too late. She brushes her palms against her jeans, not meeting my eyes. Thanks, she says, voice tight. Watch where you're going, I reply, trying to sound like it didn't rattle me. But it did. It was a stumble. A reflex. Still, my hands remember the weight of her. My chest remembers her fingers. My breath feels like it's still waiting for permission to come back. It was nothing, except it wasn't. She leaves not long after. Says something about deadlines. Emails she forgot to answer. A Zoom call she should probably prep for. The words sound normal enough, but the way she says them, not so much. Her tone has shifted just slightly, like a painting that's been rehung a degree off-center. It's not nervous, not guilty, just unsteady. She doesn't glance at me when she says goodbye, just grabs her bag and lets the door close behind her without waiting to hear it latch. I stand there for a long time, staring at the space she left behind. The slight indent in the throw pillow, the faint scent of whatever lotion she uses, citrus maybe, or cinnamon. I'm starting to love it. It lingers. I try to work, try to lose myself in the forge, in steel, in rhythm. I clamp a length of raw iron to the bench, fire up the torch, and start to weld. But the arc feels off. My fingers twitch on the trigger. I keep pausing mid-motion, losing track of the heat and the pressure. The seam warps. Because the truth is, my body remembers her. The way her weight leaned into mine for just that one moment. The way her hands spread across my chest like she belonged there. Now I can't shake it. The memory lives like muscle tension. Quiet, but persistent. Like the ache you only feel once the adrenaline wears off. It was 2 seconds. That's it. A catch, a reflex, an accident. But the phantom of her hand lingers against my skin like heat in cooling steel, radiating even though the fire's gone out. We didn't speak about it. Didn't even acknowledge the shift in the air. But I know what I felt. I'm willing to bet she felt it too.
Chapter 7. Noah. I show up at the studio with 2 coffees and a box of donuts, trying to pretend like I didn't spend the entire night tracing the shape of his hand in my memory. Like I didn't lie awake until nearly dawn, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince myself that the warmth pressed against my waist was just body heat. That the way my fingers curled against his chest was gravity, not instinct. That I didn't pause. Didn't want to stay in that sliver of closeness we both pretended was nothing. I waltz in like it's any other morning. Sunlight streaks across the concrete floor, catching in the fine dust that never really settles here. The scent of steel and burnt ozone still clings to the air, earthy and electric. He's at the opposite end of the room, hunched over a piece I can't quite make out yet. Goggles pushed to his forehead, sleeves rolled to his elbows. Ben glances up when the door creaks shut behind me. His expression is unreadable. Flat-lined mouth, squared jaw, something unspoken tightening the space between his brows. Not cold, just guarded. "You didn't have to do that," he says, nodding toward the coffee I'm holding out like it might bite him. I hand it over anyway. I didn't. I wanted one. My voice is too even, polished at the edges. Practiced in that way I fall into when everything inside me feels unsteady. He takes the cup without further comment, nods once, then turns back to his workbench like the sound of my voice didn't leave a mark. I set the donuts on the side table and unwrap my own cup, sipping slowly even though it's too hot. Anything to keep my hands busy. Anything to avoid looking directly at him for too long. We don't mention yesterday. Not the fall that wasn't really a fall, and the breathless second that followed. Not the way his hands wrapped around me like they'd done it before. Not the way I let them. The silence between us isn't cold, but it crackles. Tense in the way of something unfinished. A song paused mid-note. A wire pulled taut, waiting for someone to tug. He picks up a torch. I open my laptop. The studio hums with its usual noise, machines and metal and movement, but everything feels sharper now. We work beside each other like always. But the air has changed, and we both feel it. The rhythm between us is strange. It's calibrated, like we've been rehearsing a version of this silence long enough to make it function. He hunches over a piece of steel that's slowly taking shape. Sparks spit in rhythmic bursts, illuminating the edges of his profile in quicksilver flashes. I can't help but notice the way his shirt clings to his back in the heat, soaked at the shoulder blades. The hum of the torch and the occasional grind of metal against stone become the soundtrack to my afternoon. I've set up near the only window that opens wide enough to catch a sliver of breeze, though it does little to cut the weight of the air. The studio feels dense, saturated with sweat, smoke, and things we're not saying. I turn my attention to the newest draft of his artist statement, or trying to. He scribbled it on scrap paper in blocky, all-caps letters that look more like shipping labels than sentences. His phrasing is clipped, elemental. Form is resistance. Metal is memory. That kind of thing. I want to ask him what that means, whose memory he's talking about. But I don't. He hums while he works, low, almost tuneless, like a sound he doesn't even realize he's making. It's not a song, just a pattern of noise, grounding him as he welds, like breath, like heartbeat. The sound settles low in the pit of my stomach, doing things to me I'd rather not acknowledge. I glance over at him more often than I should. Not because I need to, because I want to. And it's impossible not to watch the way his hands move over something so volatile with that kind of practiced precision. His fingers are rough, dusty with ash, but they handle the blade like it's breakable, like it's worthy of care. And I find myself wondering again, how something capable of destruction can also make things that look like grace frozen in time. He hasn't said a word to me in over 20 minutes, but somehow I still feel like we're talking. By noon, the studio has surrendered to the heat. The air inside feels like it's been bottled and boiled, dense, unmoving, thick enough to taste. The overhead fan clicks like it's dying a slow death, spinning just fast enough to mock me. The AC gave up sometime after breakfast, and I can't tell if I'm sweating from the humidity or the weight of everything growing between us. I abandoned my blazer long ago, and my tank top clings to the middle of my back, damp in all the wrong places. My thighs are practically fused to the cheap plastic chair Theo insisted I keep in the space for visual balance. I shift once, twice, and the chair groans beneath me like it's embarrassed to be part of this moment. I fan myself with a folder of mock-ups I stopped editing 20 minutes ago. My brain feels fuzzy. My skin itches from the heat, from the silence, from the not quite touching that keeps threading through this day like a live wire. Without looking up, he tosses a water bottle toward me. I catch it just barely, fingers skimming his as I reach. It's a nothing gesture. Casual, necessary. But when our hands brush, something sparks anyway. Not big or cinematic. Just that split second of skin on skin that feels like an exposed nerve. I look up. He's intently watching me, eyes narrowed, face unreadable, shoulders taut like he's waiting for me to say something, or waiting to stop himself from doing it. We look away at the exact same moment. Two cowards, two kids with matches we don't trust ourselves to hold. The tension settles back between us like dust in the light, weightless, visible, waiting. My phone buzzes against the table for the third time in less than an hour, dancing slightly with each vibration like it's trying to pull my attention away from the way Ben's shadow keeps sliding across the floor toward mine. It's Maya. Of course it's Maya. She's the only person on earth who can send me 3 messages in the span of 90 seconds and make them feel like both a full interrogation and a comedy sketch. Maya, are you guys fake fighting or real fighting now? Maya, did he finally kiss you and ruin everything? Maya, Peel's advise. I bite back a laugh that's half a groan and swipe open the keyboard. My thumbs hover over the screen before I finally type, neither. I stare at it for a beat too long. It looks flimsy, lacking, dishonest in the way that hurts more than it helps. I delete it. Retype the exact same word. Neither. Then I hit send with a little more force than necessary, like maybe the pressure will turn it into something truer. But it isn't true. Because we're not fighting. We're not kissing either. We're just feeling too much. Too much heat. Too much weight in the way he looked at me earlier. Like he knew exactly what I was thinking. And maybe thought it too. None of it. Not one beat of it is part of the plan. Maya's messages go silent after that. which somehow feels louder than if she kept going. She knows me too well. She knows when I deflect. And right now, I don't have a single clean lie left in me. The door suddenly slams open with loud crack, and in walks Theo, arms outstretched, sunglasses perched like a cocky crown on his overly conditioned hair, linen shirt unbuttoned just enough to offend several HR policies. "Darlings," he trills, sweeping into the studio like a man who just mistook an industrial workspace for a film set. Is this where the magic lives? I felt the creative tension radiating through the walls. Before I can answer or even formulate a half-decent eye roll, Ben moves. He steps beside me and wraps one solid arm around my waist, anchoring me with all the practiced ease of a man who's done it 100 times before. His palm settles just above my hip, warm, steady, familiar in a way that sets every nerve in my body on high alert. There's no hesitation in the touch. No warning either. Just contact. Immediate. Undeniable. Theo gasps, clutches at his non-existent pearls. Ugh, I knew it was real. Don't lie to me. That's a relationship radius if I've ever seen one. I can feel the heat of Ben's body through the thin cotton of my shirt, the way his fingers flex slightly as Theo prattles on about couple branding and gallery synergy, and whether or not he can book us for a joint podcast interview. I should pull away. Any sane person would, but I don't. I don't move. Don't shift. Don't even breathe too hard. Because the contact isn't demanding. It's intentional, possessive, but subtle. A quiet claim. And for reasons I'm not brave enough to unpack just yet, I let it stay. Theo leaves in a flurry of half-formed ideas and scent trails, something citrusy and expensive, still chattering about press angles, brand synergy, and how authentic romance is very 2025. The door doesn't so much close behind him as shutter, and yet I'm still standing exactly where Ben placed me. His arm is gone now, tucked neatly back into his own space, his body no longer pressed against mine. But my skin remembers. Not in some cinematic, fluttering way, not with music swelling or time slowing, just in that stubborn, sensory way that touch leaves behind. Heat without contact, pressure without weight. I move, eventually. Back to the table. Back to the laptop I abandoned mid-edit, the cursor still blinking in the midst of a half-finished sentence about Ben's evolving relationship to raw material. I reread the line 3 times. I don't change a word. My fingers hover over the keyboard, waiting for my brain to re-engage, waiting for my breath to find a rhythm that doesn't feel borrowed. I type a few lines, delete 2, start again. All the while, the warmth he left behind curls at the edges of my thoughts. Insistent, steady, dangerous. It was just for show. That's the narrative I cling to. That's the story I tell myself. But none of it explains the way my pulse jumped when he touched me, or the way I leaned in instead of away. We're supposed to be pretending. That was the deal. That was the safety net. So why does every touch feel like the beginning of something I don't think I'll survive?
Chapter 8. Ben. I don't want to be here. Theo's gallery looks like someone tried to manifest ego in architectural form. Walls too white, spotlights too harsh, and installations so abstract they might as well be screensavers with price tags. There's a digital piece glitching in the corner, supposedly exploring the intersection of trauma and tech. But to me, it looks like a frozen Zoom call dressed in neon. The patrons are worse. All hollow laughter and helium talk. Backless dresses and backhanded compliments float through the air like perfume no one asked for. Everyone's either trying to sell something or be seen selling it. One guy actually says the words, curatorial branding experience, and no one laughs, which tells me everything I need to know. I almost turned around twice on the way in. Once when I saw a valet taking selfies with a Tesla, and again when I realized they were serving foie gras in martini glasses like that's a normal thing to do. But then I see her. Noah. Standing at the bar, back straight, shoulders squared like she's holding the entire evening at a deliberate distance. She's dressed in black that hugs her hips, flares at the hem, exposes just enough shoulder to make people look twice and then wish they hadn't. Her curls are pinned up, not perfectly, but deliberately. Like she could take them down in one tug if she needed to start a fire. She's scanning the room like she already knows where the exits are and which conversations are going to be a waste of her time. Controlled. Ready to vanish if someone steps too close. I stop walking. I stop thinking. For a few unguarded seconds, I just stare because I can't not. She looks like something I'd sculpt and then keep hidden in my studio, too dangerous to display. Not because she's fragile, because she's real. And I forget that we're pretending. We're halfway through a mind-numbing conversation with a woman in glittery stilettos and a voice like bubble wrap being popped when it happens. She's some hybrid of collector and influencer, all sharp angles and sharp questions, trying to pin me down about the subtextual politics of your material choices. I nod, say something vague about heat and resistance. Noah offers her most diplomatic smile, the one that could make a hedge fund manager feel like a misunderstood poet. Out of nowhere, a blogger cuts across the space like she owns it. Short dress, tall heels, flashbulb already half raised like a weapon. "Oh my God," she coos, fake lashes fluttering. "Can I get one for the reel?" "You two look ridiculous together. Just make it look intimate." She says it like it's the easiest thing in the world, like intimate is a setting we can switch on. I open my mouth to say no. But Noah moves first. She turns toward me, smooth and unapologetic, eyes already locked on mine like she's daring me to flinch. Her hand slides lightly onto my chest. Not showy, just enough pressure to say, "Follow my lead," and I do. I kiss her. It's not dramatic, not messy. Just contact, mouth to mouth, quick and clean, like sealing an envelope or finalizing a deal. The flash goes off once, then again. A third time, she pulls back, just barely. Her lips part like she's about to say something or catch a breath she forgot to take. Her lashes flutter, and for a single second she looks startled by the fact that she didn't brace for it. Neither of us speaks. The blogger's already sashaying away with her next target. The influencer collector giggles something about chemistry and slinks off toward the champagne pyramid. But Noah just stands there, blinking once, like she forgot it was meant to be fake. And the thing I'm not ready to admit, so did I. The whispers start before the canapes run out. A rustle of speculation slides through the gallery like a draft under the door. Low voices, sidelong glances, one woman openly pointing at us with her wine glass tilted like an accusation. Phones are out. Screens are glowing. The ripple effect of one perfectly timed kiss and one overexposed flashbulb is already working its way across the room. I duck out before someone asks for a quote. The bar is tucked into a corner like an afterthought, but the scotch is expensive and poured with the precision of someone who knows what regret tastes like. I sip and let it burn down slow, dulling the edge that started sharpening the moment I felt her mouth against mine. When I turn back toward the room, I see her. Noah, still by the exhibit of mirrored installation pieces Theo commissioned to reflect fractured modernity. She's holding her phone with both hands, staring at it like it's broadcasting her own unraveling in real time. I get back up and cross the room slowly, not close enough to be noticed, just enough to see the glow of the screen lighting up her face. The article is already live. Underground sculptor Ben Barron and curator Noah Whitaker. Confirm romance at Theo Richmond's gallery bash. Real or PR heat? The photo is dead center, her hand on my chest, my mouth on hers. The moment framed in symmetry and shadow like something stolen from a film set. God, we do look good. She doesn't blink. She just stares, jaw slightly slack, brow furrowed like she's seeing something she doesn't recognize. "Is that really what I look like?" she asks, not even turning toward me. I open my mouth, then close it, because what I want to say is no, that's not what you look like. You look like fire bottled in velvet. You look like the reason I can't sleep anymore. You look like trouble I want to take my time with. But I don't say any of that. I take another sip of scotch and let the silence answer for me. Because I'm not ready to admit it out loud. I'm not sure what will happen when I am. Theo is practically vibrating. He moves through the gallery like someone just handed him a winning lottery ticket written in press ink. His phone's already out, thumbs flying over the screen, muttering things like organic engagement and visual narrative arc. Every sentence ends with an exclamation point. Every gesture is a proclamation. He's a man high on exposure, and the hit came with our names on it. Ben, darling, he sing-songs, gliding over like a fever dream in designer loafers. This is art on art. You two are giving me visual poetry, chemistry. We could pitch this to Vogue. Maybe something editorial, soft light, body language studies. God, I need to text Rumi. He's halfway through drafting a caption in his notes app when I glance toward Noah. She's smiling, or at least her mouth is curved the right way. But her eyes aren't with it. Her gaze is flicking from person to person, scanning the crowd like it's a set of moving obstacles, not people. I can see the shift in her posture. Shoulders tight, jaw set, the hand that's holding her champagne flute starting to tremble in tiny, almost imperceptible pulses. She excuses herself from one group with a polite laugh that sounds like it belongs to someone else. And another. The third time, she doesn't even try to fake it. She just slips past a couple deep in conversation and disappears behind one of the larger sculptural pieces in the corner. Theo doesn't notice. He's still pitching the lighting logistics for a future couples feature like we just got engaged at Art Basel. But I notice, I see her, and it hits me, sharp, sudden, cold. She's hiding. This whole night, the lights, the eyes, the cameras, has shifted something. She's retreating into herself while the story we built starts spinning out without our hands on the wheel. I want to follow her. I don't. Because if I do, I'm not sure I'll come back pretending either. We meet again at coat check. The noise of the gallery fades behind us, replaced by the soft hush of velvet hangers, whispered names, the polite murmurs of people trying to leave gracefully. The air here feels cooler, quieter, like the aftertaste of performance still lingers in the walls. She doesn't speak, neither do I. The silence between us settles like fresh dust, light, but noticeable. It drapes across the space where words should be, but somehow makes the moment feel more honest than anything we said tonight. She doesn't mention the kiss. I don't mention the photo. We just stand there, waiting for our things, the weight of the evening pressing against our spines in different ways. When the attendant hands her wrap back, her fingers brush mine as she reaches for it. Not a grace, a touch. Barely there, but she doesn't pull away right away. Her hand lingers just for a breath. Long enough for me to feel the question she's not asking. Long enough for me to wonder if she's even aware of how tightly she's holding herself together. Her mouth opens slightly, like she's about to say something, then closes. Whatever it was, it gets swallowed back down. She looks up at me then, and she looks like she's trying to come back into her own skin. Like she's still shaking off the residue of flashbulbs and headlines, trying to find her footing after being turned into someone else in real time. I step ahead of her and open the door without a word. She doesn't argue, doesn't roll her eyes, doesn't toss out a sarcastic deflection to remind me we're still pretending. She just walks through, and for once, she lets me follow. Back at the studio, the silence stretches wide between us, but it's not the same silence we had before. This one is laced with something softer, heavier, like the weight of words that almost got spoken but didn't make it past our throats. She heads for the stairs, heels clicking against the concrete with purpose, jacket folded over her arm, hair beginning to loosen from the sculpted twist it held all night. I follow a few steps behind, not rushing, not hanging back. Just pacing her, like I always do now. She's halfway up when she stops, mid-step, one hand on the railing, the other tightening slightly around her phone. She turns slow, like she's still deciding whether she actually wants to say what's on her mind. kiss, she says, voice low, not uncertain but careful. It won't make things complicated, right? The way she phrases it, it's a trap, a challenge, a lifeline. I can't tell which. Maybe she doesn't know either. I nod once. Lie. No, just noise. She nods, too, and turns again like that's the end of it. But her eyes linger. They catch on mine for a breath longer than they should, long enough to feel like she's still asking. And me? I don't give her the truth. Because the truth is that kiss is still on my lips, still in my hands, still echoing in my ribs like the aftermath of a struck bell. After she leaves and I'm back in my own space with the lights off and my boots still on, I lie flat on the couch, arms folded under my head, and stare at the ceiling like it has answers I don't. I replay the photo in my mind, the one from the gallery, the one already bouncing around the internet. Her eyes closed, her mouth just barely parted. The tension in her shoulders not quite relaxed, the vulnerability in her face like a thread she forgot to tuck in. She blinked when she saw it, like she didn't recognize herself. Or maybe she did. Maybe she saw the version of herself she wants to be. The version who lets herself be seen, be touched, be claimed. This is the exact moment I stop caring about fake paperwork and staged photos and start wishing it were real.
Chapter 9. Noah. The eggs are rubbery and the toast is burned, but Maya doesn't complain. She never does. She's curled up on the couch like a cautionary tale, swaddled in 3 mismatched blankets and a sweatshirt 2 sizes too big. One foot peeks out from beneath the edge, socked and trembling faintly. She's trying to pretend she isn't still weak, that the flare-up from earlier in the week didn't knock the wind out of both of us. But every time she shifts, she winces. Just slightly. Just enough for me to notice. I set a plate down on the coffee table and hand her a mug of peppermint tea that's already going lukewarm. "You need to eat more than crackers today," I murmur, smoothing a hand over her curls without thinking about it. "I'm trying," she mumbles, voice hoarse from sleep and stubbornness. The kitchen smells like burnt crumbs and cinnamon. A breeze from the open window stirs the edge of a paper towel roll and rattles a spoon in the sink. Everything feels too quiet for how loud my thoughts are this morning. I carry my own coffee back to the table, lukewarm now, borderline bitter, and open my laptop. Just checking email. That's the lie I tell myself. But the browser loads with last night's tabs still open. And the moment the homepage refreshes, it's right there. My face, his, frozen mid-kiss, caught in the soft glow of gallery lighting, filtered just enough to look cinematic. I'm tucked slightly into his chest, my hand resting against his collar. His fingers are anchored at my waist, thumb grazing bare skin. It's the same image I saw last night, but this morning, it has teeth. Every outlet has it. Blogs, tweet threads. A gossipy art world Instagram account with over 500,000 followers has posted it twice. Once with a caption, once without, because the image speaks for itself. From Steel to Swoon, meet industrial art's new power couple. I stare at the headline, read it once, then again. It's not the kiss that surprises me, or the caption, or the fact that it's gone viral. It's how fast it happened. Like the world had just been waiting for an image to pin a fantasy on. From the couch, Maya stirs and adjusts the blanket around her shoulders. Her eyes flick to the screen and then to me. "You two look happy," she says quietly, not teasing or judgmental, just observing. I don't answer, because I don't know what to say, because I know we do. By 9 a.m., Theo has sent 6 texts, 1 voice memo, and a Google Drive folder labeled "Love is the Brand, Q3 Strategy." I don't open it. The first message came in at 7:12 with a still image of the kiss, now rendered in black and white with a faux Vogue border. Beneath it, in all caps, "We struck gold." The second came 2 minutes later. Mock-ups for a couples-themed Q&A spread, complete with suggested pull quotes that make me sound like a manic pixie dream curator. One of them reads, "I knew his work before I knew his hands, but once I had both, I couldn't let go." I stare at it, horrified. My thumbs twitch. The third text proposes we lean into the momentum with a dual photo essay in ArtNet, pitched as Sculpture Meets Soulmates. My name is spelled wrong in the mock-up, but Ben's is bolded and backlit like he's a campaign slogan. By the time the fourth ping hits, I've already stopped reading the previews, but the fifth grabs my attention because it's just 3 words. "Canoodling cells, darling." I nearly hurl my phone into the sink. Instead, I place it face down on the counter, breathe through my teeth, and count to 10. The performance was fine when it had structure. When it was ours, contained in documents and timelines, clauses and contingency plans that kept my heart out of it. It was neat, controlled, sharply defined. This is spectacle. An exposure with no exit strategy. My name being dragged into narratives I didn't write. My image twisted into something that sells better than truth. And Theo, bless his glitter-coated platform-peddling heart, is already auctioning off every beat of it to the highest bidder. I glance back at Maya, who's scrolling quietly through something on her phone with one eye half closed, as if even her passive attention needs rationing. I swallow a groan. It's not even noon, and I already feel like I've lost control of the one thing that was supposed to be a solution. The message from Jasper Klein arrives during passive scroll, wedged between a Sephora promo email and a LinkedIn newsletter I never subscribed to. No alert. Just a subject line so casually venomous, it stops my thumb midair. Big show, big names. My breath stops before I even open it. The message itself is short, polished, surgically cruel. Group show forming for fall, heavyweight sponsors. Room for one more. You. If you're willing to cut the sculptor loose before your brand bleeds, think fast. These offers don't linger. No greeting or signature. Just threat disguised as opportunity. It lands like a paper cut, sharp, specific, and easy to miss until the sting sets in. My stomach doesn't drop because he said it. Jasper has always known how to weaponize condescension and make it sound like a compliment. What makes me dizzy is that he knew he could. That somewhere, in the quiet math of my life, the bills, the medical appointments, the unanswered grant applications, he calculated the odds of me still being desperate enough to read it twice. And I do. Once in disgust, again in quiet, shaking fury. I delete the message. Then open the trash folder and delete it again. Because nothing with that bastard's name deserves to be archived. I walk into the living room on legs that feel too tight in the joints. Maya glances up from the couch, eyes already wary, like she can feel the static I'm dragging behind me like a frayed electrical cord. I don't sit. I just say it flatly, like fact, like oath. I'd rather be broke than bought. Maya nods, slow, but she doesn't smile. Her fingers curl tighter around the tea mug, and her gaze lingers longer than it should. I don't ask what that look means. I already know. It means she believes me. She's just not sure how long I can afford to. The apartment is quiet, save for the low hum of the fridge and the occasional shift of Maya breathing in her sleep. She's curled in the same corner of the couch, blankets tangled around her legs. Her arm thrown over her eyes like she's shielding herself from the weight of the world. I wish I could take it all away from her. I sit at the kitchen table with my laptop open, a project timeline pulled up on one tab, and an empty Word doc blinking on another. I try to type, try to focus. But the cursor keeps blinking like it knows what I'm really thinking about. The kiss, the flashbulb, the way the world exploded after. But more than that, The quiet beat before the camera clicked. The still heat of Ben's hand on my waist. The grounding pressure of it. The way my body leaned before I consciously told it to. No hesitation. Just instinct. That's the part that's messing with me now. Because the kiss wasn't real. It was PR. A pivot in the performance. But the way my breath caught the moment he touched me. That wasn't in the script. That was real. I closed the laptop without saving anything and pressed my hands flat against the table like I can anchor myself to the wood grain. It was supposed to be a joke, a contract, a solution wrapped in sarcasm and a little bit of bourbon. No names on mailboxes, shared bills, or emotional weight, just 6 months of legal fiction. But somewhere between photo shoots and staged interviews, something started bleeding into the margins. I don't know when it happened exactly. Maybe it was the first time he opened the studio door without me knocking, or the way he remembers how I take my coffee without ever asking. I wonder, not for the first time, if we're getting too close. If the line we drew was always made of chalk. If I'm in danger of letting myself want something that isn't in the terms. Something that can't be negotiated, only broken. I exhale slowly and run a hand through my curls, careful not to wake Maya. Because the last thing I need is my little sister asking why I look like I just lost something I never had permission to keep. I only mean to be in and out. The studio's on my way back from the pharmacy. Maya's refills tucked into my tote, along with a few sketchpad thumbnails I've been meaning to expand. The lights on, and the steel door is propped open with a cinder block, which usually means Ben's working and not expecting company. Good. I don't feel ready for conversation. He's in the back, goggles down, sparks flaring in bursts against the steel. His shirt's damp at the back, sleeves rolled high. He doesn't hear me enter. Not over the welding torch or the soft wordless humming he does when he's in the zone. I cross the room quietly, heading toward the table where I keep my sketchpad stashed beneath a pile of exhibition flyers and painter's tape. I'm halfway to the door again when I see it. New piece, half covered by a drop cloth, but not enough to hide what matters. It's just a bust so far. Raw, unfinished, abstract in places. But my breath catches like something's lodged in my throat. Sharp angles, the graceful slope of an exposed collarbone, the arch of a cheekbone, the tilt of a chin I've seen in mirrors for years. My chin. My eyes move to the shoulders, tense, drawn back slightly, defensive. Holding something in, my neck elongated, elegant, like a moment caught mid-turn. It's not exact or detailed, but it's me. I step toward it slowly, as if getting too close might set something off. I turn toward him slowly, raising my voice over the din of the equipment. Did you use me as a model? Ben doesn't look up right away. He turns off the torch, lifts the goggles, squints through the haze, then shrugs like it's nothing. It was just there. It made sense. Just there. Like my face wandered into his work by accident. Like sculpting me was an unconscious reflex, not a decision. But for me, it doesn't make sense. Not without permission. Not without talking about it. Because this isn't something I can delete from a shared drive or archive under contract terms. It's me. My breath stutters. My voice doesn't come right away. I feel like the art is starting to take more than it gives. I don't fight him. Don't ask him why. Don't press for the answer he probably wouldn't give me anyway. The one that might crack open something neither of us is ready to examine. I just stand there, staring at the sculpture like it's holding me hostage. As if my body's been borrowed, translated into raw material without consent. The collarbone, mouth, and the posture of someone pretending not to brace for impact. It's not just that he used my image. It's that he saw me too well and didn't think to ask if I was ready for that kind of exposure, even in steel. The knot in my chest twists tighter, more braid than tangle now. I don't trust my voice enough to use it, so I turn on my heel and walk out without another word. He doesn't call after me or explain himself or ask if I'm okay. Maybe he knows the answer. Maybe silence is safer than anything else that might break between us. Back at the apartment, the lights are dim and the air is cool. Maya's still asleep on the couch, the blankets curled around her like armor, her breathing deep and even beneath the murmur of some vintage sitcom rerun on low volume. I set my bag down gently, slip off my shoes, and drop onto the far end of the couch like the day just knocked me out of myself. I pull the fleece blanket from the armrest, soft, a little too warm, smells faintly of detergent, and the lemon body wash Maya insists on buying. It smells like comfort, like home, like the version of me that existed before. I wrap myself in it without thinking, to shut the world out for a while, because if this keeps feeling real, if the touches and the sculptures and the way he looks at me when no one's watching keep stacking up, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to call any of it fake.
Chapter 10. Ben. The studio's too quiet without her in it. Just the ticking of the old clock above the sink and the occasional groan of the steel frame expanding in the morning heat. I keep the lights dim, like lowering the volume on the memory of her voice. I haven't touched the sculpture since she saw it. Haven't looked it in the eye. It sits half-finished on the center pedestal, cloth thrown over it like a corpse. But I can still see it in my head. Sharp angles, tight jaw, the curve of her collarbone tense like she's about to either snap or speak. Maybe both. I didn't mean for her to find it. Didn't even mean for her to know it existed. But what the hell was I supposed to do? She's in everything now. Every line I sketch, every arc I shape, every damn fragment of steel I try to bend into something else curls back into her form like it has a mind of its own. I tried to sculpt a faceless figure last week. Strong, abstract, universal. But the chin kept tilting the way hers does when she's daring someone to disappoint her. I melted it down the next morning. I tried another, gritty, blockish, something geometric and cold. But the shoulders didn't sit right. They wanted to carry weight. Her weight, her quiet resilience. That ache she carries around like it's stitched into her spine. So yeah, I carved her. Because it was either that or lose the ability to work altogether. She wasn't supposed to see it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. It was an exorcism, not a gesture. But the look on her face when she found it, that flash of betrayal, sharp and unfiltered, hit harder than anything she's ever said to me. And now she's lodged deeper in my ribs than before. That sculpture was supposed to get her out of me. Instead, it rooted her in like steel through bone. The door doesn't creak open like it usually does. It slams. Hard enough to rattle the scaffolding stacked by the back wall. Hard enough to make the drop cloth over the sculpture shiver like it's bracing for impact. I don't even have time to set down the grinder before she's already halfway across the room, eyes blazing, steps clipped and precise like she's walking a line she won't let herself veer from. Why, Ben? Her voice, it's me before her gaze does. Sharp, high, edged in something too close to hurt to be casual. She's not here to talk, not here to clarify. She came armed. I need to know what you're doing with my likeness, she repeats again, planting herself between me and the sculpture like she's protecting it from me. I don't flinch, don't raise my voice, don't offer a half-baked apology she'll see through in half a second. I just set the grinder down on the workbench and face her full on. What can I say? When I see an opportunity, I take it. Her arms cross hard enough to knock her purse strap off her shoulder. She doesn't bother picking it up. You used my body, my face, without asking. And what would you have said if I did? She blinks. Not in surprise, in rage. No. Obviously. Exactly. That does it. She laughs, but not the amused kind. The incredulous, bitter kind. The kind that sounds like a door slamming somewhere inside her ribcage. Her hands go to her hips. You don't get to trap me in steel just because you're obsessed with tension and symmetry. I didn't do it because of symmetry, I shoot back. I did it because I couldn't not. The words hang between us like a dare. She opens her mouth to cut me down again, but I step closer before she can. Not threatening, not cornering. Just here. Present. Equal. You're mad because I saw you, I say quietly. I see you, not as a prop, as you. And you hate that more than the sculpture. She stills. Not like she's shocked. Like she's hit something she doesn't want to name. And I know then. She's also terrified of what we're becoming. Her jaws set like stone, but her eyes give her away. Wide. Furious. She calls it invasive, like I chiseled into her skin instead of steel. Invasive? I echo, voice rising before I can pull it back. You think I did it to humiliate you? She opens her mouth probably to tell me exactly how violated she feels. But I don't let her get there. I did it because you won't leave my head. The words are out before I can clean them up. And I don't try to. Let her hear it raw. Because you walk in here like a damn storm and then act surprised when I get soaked. She stiffens, folds her arms tighter across her chest, like she can will herself into armor. It's still not your right. You're right. It's not. I take a step closer, the space between us now razor thin. But it's honest. She scoffs, short and sharp, like disbelief trying to mask something that might be closer to fear. I don't let up. You want everything neat and staged, I say, softer now, but no less cutting. You want control. Over the narrative, over me, over this whole thing. But maybe I'm tired of pretending you're just an assignment. She flinches like I slapped her. For a second, the fire in her flickers. Not out, just back, contained by something she can't name. Her mouth opens again, but nothing comes. No half-clever deflection wrapped in a professional veneer. Just silence, and in that silence, I see it. She's been inspired by plenty of things in her life. Projects, installations, artists with glossy resumes and curated philosophies. But no one's ever called her the work before. No one's ever made her the subject. And now that she is, she has no idea what to do with it. Silence hits harder than anything she said. No explosion. Just the sudden vacuum of her voice gone cold, and the sound of her pacing back and forth like a caged animal. She turns away, then back. Her arms are crossed so tight across her chest, it looks like she's trying to keep herself from unraveling. Her fingers flex against her elbows, digging in. Not enough to bruise, but enough to hold. Her breathing's off. Too fast, too shallow. Like she's run a mile and doesn't want me to know she's winded. My fists are still clenched at my sides, every muscle braced like I'm waiting for impact. But there's nothing coming. No more words. No more accusations. Just her. And me. And the 2 feet of air between us that feels like it's vibrating. The sculpture looms behind her, like it's listening. Like it knows. It's not just steel anymore. It's memory. It's tension. It's every word we haven't said, and every touch we've both imagined, but haven't dared to make real. She still won't look at me. Won't meet my eyes, and that makes something in me coil tight. Not because I need her attention. Because I need her truth. I move toward her. Slow but certain. She doesn't back up. Doesn't flinch. She just stills. Eyes fixed on a spot just past my shoulder, like if she doesn't move, she won't feel it. But I know she does. The way her chest hitches. The way her fingers twitch. The air between us shifts. It's not anger now. It's want. It's right there. Waiting for one of us to stop pretending we're not already in too deep. I take one more step. She just stands there, arms still crossed, chest rising too fast to be casual. Her eyes lock on mine for half a second, long enough to make my pulse thunder in my throat, then drop to my mouth. That's all the permission I need. My hand lifts slowly, carefully, like she might break if I go too fast. My fingers skim her cheek and her breath stutters, just a hitch. But it's enough to wreck me. Enough to tell me this isn't one-sided. She's also been losing sleep over a fake arrangement that feels anything but. There's no camera this time, I murmur, voice barely more than gravel and heat. She doesn't move. No Theo, no audience, no press release. Her lips part slightly, in recognition, like she remembers the kiss from the gallery. Only now she knows what it means. And still, she doesn't pull away. She doesn't say stop. She leans in. That's all it takes. I kiss her. Slow, steady, unflinching, like pouring gasoline over every line we drew and striking a match. Her mouth opens beneath mine, warm and real and trembling, just enough to make it impossible not to feel everything. I kiss her like she's the answer to a question I didn't know I was asking. Like I've been building sculptures for years just to remember what this kind of weight feels like. Want with no agenda. I claim her lips like I'm allowed to. Like I finally am. She kisses me back like the lie just split open. Like she's been waiting to stop pretending too. As if maybe neither of us ever meant to fake this. When we pull apart, the world doesn't rush back in. There's no performance cues telling us where to stand or how to hold each other just so. Just breath, heat, and her forehead pressed against mine, like she's afraid to take even one more step forward. Or back. I can feel it in the way she leans. Barely, but enough. She's trying to stay upright in the middle of whatever this is. Her lashes flutter. Her hands hover somewhere near my chest, not grabbing, not pushing. Just there. This doesn't mean anything, she says finally, the words falling out like they were rehearsed. But her voice is low, thinner than usual, not sharp enough to hurt, not firm enough to land. There's a tremor in it she probably hopes I didn't hear. I could call her out, could ask her why she's still touching me if it doesn't mean anything, and could remind her that the way she kissed me didn't feel like fiction. Instead, I lift my hand, slow again, always slow with her, and brush my thumb along her chin. Yeah, I say, the lie soft but steady. I know. She doesn't answer. We don't define it, but we don't pretend it didn't happen either. That silence, the thick, pulsing quiet between us is louder than any promise we could have made. It's not fake anymore, not even a little. And the scariest part? I don't think either of us wants it to be.
Chapter 11. Noah. The silence is the worst part. Not because it's cold, not because it's distant, but because it knows. It hums with the memory of breath shared, hands fisting into fabric, the taste of want when there was no script to follow. We haven't talked about the kiss, haven't even circled it with clever euphemisms or brushed it off with a sarcastic, "That happened?" Instead, it hovers in the room like smoke, thin, warm, impossible to ignore. I pass him a coffee in the morning, black, scalding. His fingers graze mine for the briefest second. I feel it in my stomach. He doesn't flinch, but he doesn't look at me either. Not until I turn away. Then I can feel his eyes on my back like a second cup of heat. It's like we're both afraid that saying it out loud will make it real. Or worse, make it matter. I sit on the far end of the couch when we prep for interviews. He takes the floor with his laptop open, cross-legged like he's trying to keep the space sacred. Our conversations are efficient now, crisp, curated, heavy with everything we can't bring ourselves to say. At night, when I close the bathroom door behind me, I press my palms to the porcelain sink and stare at my reflection until my pulse slows. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what we're doing, but I know this. I've never been kissed like that. Not with that kind of heat, not with that kind of reckless clarity. And I don't have a clue how to unfeel it. We don't talk about the kiss, but it speaks louder than anything we've said since. Theo calls them immersive story moments. I call them a carefully constructed circus, complete with espresso, lighting notes, and a schedule of coordinated outfits tight enough to pass for military protocol. First, it's a hand-in-hand coffee stroll through Soho with just enough eye contact to make it believable. Then, Stage snapshots of us, laughing over nothing, while Ben adjusts a piece of sculpture just behind my shoulder. He doesn't even like being photographed, but he plays along. For the brand, for me. The worst part is that it works. The photos go up before we've even made it home. Our names start appearing in art blogs with headlines like, "The Medium is Marriage," and "Brooklyn's Hottest New Power Couple." I want to be annoyed. I try to be. But then we're at some hyper-minimalist brunch spot with matte black cutlery and moss on the ceiling, and Ben's hand finds my lower back as we walk to the table. My whole body goes still. It doesn't seem like a pose, or appear to be a lie. It feels like he knows exactly where to touch me, and that I want him to. I lean into it, into him without thinking. Just enough to feel how solid he is, the press of his palm, the quiet command of it. I catch the tail end of Theo's grin across the room and snap back like I've been burned, but the heat lingers. I stir my mimosa with the end of a rosemary sprig and pretend I'm listening to Theo ramble about our editorial arc. But all I can think about is how dangerous it is that my body keeps betraying me in public, and how much I don't want it to stop. There's a certain kind of quiet that only exists when the cameras stop clicking. It settles over the studio in the early afternoon, just after the last latte has gone cold and the fake smiles have been filed into someone else's content calendar. Theo's gone. The photographer's gone. Even Maya's texts have slowed to a trickle. It's just me and Ben now, and the quiet between us isn't awkward. It's something else, something heavier, something soft. He's humming again while he sketches, barely audible, low and gravelly like a melody that doesn't know where it's going. At first I thought it was a fluke, but he does it every time his hands are steady and his mind is elsewhere. I've started to crave it, the sound of him being focused, present, unfiltered. He sets my coffee beside my laptop without a word, just a quiet act of attention. I glance up from my screen to thank him, but he's already gone, back at his workbench with one hand curled around a chisel and the other bracing a curve of unfinished bronze. These moments aren't part of the brand, but they undo me in a way nothing else does. It's not the stage brunches or the coordinated hand-holding that make me feel close to him. It's this, the hum, the coffee, the way he looks at my face before I've done anything to it. There's a tenderness forming in the corners of our time together, and it terrifies me how much I want to stay there, tucked into the ordinary, where no one's watching and nothing needs to be said. Celine doesn't offer a greeting when we walk back into her office. No warm-up or pleasantries, just the clack of her heels across the slate tile and the precise gesture she makes toward two chairs across from her desk, like a judge instructing defendants to take their seats. She's dressed in her usual armor, tailored navy suit, hair in a no-nonsense bun, matte lipstick the color of blood, dried flat. A laptop rests in front of her, lit and waiting, as she crosses one leg over the other and gives us both a long, unreadable look. "Let me be clear," she says, her voice smooth as glass, sharp as the edge of it. "You're not in trouble yet, but you're being watched." My spine straightens. Ben doesn't react, but I can sense the tension spike in the air between us, like a drop in barometric pressure. Blog comments, paparazzi shots, public posts, they're all being archived, compiled, cross-referenced, Celine continues, tapping through a file. Rival artists and gallery gossip hounds are your biggest risk. You think Cassie and Belle won't throw your names to the wolves just for sport? Think again. She turns the tablet around. A screenshot. Our kiss from the gallery, then another. Me wearing Ben's jacket outside a brunch cafe. Then a pixelated zoom in on the outline of our hands under the table. "They don't need proof," she says, voice cold. "They need doubt, just enough to raise a flag. And when that happens, it's not just his future on the line." Her gaze drills into me heavy and deliberate. "It's yours too." I swallow, But the coffee from earlier curdles in my stomach. Ben shifts beside me, still silent, but I sense the heat coming off him now. I don't look at him. I can't. Because if I do, I might say something like, I'm scared, and I don't know what scares me more, that we could get caught, or that I'm not sure this is fake enough to survive that kind of pressure. Celine clicks the tablet shut and stands. This is your final rehearsal, she says. So act like you're in love. But that's the problem. I don't know where the acting stops anymore. The bathroom light is too bright, unforgiving. I lean over the sink, toothbrush in hand, trying to shake off the weight of Celine's warning, the heat of Ben's silence, the dull throb in my chest that won't quit. My hair is still pinned up from this afternoon's interview. Theo insisted on romantic but powerful, so I let the stylist sculpt it into something that makes me look like I know what I'm doing. The makeup hasn't budged, my lipstick is still intact, my eyeliner is clean. I should look like myself, but I don't. The woman staring back at me in the mirror has eyes that are too wide, too knowing, lips slightly parted like she's about to ask a question she doesn't want answered. The newly revealed engagement ring glints under the fluorescent light, delicate and unmistakably visible, catching on the porcelain-like punctuation. For a moment I think, who is she? And worse, I think, she's me. I stare harder, trying to separate the real from the curated, the stylist from the self, the mask from the mouth that kissed him back without hesitation. I search for the lines between the woman playing the role and the one living it. I can't find them. Because she doesn't look like someone faking it. She looks like someone in love. And that's what unmoors me. Because I don't remember agreeing to that part of the plan. I lie in bed with the glow of my phone, lighting up the ceiling like soft, artificial moonlight. The screen scrolls endlessly beneath my thumb. Photo after photo of me and Ben, frozen in curated intimacy. A still of us laughing in the gallery. A slow-motion reel of him tucking my hair behind my ear. A shot of us holding hands at brunch, all golden light and filtered ease. The captions call us magnetic, captivating, too natural to be staged. They don't know about the emotion that followed the kiss, or the way my hands shook when I put that ring back on after washing them, or even the way I've started memorizing the lines of his shoulders like they mean something. I turn the phone face down and let the dark swallow me. The air in the room is too still. My pajama top still smells like the dry shampoo the stylist used earlier, lavender and powder and something fake. Even now, I'm half dressed in someone else's idea of elegance. Still, I'm not thinking about the next headline or Celine's warnings or what Theo's going to want us to post tomorrow. I'm thinking about his fingers on my cheek, the heat of his breath just before he kissed me like he meant it. Like he knew me, and it hits me, as soft as it is brutal. What if the lie wasn't the kiss? What if the lie is this? Me, pretending I didn't feel it? What if the denial is the real performance? If it is, I don't know how much longer I can keep playing that part.
Chapter 12. Ben. The press won't shut the hell up. Every time I check my phone, every headline, every tag, every lazy caption pairing our names like we're some limited edition collaboration. It tightens around my neck like a noose. Even the silence buzzes now. A kind of phantom static that crawls under my skin and sits behind my eyes, grinding into the space where I used to feel focused. They've taken the kiss, the studio, the goddamn shape of her back as she turned away from me. And now they're spinning it like we're art's favorite fairy tale. It's not even about exposure anymore. It's about distortion, and it's starting to get to her too. Noah doesn't say anything, but I feel it in the way she moves. Careful now, like she's shrinking inside our performance. The way she grips the edge of her phone like it's the last solid thing she can trust. The way she won't meet my eyes for too long, like something there might betray her if she stares too hard. We haven't touched since the kiss. Not outside of what the cameras ask for. I think about how she flinched in the mirror, how she looked away like she didn't recognize what the light revealed. I should have said something then. Should have told her that the only thing I saw in that moment was her. Not the version she curates for Theo's campaign folder. Not the soft-spoken, fast-witted curator with gallery polish and beautiful damage. Just her. But I didn't. And now we're both wearing the pressure like second skin, breathing through it, pretending we don't notice the weight. So I reach for the only thing that still feels like mine. My show, I say, as we stand in the kitchen later, both pretending to read different things. I need help with the curation. She doesn't look up. Theo already hired that girl from... Not for press, not for Theo, for me. Her fingers pause mid-scroll. I let the words hang there sharp and unfinished. I want to build something that's not a lie, and I need you to help me do it. She finally looks at me then, those dark eyes narrowing like she's trying to read through the subtext. She's always too quick, always too sharp. But this time, she doesn't call me out, doesn't ask what it's really about. She just says, okay. Suddenly, I feel something shift, barely, quietly. But it's there. Real, or close enough to try. We don't ease into it. Just us and the raw, echoing skeleton of the gallery, bare walls and half-finished plinths waiting to be made sense of. It's chaos with good acoustics. And right now, it feels like the only place left where I can still breathe. Noah walks through the space like she's auditing a crime scene. Her arms are folded, her heels echoing off the concrete, her eyes moving faster than her mouth. This should be your entrance piece, she says, pointing toward a wall I already staked out for something else. The one with the fractured spine. It sets the tone. That's not the opening statement, I reply, wiping bronze dust from my hands. It's the counterpoint, the fallout. It belongs deeper in. She makes a sound somewhere between a sigh and a scoff. You're overthinking the narrative arc. And you're trying to force symmetry where there isn't any. That gets her attention. She turns fully, arms dropping to her sides. I'm not trying to force anything. I'm trying to help you keep people from walking out after 5 minutes wondering if they just wandered through a foundry accident. I snap back before I think about it. Then maybe don't act like you know more about my work than I do. She steps in, heat rising from her words like steam. Maybe if you stopped treating curation like a postscript, I wouldn't have to. Just as quick as it started, it breaks. We stare at each other, pulse for pulse, until something between us cracks. She rolls her eyes. God, you're impossible! I smirk. You say that like it's a surprise. She throws her notebook onto a nearby crate. You've changed this layout 4 times in 2 hours. And you're allergic to consistency. And you're addicted to control. She pauses, then grins. Touché. I laugh. I actually laugh. And it startles us both. That brittle edge between us softens, gives way to something easier. She teases me about my aesthetic ADHD, and I throw it back at her. Something about her labeling instinct and the spreadsheet I caught her hiding in her tote. It becomes a rhythm, not a defense. We're working. Together. Finally, it feels unperformed. It feels like us. She's barefoot now. Somewhere around hour 5 and she hasn't even noticed. One heel lies discarded beneath a crate of rigging clamps, the other swinging absently from her index finger as she tilts her head toward the lighting rig. Her curls have begun to rebel, frizzing loose from their earlier twist, the humidity catching at her edges like static. There's a streak of bronze dust on her collarbone. I have no idea how it got there. I'm not even sure she realizes it's there. But I do. I notice all of it. She lifts one arm to point, long fingers, chipped nail polish, the faintest bruise from bumping into a pedestal earlier. She gestures toward the suspended piece in the middle of the room. This one needs more negative space, she says. You're crowding the tension. Let it breathe. I should be annoyed. I'm not, because she's right. And worse, she's reading it like she already knows what I was afraid to admit when I built it. Her movements are fluid now, almost musical. She circles the space like she's conducting it, pulling notes out of the metal and plaster with nothing but her hands. Her voice stays low, thoughtful, confident in that infuriating, brilliant way she gets when she's not performing for anyone. Just thinking out loud, unfiltered, unafraid. I don't interrupt. I don't look away. Because this, her barefoot and fraying, covered in steel dust and opinions, is more honest than anything I've sculpted in months. She doesn't know it, but she's already inside 3 of the pieces. Not literally. Not cast in wax or carved in plaster. But in essence, her curve, her tension, her restraint, one's all jawline and defiance. Another is a study in contradiction. Open form, tight core. The third, unfinished, is just a spine twisting slightly to the left, like it's caught mid-promise. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't even realize it at first. But now that I see it, I can't unsee it. She's in the work, in my work. And I can't tell if that terrifies me, or if it's the first thing that's made sense in weeks. The lights go out at 9:17. Completely dark. A full-body hush settles over the gallery like the air itself forgot how to breathe. The hum of the rigging dies. The emergency track lights fail to kick in. For a second, the entire space holds still, like it's listening. Noah swears under her breath. Please tell me this is temporary. She yanks out her phone, flashlight already on, and waves the beam around like she's searching for an off switch to the apocalypse. Her face glows blue in the sudden dark. Eyes wide, curls haloed with soft light, one ankle tucked beneath her as she spins in a slow circle. Breaker probably tripped, I say, already digging around the storage shelf behind the gallery wall for backup, or the grid's having a full-on tantrum again. Either way, I hold up a half-melted candle and a lantern that looks like it's seen combat. Mood lighting it is. She doesn't argue. A few minutes later, we're sitting cross-legged on the cold concrete floor, surrounded by puddles of amber light. The leftover tie from the staff refrigerator is spread out between us, cartons cool in our hands, chopsticks optional. The sculptures around us loom like quiet sentries, their shadows stretched long and fractured across the walls. The gallery doesn't feel like a show space anymore. It feels like an intimate confessional. She's quiet as she eats. Every movement small, efficient, but not rushed. I watch her pick around the cilantro, toss an extra chili pepper into her noodles, stir without thinking. I offer her the last spring roll, and she gives me the kind of look that says she knows I'm trying to be generous, but also knows I don't actually want to give it up. She takes it anyway. Trapped with your ego and no Wi-Fi, she mutters between bites. This might be hell, but the lighting's excellent, I say, gesturing around us with my chopsticks. That gets me a smirk. Barely there, but it softens something in her posture. I could reach for her wrist. She could say something that cracks us open. But we don't. We just sit. Candles burning low. Shadows dancing on unfinished steel. The quiet isn't a threat. It's a truce. She stands to stretch, slow and cat-like, one hand bracing the ground before she rises. Her foot brushes the hem of her slacks as she pulls her knees beneath her. Then she's up. Barefoot again, skin pressed to cool concrete, soft steps echoing against the bones of the gallery. She doesn't say anything. She just moves. Past the central piece. Around the rusted torsos. Weaving through suspended chains and metal forms like she's tracing her own pulse into the room. The candlelight catches on the steel and brass and turns every weld and curve into something mythic. The shadows behind her grow monstrous and delicate all at once. Wings and ribs, armor and altar. And still she walks like she's unbothered. Like she belongs here. Like she built this place with her bare hands. She lifts her arms and spins, one full circle, eyes closed as her curls sweep the air. And then she laughs, deep and open, the sound of it bouncing off the rafters like music no one else was supposed to hear. It hits me in the chest. Hard. Not because she's beautiful, though she is. Not because her laugh could carve light into the dark. But because this version of her isn't curated, isn't constructed, isn't for anyone. It's just her, alive, unscripted, a little wild, a little holy, and I want to keep it all to myself. Want to freeze this moment and cast it in bronze. Want to build an entire exhibit around the space she's carving out, with nothing but her joy. But more than that, more than the artist in me, I want to deserve it. I want to be the reason she laughs like that again. I stay on the floor, back resting against a crate, heart thrumming like a wire pulled too tight. I don't speak. Don't dare break whatever spell she's wrapped around the air. This is not the woman from the blog post or the contracts or the engagement ring that keeps showing up in paparazzi shots. This is the woman who's rewriting the story in real time, and I'm just lucky I got a seat. She settles beside me again, slower this time. Like maybe she's not quite ready to leave that moment behind. The one where she laughed with her whole body like no one was watching. Her arm brushes mine. Her knee presses lightly against my leg. Neither of us moves away. It's nothing, but it's not nothing. Her scent hits me, clean skin and faint citrus, and something warmer underneath. I don't turn my head, don't make a sound. I just sit there, pulse syncing with hers in the stillness between flickering candlelight and shadows that haven't decided what shape to take yet. The gallery hums around us, not with electricity, there's still no power, but with tension, with the quiet buzz of something unfinished, something becoming. Her laugh lingers in the corners of the room, echoes soften now but still vibrating against the walls. I close my eyes for a second and let it live there. Let it tattoo itself into a place I'll never be able to sculpt out. We don't speak. There's too much to say and no safe way to say it. But the heat is there, alive between us, sitting in my chest like an unanswered question. I don't touch her, but God, do I want to? Not like before, out of obligation, image control, or whatever Theo needs for his next headline. I want to touch her because I need to feel her, not just perform her. I want to reach out and memorize the softness behind her sharpness, the way her breath hitches when she's surprised, the curve of her mouth when she thinks no one's watching. I want her, not the kiss, not the PR version, not the curated captions, her. That realization, simple and dangerous, terrifies me more than anything Cassie and Belle could ever dig up. Because now I know what I'm risking, and I'm starting to think she might be worth it.
Chapter 13. Noah. The studio is thick with heat and varnish, and the kind of energy that makes every movement feel intentional. We've been working in it for over an hour now, saying nothing, barely even looking at each other, but moving in a rhythm that's become familiar in a way I don't want to name. The only sound is the occasional scrape of metal against stone, the hiss of a torch being set aside, the low ambient hum of some track. Ben cued hours ago and forgot to turn off. It's all percussion and breath, and it lulls me into a trance until I glance up and see what he's doing. He's polishing the hand. My hand, cast in bronze, fingers slightly open like it's mid-reach, like it's searching for something it hasn't decided to take. It's not my whole arm, just from mid-forearm to fingertips, but it still feels intimate in a way that makes my stomach curl. The curve of my thumb, the soft bend in the index finger. He's captured the tension in the tendons, the quiet flicker of hesitation I didn't know he saw when we posed it. Ben crouches over it, careful and focused, a cloth in one hand and a tin of wax polish in the other. He buffs in small, obsessive circles, like he's afraid the thing will shatter if he touches it too hard. He hasn't said a word in 20 minutes, and yet I can feel the weight of his attention like a hand on my spine. It's not about vanity. I'm not startled because it's me. It's the way he's touching it, the care, the focus, like he's trying to coax something out of the material that isn't finished yet, something it's not ready to reveal, like the sculpture might say something he's not sure he wants to hear. And that sends a shiver right down the center of me. I wrap my arms around myself before I realize I've done it, because this isn't about the sculpture. Not really. It's about being seen. Not the way Theo sees me, through the lens of a campaign, with dollar signs attached. Not the way the press sees me, flattened, smiling, branded. But the way Ben does. Quietly, reluctantly, like it costs him something, like it means something. I'm not sure if I'm ready for what that means for me too. It starts small. So small it shouldn't mean anything. I reach across the table to adjust the pedestal light, just a quarter turn to shift the shadow off the bronze. My fingers graze his as I do it. Just a touch, a moment. Nothing more than a brush of skin and heat, but he doesn't move, and neither do I. The air around us stiffens, like a string suddenly pulled taut between 2 points. The room doesn't change, but it feels different, like someone clicks something out of its socket, and now the current has nowhere safe to go. It crackles in the room, charges the floor, slips under my skin. I can feel his gaze before I meet it. And when I finally do, it holds. Ben gazes at me like he sees the exact moment I became dangerous to him. The moment I stopped being convenient and started being possible. I can't breathe because I'm looking back and I know I could undo him if I wanted to. And God help me, I might. I leave my hand there for a second too long, fingers still half curled from the gesture. His knuckles are warm, solid beneath mine. No movement, no apology, just that electric stillness. The tension isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. It's quiet, coiled. A wire drawn so tight between us I swear I can feel it vibrate in the back of my teeth. It's a curl. That's all. Just one traitorous curl, slipping loose from its twist and clinging to the sweat along my temple, like it's trying to make the first move. I don't notice it at first. Too focused on lining up chisels and rewrapping twine, trying to keep my hands busy enough to ignore the fact that I can still feel his skin against mine from a brush that happened minutes ago. But then he steps closer. I don't hear him so much as sense him. The shift in air pressure, the subtle creak of the floor, the way the heat of his chest radiates behind me before I even fully register he's moved. I stiffen, just slightly, and turn my head to ask what he's doing. I never get the words out, because his fingers, rough, steady, warm, lift gently to the side of my face and brush the curl back behind my ear. Like he's done it before in a dream. My breath catches in my throat, enough that I feel it like the moment my body realizes something important has shifted. My eyes flick up on instinct, searching his, trying to find some excuse for the gesture. But there isn't one, and he doesn't drop his hand. It lingers at my jaw, thumb resting just beneath my ear, his palm cupping the question we're both trying not to speak. I should step back, say something sharp, break the spell before it becomes something we can't undo. But I don't. I stay still. Let it happen. Let him see me. And in that suspended second, I realize the question isn't hanging in the air anymore. It's hanging in me, in my breath, my stillness, my choice, just like the sculpture. Fingers open, reaching, not quite grasping, waiting for the next move. I open my mouth to say something, anything, some throwaway line, a joke, a deflection, something to shatter the quiet stretching too long between us. But the words die in my throat the second I meet his gaze. Because Ben is already looking at me, not watching, not scanning, looking, and it stops everything. His eyes are darker than I've ever seen them, less guarded, less calculated. They're heavy with something wild and wondering, like he's standing at the edge of a cliff and has finally run out of reasons not to jump. There's no performative smirk, no casual pretense, just him. And something in that look tears straight through me. It isn't hunger. Not exactly. It's about restraint, about the ache of holding back for too long. Like he's spent weeks building walls with words and now doesn't have the strength to keep them upright. The weight of it hits me all at once. This is the moment. The one where every lie we've told, every line we've drawn, starts to blur beneath the pressure of everything we haven't said. If I speak now and give him a reason to stop, he will. I know that. He always holds the line. But if I don't, just let him keep looking at me like that, like I'm the storm and the harbor all at once. It's going to change everything. I don't blink, don't back away. I just let him look and wait. When his mouth finds mine, it doesn't ask for permission. It just happens. A sudden, undeniable collision of breath and heat, and something bigger than either of us. It isn't careful. It isn't measured. It's not the kind of kiss you give when you're thinking about who might be watching. It's the kind you give when you've been holding your breath for too long, and finally you get to exhale. Well. Things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 14. Ben. The welders spark before I'm fully awake. By the time the sun scrapes through the cracked window panes, I'm already in motion. Mask down, torch lit, noise filling the cracks she left behind. The studio becomes a bunker. A place where metal doesn't ask questions and fire doesn't expect follow-up. I weld until my fingers cramp, until the rebar vibrates with heat and effort. Then I sand, grind, hammer. The rhythm is brutal and mindless and perfect. There's something holy in it. This ritual of force and noise, this way of drowning out the things that live behind my ribs. The scent of scorched steel gets into everything. My clothes, my hair, the creases of my palms. It lingers longer than she did. Maybe that's what I want. Anything to stay busy. Anything to keep from replaying the way her breath caught when I kissed the inside of her wrist. The way her body curled into mine like she belonged there. Like we weren't lying to the world with every careful smile. I keep seeing the softness in her eyes right before she let go. The reverence in her voice when she whispered my name like it meant something. I should feel grounded, anchored. Instead, I feel cracked wide open, like she reached inside and brushed something I've spent years soldering shut. Like every part of me she touched is now echoing with questions I'm not ready to answer. So I don't call, text, or check if she's still here. I just disappear into heat and noise and sparks, hoping that maybe if I stay in motion long enough, I'll forget how it felt to be still with her and want it. Because that's the part I can't shape into something safe. The wanting. I take a break to grab some stale coffee and take the paper in from the sidewalk, scanning the opening headlines as if looking for advice for my next steps. The first time I see his name, I don't even flinch. Just another headline. Just another blog post in a sea of echo chambers and inflated egos. Cassian Bell comments on authenticity in contemporary sculpture. Harmless. Forgettable. Until I read the subhead. Some artists build from truth, others from inheritance. That one lands, like a nail driven into a softboard with a single smug hit. Subtle as a sledgehammer. And it's so Cassian. He always did love to posture. Part oracle, part pyromaniac. His art was all spectacle, all stage lights and statements lacquered in irony. Back in Cape Town, we shared a cramped loft during a residency neither of us belonged in. He had a trust fund and a cigarette holder. I had calluses and rage and an accent the gallery board didn't like. We didn't get along. Correction. We sparred like it was sport. Every critique was a duel. Every gallery night, a cold war. He called my work primitive. I called his sterile. He once told a collector I was more welder than artist. I told that same collector his latest piece looked like a philosophy major's nervous breakdown. We both got press. Cassian got curated. I got dismissed. He moved on to bigger rooms, glossier platforms. His name always came with ellipses. Provocateur, polymath, problem. I disappeared across oceans and started over, carving something out of heat and silence and sweat. I thought I'd outrun him. But here he is again, slipping into the conversation like smoke under a door, insinuating, never naming, leaving just enough blood in the water for the critics to sniff something scandalous. And the thing about Cassian, he doesn't bluff. He doesn't have to, because he knows exactly what name I stopped using, and the kind of blood it comes from. And if he's poking now, it means he's not done. Not even close. I pretend it doesn't get to me. When Theo forwards the blog post with a dozen flame emojis and LOL, you've got rivals now, I send back a thumbs up and toss my phone face down on the bench. I don't read the comments, don't check the tags. I delete the Google alerts I forgot I still had running on my own name. But the silence it leaves behind isn't peace. It's pressure. Like something crawling under my skin and trying to punch its way out. Cassian doesn't have to name me directly. He never does. That's his art. He sketches the outline and lets the public fill in the rest. Some artists commodify trauma like lacquer. Some rebrand legacy as struggle. That's all it takes. A few precise words. A smirk of a quote. Just enough poison to make the glass look suspicious. And then the whispering starts. Not loud or confrontational. Slanted. Like the room tilting when I walk in. Like a pause in conversation that wasn't there last week. Like a colleague offering congratulations with a little too much curiosity behind the smile. It gets in anyway. The static. The paranoia. I feel it in the heat behind my ears when someone mentions my rise. I feel it in Noah's hesitation when she reads something on her phone and closes the tab too fast. I feel it most in the way my gut twists every time I open a new message from a curator and wonder if this is the one that asked the question outright. Who are you, really? The worst part, the part that chokes, is that I can't scream back. Because Cassian didn't lie. He just left the door ajar and let the shadows walk through. The studio door opens and we make eye contact. I cross the room, stopping beside a gallery pedestal that still smells like fresh paint and panic. The hum of a fluorescent light buzzes above us, the only real sound between us besides my pulse. Her voice is calm, deadly calm. Who is Cassian Bell? I don't flinch. I don't need to. I've rehearsed this shrug before. Someone who likes to hear himself talk. But she doesn't smile, doesn't blink. Is he talking about you? That's the moment. Not the question itself, but the pause that follows it, sharp as a crack in glass. I don't mean to hesitate, but I do. A heartbeat too long, a breath too shallow. When I finally say, no, it doesn't land right. It's too fast, too light, too false. She hears it. I see it in the shift of her jaw, the quiet recalibration happening behind her eyes. She doesn't accuse, doesn't push, just gives me one small, silent nod, like she's logging something, saving it for later, maybe for when it matters more. And then she turns away, just enough to break the line between us. The air goes cold in that instant, like someone opened a door I didn't see and let something in. But she's not angry, not really. She's disappointed, and that's worse. Because anger means she still wants to fight for something. Disappointment means she's not sure it's worth the swing. The studio's quiet again, not peaceful. Just still in that way a graveyard is still. Too much buried beneath the surface to call it calm. I sit alone in front of the sculpture we finished together. Her hand, cast in bronze, fingers gently curved like they're still waiting to close around something. Still open. Still reaching. Still hers. I haven't touched it since the day we cast it. Today I don't dare. Because it feels like if I lay a finger on it now, it'll splinter open something I've spent too many years soldering shut. Cassian wasn't wrong. Not entirely. My last name isn't the one printed on the birth certificate I burned in a Johannesburg hotel room. The passport I travel with now was issued under an identity I manufactured one document at a time, back when I still thought you could reinvent yourself if you were willing to pay enough. Sweat, silence, a piece of your soul. The money that bought my first forge didn't come from grit or gallery sales or creative sacrifice. It came from a bank account I never wanted and a family I'd rather forget. Colonial land, oil stock, foreign policy donations wrapped in museum wings and legacy plaques, bloodlines dressed in philanthropy but soaked through with rot. I changed everything. Name, accent, country. I picked up a torch and tried to build something no one could trace, something that felt earned. But the past doesn't care about reinvention. It doesn't care how many borders you cross or how many identities you build over the bones of the old ones. It follows. And now, thanks to Cassian, it's bleeding back into the light, thick and slow. The sculpture stares back at me like a question I'm not ready to answer. All I can think is, what happens when she realizes who she's actually engaged to? Not just the artist, not just the liar, but the legacy I never really left behind. She doesn't say anything outright. No accusations flung like chisels. Just a shift, subtle but unmistakable. The kind of change you only notice when you know someone well enough to feel their absence while they're still in the room. Noah double-checks her phrasing now. Not because she wants to be precise, she always wants that, but because she's calculating what might land wrong, what might expose something I haven't admitted yet. She pauses more often in conversation, lets silence stretch longer before she fills it. It's not distance. It's doubt. And the worst part? I don't blame her. Whatever this was, this strange, accidental thing we were building between contracts and contradictions, it only worked because she believed me. Not the paperwork. Me. The man she kissed in candlelight. The man who knew how she took her coffee without asking. The man who touched her with hands that wanted nothing but truth. But now there's rot in the foundation, and I know exactly where it started. My real name is a weight I haven't said out loud in 5 years. My family tree is pruned, hidden, scrubbed from bios and erased from interviews. I changed everything to outrun the shadows, but you can't build something honest on top of everything you've buried. Not when the lie starts to bloom underneath. I'm not sure I'm brave enough to dig it all up and show her what's underneath. Not when I'm finally starting to wish she'd stay.
Chapter 15. Noah. I don't even remember grabbing my keys. 1 second I'm staring at that sculpture of my hand like it's whispering something only my ribs can hear. And the next I'm outside, the studio door swinging shut behind me with a clang that feels like an accusation. My chest is tight but dry. No tears, just static. Subway, corner store, home. I take the long route, transfer twice even though I don't have to. Buy overpriced mint tea and a sleeve of cookies I won't eat. It's not about the errands. It's about motion, about putting space between me and the room where he touched me like I was a promise, and then shut down like I was a mistake. The apartment is warm in the way that isn't temperature. It smells like peppermint shampoo, takeout soy sauce packets, and dryer sheets. A combination that shouldn't work, but does. Her throw blanket is still on the couch, balled up like a cocoon with the remote wedged inside it. A mug of half-drunk tea sits on the windowsill. The soft hum of a fan and the low purr of some British crime drama fill the silence like wallpaper. I drop my bag, toes off my shoes, and sink. Into the corner of the couch, the one that's permanently indented with the shape of long conversations and longer naps. I don't pull out my phone, don't check the time. I just let the weight of the day settle across my shoulders like it finally got permission. Maya doesn't look up right away. She's curled on the opposite end, sleeves tugged over her knuckles, eyes half-lidded, and watching the TV like she's only pretending to follow the plot. I know she clocked the sound of the lock the second I walked in. I know she's waiting, but she doesn't speak. And I don't offer. Because that's the kind of silence we're fluent in. The kind that waits. The kind that knows when the truth needs to stretch out and breathe before it has the strength to be named. The TV cycles through channels with all the urgency of a Sunday nap. Maya's thumb moves lazily over the remote, not really watching, just flipping for background noise. Some competition show. Then a crime scene. Then cake. She doesn't pause on any of it. My phone buzzes against my thigh, soft and innocuous. I think it's Theo at first, or another email from Celine with another document to stage our happily ever after. But it's not. Ben, did you eat? Just that. But it stops me all the same. Because there's something about it, something so genuine in its simplicity. Just a check-in, a touch without hands. I don't mean to smile. It's a twitch, really. Barely there. The kind of smile you'd miss if you weren't looking for it. But Maya is. Of course she is. She tilts her head slowly, that little sister radar, zeroing in like a fox, catching a breeze of something sweet and forbidden. Her eyes don't even leave the screen. You're smiling like a teenager, she murmurs, half laughing, half accusing. What did he say? Or do I not want to know? I don't answer. Just hit the side button to black the screen and tuck the phone deeper beneath the throw blanket like it's radioactive. I wrap both hands around my mug and sip my lukewarm tea like it's a holy shield. But the warmth in my chest betrays me more than the smile ever could. It spreads slow, dangerous, familiar. The kind of warmth that starts when someone sees you and keeps glowing even after they're gone. I don't want to name what that means. Not yet. Because names make things real. And real things break when you drop them. Maya doesn't ask again right away. She gives it a minute. Lets the question hang between us like a coat you forgot to take off at the door. Uncomfortable, heavy, undeniably there. Softly without taking her eyes off the screen. Is this still fake? For you? She says it like she's asking about the weather. Casual? Director? Not meant to corner. Just to clarify, but it does corner me. Because the moment she names it, everything in my body tightens. My mouth goes dry. My thoughts scatter like sugar on hot concrete. Fast, sticky, disorganized. I scoff. Too fast. Too practiced. It's complicated, I say, like that's a real answer. The performance sort of outgrew the container. We're just managing the optics. She doesn't say anything, just turns down the volume on the TV and looks at me. Really looks. Steady, quiet, surgical. You didn't answer the question. A space she's giving me. To lie if I need to, but not with her blessing. And it burns. Because the truth is too close, too raw, too tangled in the way his fingers trace the rim of my coffee cup when he thinks I'm not paying attention. Too wound up in the way I keep catching my breath every time our eyes meet, like I'm the thing he doesn't know how to live with, or without. I look away first. Not because I don't want to answer, but because I already did, and it wasn't yes. It was silence. And silence always says more than we want it to. Maya drifts off mid-episode, her breathing going soft and rhythmic under the hum of the ceiling fan. I slip away without waking her, phone in one hand, the other trailing along the hallway wall, like I need something to steady me. In the bathroom, the mirror greets me with a version of myself I don't recognize but can't deny. Same curls, looser now, escaping their coil near my temples. Same eyeliner, smudged at the corners like I've been crying, even though I haven't. Same ring, gold, tasteful, expensive. Heavy on my hand like a question I never got the chance to answer honestly. But nothing about me feels familiar anymore. I lean in, searching my own expression like I'd search a stranger's. Trying to catch myself faking, trying to catch myself before I fall. Because somewhere between the visa forms and the staged kisses, something shifted. I think about the way Ben brushes his hand across my back when we walk into rooms like we belong to each other. The way he steadies a cup in my hands without asking if I need help. The way he watches me when I think I'm alone. Eyes soft, jaw clenched like he's afraid of what he'll say if he opens his mouth. None of that is for show. Not anymore. We've blurred the script so many times that I don't think there's a clean copy left. Lines improvised, cues missed, whole scenes rewritten in silence, and sweat and late-night takeout. I press my fingers to the counter just to feel something solid beneath me. The mirror version of me blinks. Same eyes. New ache. I have to wonder if pretending was ever the dangerous part, or if the danger was letting myself wish it could be real. It's not the closeness that scares me. It's what comes after. The way Ben touches me like I'm something holy, then goes silent like he's just committed a sin. The way his mouth moves like he's about to say something real, and then doesn't. That pause, that sudden pivot, like he's just remembered we're not supposed to mean it. It's not the kiss, his touch that unravel me. It's the way he lets go. The space he leaves behind doesn't feel like space. It feels like a bruise, invisible, spreading, sore in places I didn't know could ache. I'll be mid-sentence, mid-laugh, mid-breath, and suddenly I can feel the absence of him like a door slammed shut from a different room. I try to be reasonable. I remind myself of the deal. The boundaries we drew when this started, clear and bright and practical. I repeat phrases in my head like prayers. It's fake. It's temporary. It's helping us both. But my body doesn't listen. It still hums in the places he touched. Still leans toward the sound of his voice like gravity's been reprogrammed. Still remembers the reverence in his hands. The way he said my name like he wanted to live inside it. Clarity is supposed to be safe, but all it feels like now is cold. Like trying to light a candle with a soaked match. Like standing outside the house we built for show, realizing I might have moved into it for real. Suddenly, distance doesn't feel like self-preservation. It feels like loss. Sleep doesn't come easy. I lie curled on my side, the blanket twisted around my legs, the glow of my phone too bright in the darkness. The apartment is quiet. Maya breathing soft and steady in the next room, the fridge humming like it's trying to keep a secret. But my thoughts are loud, restless, full of images I wish I could forget. I scroll through the folder Theo labeled Authenticity Portfolio. Photos of me and Ben, staged to look effortless, coffee shop laughs, gallery glances, his hand on my back, my head tilted just enough to seem like I'm listening to a private joke. Click after click of practiced intimacy. Curated to make strangers believe in a love that wasn't supposed to exist. I try to remember which smiles were posed, which laughs were planned, which touches were directed. I can't. That's what guts me, because I remember the way his fingers grazed my waist when no one was looking, the way my body leaned into his like it knew the path before my brain caught up. I remember wanting it, wanting him, not because it sold the story, but because it felt like mine. This wasn't supposed to be complicated, but rather a simple transaction, a structure I could move inside without risk, but it stopped being safe the second I stopped pretending. And now, I'm already in too deep. There's no clean exit, no undoing the want that bloomed when I wasn't paying attention. I know, in that quiet, terrible way you know when the tide's already taken you under, that whatever happens next, I won't be able to walk away from this untouched.
Chapter 16. Ben. The gallery is buzzing like it's been holding its breath for months. Tonight, it finally exhales in art speak and prosecco. Light pools over polished concrete like spilled silk. Every suspended form, every brutal line of welded iron and curved bronze stands exactly where I placed it. Precise, deliberate, vulnerable. Even the shadows are intentional. Theo's pulled every favor in the book to get this crowd here. Tastemakers, critics, collectors who smell tax write-offs in lacquer and suffering. A museum director I once saw quoted in Art Forum clutches a flute of champagne and murmurs words like transcendent and visceral like she invented them. I should feel proud, or sick, or something. But mostly I feel still. Like I've reached the eye of a hurricane and can finally breathe for a second. Theo's circling like a manic moth, buzzing about brand synergy and post-launch features. He's already sweating through his overpriced linen shirt, fanning himself with the event program and muttering about ethereal lighting conditions. I tune him out. Noah just walked in, and suddenly everything else in the room dulls. She's in slate gray, sleek and sharp, like the silhouette of something you don't see coming, until it cuts you. Hair coiled high, collarbone bare, eyes set to kill. She's the only piece in this room I didn't design, but she's the one everyone's going to remember. She glances at me once, just long enough to confirm we're both still playing the parts, still pretending not to feel the air around us tighten when she gets close. Her hand doesn't find mine, but it hovers near it, like contact is only one breath away. We've rehearsed this before, but tonight, it doesn't feel fake. Not even close. We're tethered by something invisible and taut, something forged in metal and too many unsaid things. For one impossible moment, I think maybe we'll survive this. Maybe the ghost will stay quiet tonight. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to get through this clean. The room doesn't breathe around the centerpiece. It leans. Critics, collectors, casual voyeurs. They hover in tight orbit around the bronze cast of her hand like it's holy. Like it might whisper secrets if they look long enough. Someone murmurs, brutally intimate. Someone else calls it a love story in metal. A blogger types with one hand, the other holding a wine glass that's sweating against her palm. I keep waiting for the pride to show up. But all I feel is skinless. It's one thing to sculpt your ghosts. It's another to put them under gallery lighting and invite strangers to trace their edges. They don't know it's hers. But she knows. Noah stands a few feet away, angled just enough to avoid meeting my eyes. Her posture is perfect, poised. But I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers curl like they're trying to hold something in. She studies the piece like she didn't realize what I was building, until it was already too late. I didn't mean to show this much of her. I didn't mean to show this much of us. But there it is, bronze and burnished and open-palmed, her hand mid-reach, asking, offering, not grasping, just waiting. She doesn't speak, and I wonder, too late, always too late, if I've made her visible in a way that can't be undone, if I've shown something she didn't agree to share. He arrives like smoke through a cracked window, quiet, uninvited, impossible to ignore. Cassian Bell never announces himself. He just appears, tailored to hell in an indigo suit that costs more than my first studio's rent, a smirk already fixed in place like he's rehearsed this entrance down to the tilt of his damn wrist. He doesn't head straight for me. Of course he doesn't. He makes the rounds instead, grazing conversations like a knife through satin. Compliments dipped in poison, anecdotes stitched with just enough implication to feel dangerous. One gallerist laughs a beat too loud. One sponsor glances my way and suddenly forgets what they were saying. The ripple is subtle, but I know it too well. Cassian doesn't need facts, he just needs friction. He drips enough suggestion into the air and lets the room do the rest. The man's a specialist in controlled burn. Let the match drop, then walk away while everyone else scrambles to stamp out flames that haven't fully caught yet. Sure enough, I start to feel it. The shift. The eyes, the recalculations, the scent of trust beginning to curdle. Across the room, Noah's fingers brush against mine. A quiet contact. Quick. Deliberate. Grounding. Should we be worried? She whispers, low enough that only I can hear it. I keep my eyes forward. Smile like nothing's unraveling. Lie without blinking. No. But the truth is already crawling under my skin. And Cassian hasn't even opened his mouth yet. The applause hasn't even finished echoing before the room swells. It's that fragile kind. The kind of tension you only feel when people are still pretending everything's fine. Wine glasses clink too loud. A critic whispers something behind a well-manicured hand. The lighting suddenly feels too warm, like the air itself is about to sweat. And then, Cassian! He doesn't raise his voice. He never has to. He's standing near the suspended piece I titled Inheritance, of course, because that's exactly the kind of poetic cruelty he traffics in. He holds his champagne flute like a man presenting a toast, but there's nothing celebratory in the tension of his jaw. Funny thing about love stories built for immigration filings, he says, clear, casual, perfectly timed. They don't always survive the sunlight. The words hang there, elegant, razor-sharp, impossible to unhear. Someone gasps. Someone else snorts in disbelief. Or is it amusement? A flashbulb pops like a gunshot. I feel the whole room tip, like we've all just realized the floor isn't as level as we thought. Laughter dies in throats. Conversations wither mid-sentence. Suddenly everyone has something to whisper, but no one wants to speak first. Theo's wine glass sloshes. Noah stiffens beside me. And I, idiot that I am, just stand there, speechless, exposed. I knew Cassian would try something. I just didn't think he'd make it art. For one split second, I think she's going to save us both. Noah's shoulders lift like she's gearing up to speak, chin tilted, lips parted, that coiled fire in her spine I've seen turn rooms into ash when she's ready to fight. Her hand even shifts like she might reach for mine, like we're still on the same page, still reading from the same script. But then, nothing. No words. No motion. Just the faintest pause. The kind that says, this is your moment, and I'm not taking it from you. Her gaze finds mine. Steady. Expectant. She's waiting for me to say something. Anything. To call Cassian a liar. To laugh it off. To step up and take control of the narrative the way I did with welding torches and spotlight angles and staged affection, but my throat's dry. My mind is blank, and the tension that spills between us stretches too long to be innocent. Noah's jaw tightens, barely, but I catch it. A single flicker of retreat in her eyes, like a door closing from the inside. She doesn't storm off or make a scene. No, she does something worse. Smaller. She disconnects. Emotionally, intellectually. Like someone who just realized the person beside her has been handing her a version of the truth with one hand while hiding the rest behind his back. It's not betrayal. Not yet. But it's the first crack in the sculpture. And I feel it deep. Like metal bending under pressure you swore it could take. Theo's voice rises fast, frantic, desperate to wallpaper the cracks before they spread. It's just noise, he says to one patron, clapping a hand on their shoulder with the fake ease of someone about to panic. Rival drama. You know how the scene loves it, scandals. He's sweating harder now, jaw clenched so tight it's practically clicking. I hear him promise exclusivity. Reassure them. Offer studio visits, signed prints, whatever it takes to stop the bleed. It's not working. One of the sponsors I'd spoken with earlier, fist bump, shared admiration of torchwork, makes a soft excuse about traffic and slides out the side door, not even glancing back. Another lingers near the sculpture with Noah's hand outstretched, frowning slightly, murmuring, "The timeline doesn't really add up, does it?" I don't flinch, but I feel the heat rise under my collar, the telltale press of sweat breaking down my spine, the kind of heat that has little to do with spotlights or champagne. This is the heat of unraveling. My phone buzzes, Celine's name lighting the screen like a verdict. I don't answer, because if I open my mouth right now, I'm not sure if what comes out will be a defense or a confession. Instead, I look up and see her. Noah. She's standing near the bronze cast of her own hand, the piece that was supposed to say connection, love, Trust. That was supposed to mean something only she and I understood. She's not touching it. She just stares, arms folded tight across her chest, lips pressed into a line so fine it could cut glass. Her gaze doesn't move. Her expression doesn't shift. But I know that look. The gallery noise fades beneath a low, sharp hum in my ears. Not panic. Not yet. Grief. Because everything I built, every bent wire, every welded seam, every sculpted truth I tried to forge from pain, love, and desperation feels suddenly hollow. Like beauty that can't hold weight. Like metal meant to shield, not shatter. I don't feel like the artist, I feel like the lie.
Chapter 17. Noah. It starts with a link, no subject line. Just a DM from one of Maya's old university friends in Cape Town, and a single winking emoji like this is some kind of inside joke I forgot I was part of. I tap it out of habit. One thumb flick, and then bloodlines and bronze. The forgotten heir of the Okoye scandal. I freeze. My brain doesn't register the full headline right away, but my body does, heart slowing like it knows impact is coming. There's a photo beneath the text, grainy and sun-washed, probably taken with a camera phone and sharpened by scandal. And there he is, Ben. Except it's not Ben. It's someone else, someone younger, with harder eyes and a jawline clenched like he's already fighting a ghost. He's standing behind a man in a pressed linen suit with a smile like a snake uncoiling. The caption doesn't name him. It names them. A legacy drenched in the kind of wealth that leaves bruises, not blessings. I scroll even though I already know I shouldn't. Phrases leap out at me like snakes from a basket. Generational exploitation disguised as post-colonial artistry. Wealth sanitized through sculpture. Obina not found on any original birth record. The last one hits hardest. I blink at it like it might change under pressure, but it doesn't. Because the name I know him by, the one engraved on fake marriage forms and etched into gallery press kits, isn't the name he started with. And suddenly, everything we've built feels like scaffolding nailed into rot. I don't even realize I've stood up until the chair legs scrape against the tile. The article is still open on my screen, but I don't need to keep reading. I know what I saw. I know what it means. And most of all, I know that he lied. Not by omission, but by design. Now, all I want is the truth. Every jagged, burning piece of it. By the time I reach the studio, my phone won't stop buzzing. Theo, Maya, Celine, even a number I don't recognize. All of them lighting up my screen like emergency flares I have no intention of reading. I silence it with a swipe that feels like a slap and keep walking. Fast and sharp, like every step might cut through the sick twist coiled in my chest. The sky's still blue, absurdly blue, like the universe missed the memo that something just shattered. I take the back entrance because I don't want air. I want answers. And when the heavy studio door sticks like it always does, I shove it hard enough that it slams into the wall with a bang that makes metal tools jump on the walls. Ben looks up from the forge, welding torch still in his hand, mask pushed up just enough to see the exact moment recognition turns into dread. He straightens instinctively, like his body knows it's about to be red for filth before his mouth can catch up. I lift my phone, screen still lit with the article. The headline glows like an accusation between us. "Who the hell are you?" My voice shakes, but not from weakness. It shakes like a live wire, dangerous, electric, impossible to ignore. My fingers don't flinch. They've never been steadier. I could sculpt a bullet with this kind of precision. He doesn't speak, just stands there with soot on his cheekbones and secrets in his silence. His eyes dart, left, right, inward. He looks like a man trying to decide whether to lie or run. And it hits me, harder than I expect, that I don't know which one would hurt more. I step forward, slow but unyielding. I trusted you. I defended you. I let you in, Ben. or whatever your real name is. And all this time, you've been building monuments on a foundation of nonsense. Still nothing. Just a flicker in his jaw, a tick in the temple, 100 words trying to claw their way to the surface and failing. But it's too late to hesitate, because whatever we were building, I can't carry it alone, not under this weight. Say something, now. The words come out like a dare, and somewhere under the fury, under the betrayal, under the heartbreak that hasn't even landed yet, I want him to say something true. Just one true thing. Something I can bleed against without feeling like I imagined all of it. He doesn't deny it. Doesn't scramble for a cover story or spit out some polished excuse designed to make me feel foolish for asking. He just stands there, breathing through his nose like his breath is a lifeline. It's not what you think, he says. Low, flat, like the words have been rehearsed into numbness. But that's the thing. I don't know what I think. I don't know if the man who built a sculpture of my hand like it meant something as the same man who walked away from a surname soaked in scandal. I don't know if the kisses were real or just part of the act. I don't know who the hell I've been falling for. Then tell me what it is, Ben. I snap his name like it's a lie. Tell me what I'm supposed to believe when you've been building your truth out of ashes and aliases. He winces like the words struck a nerve that hasn't healed. Good. Let it sting. But instead of defending himself, instead of throwing fire back, he does the last thing I expect. He goes still. And then he sits, quietly like his body can't carry it anymore. He sets the welding torch down with a clink that echoes too loud in the room and props his elbows on his knees. His head dips forward, hands steepled like he's praying to a God who won't answer. I changed my name when I was 21, he says, finally. The voice is different now, rasped, unmasked. Everything else came after. It's not a confession, it's a fracture, a beginning, one that sounds a hell of a lot like grief. Still, I stand, watching the man I thought I knew peel himself open one sentence at a time, wondering if I'll still recognize what's underneath when the story's done. He tells me everything, not in one flood, but in broken pieces, like the truth's too jagged to say all at once. He starts with the name, Okoye, a name that sounds like crystal and inheritance, but feels like iron and debt. I don't interrupt. Not when he tells me about his father, how the man paraded him through galleries and embassy events like a marketing strategy, not a son. How the Okoye family's most celebrated exhibition was built on stolen artifacts and sanitized history. Dressed up in brushed gold and curated captions, a scandal that made headlines briefly, then vanished into tax shelters and spin control. He tells me he walked away from all of it, left South Africa with a forged resume and a new name carved out of shame, no trust fund or inheritance, just a furious need to be something other than a footnote in someone else's legacy whitewash. I got tired, he says, the word scrape, of choosing between being invisible and being someone else's currency. In that moment, something changes in him. Not the way he sits, slouched and silent on the studio bench. Not the way his hands clench like he's still holding tools. It's in his eyes, stripped of defense, of charm, of the bite he usually wears like armor. He looks small, real, wrecked and honest in a way no sculpture could ever capture. All I can do is stare, because no article prepared me for this version of him, the one who spent his whole life trying to melt down the man he was told to be and cast something truer in its place. It hits me sideways. How many versions of himself he's had to carry just to be allowed in the room. The accents he's flattened, the stories he's rewritten, the art he's made, not to be seen, but to be accepted. Now here he is, sitting on a warped bench in the heat of a studio that smells like metal and a sordid past, His hands are streaked black, fingernails jagged, knuckles raw. His shirt clings to his chest in places and hangs loose in others. The sweat drying along his collarbone maps a story I was never supposed to read. All I can think is, this is the man I didn't mean to fall for. The one who flinched when I got too close, not because he didn't feel it, but because he felt it too much. The one who kissed me like the world might end and pulled away like it already had. He's not the version on the visa file, not the myth the press is trying to pin down, and he's certainly not the boy in that article, standing behind a serpent in a designer suit. He's this, flawed and furious, and entirely unscripted. And I realize, with an ache that starts low and climbs higher with every breath, I didn't fall for the polished pieces he showed the world. I fell for the ones he tried to hide, the ones that don't make sense on paper, the ones that bleed. When he finally looks up at me again, eyes unguarded, I see the story he's still trying to write. I don't say I forgive him. The words hover on the edge of my mouth but refuse to land. They're too neat, too final for something still cracked and raw. Instead, I lower myself beside him, knees folding against the cool concrete, the heat of the forge brushing my shoulder like a warning. His breath hitches when I reach for his hand. It's rougher than I expect, nicked and calloused, and trembling just enough to betray the truth he's too proud to voice. I thread my fingers through his anyway, anchor him with the one thing I can offer that doesn't require certainty, presence. He doesn't speak, but the shift is immediate, like the room exhales around us. Like the ghosts stop pacing the floor for a minute and wait to see what we'll do next. Because this moment, it's not absolution. It's a decision. To sit in the heat of the aftermath instead of walking out the door. To hold something scorched and see if it can still carry weight. To admit that the truth might leave marks, but it's also the only thing solid enough to build on. I don't promise anything out loud, but I stay. That, for now, is the only truth I have to give.
Chapter 18. Ben. The forge is still murmuring behind us, low and crackling, like the fire itself hasn't quite accepted that the night is over. Noah rises slowly, brushing soot from her bare legs with the kind of care that makes it feel like ritual, like she's scrubbing off more than ash. I watch her fingertips move in slow, deliberate passes over skin I haven't earned the right to call familiar yet. And still, she doesn't view me with judgment. Just resolve, like she's made some kind of private peace I'm not invited into yet, but might be if I stay quiet long enough. The only sound between us is the low creak of the old iron staircase as we climb, her a few paces ahead, hand ghosting along the railing. I trail behind, slow-footed, like the whole building might give out beneath us if I move too fast. My boots scuff against the metal, hers barely make a sound. There's a gravity to our movement now, not the kind that crushes, but the kind that hovers in holy places. Every breath feels earned, every step deliberate. She pauses at the top, fingers brushing the edge of the doorframe that leads into my apartment. Just pausing. Like she knows that once we cross into that room, we're not the same people who walked out of the studio downstairs. I open the door with the key that always sticks on the first turn. It gives with a groan that sounds louder than it should in the quiet. She steps inside without waiting. The overhead lights off, but the amber wash from the gallery windows below climbs the brick walls and spills across the wooden floor, softening everything it touches. My place is spare, half loft, half storage unit. But with her inside it, the space feels less empty and more unfinished, like something waiting to become. She doesn't say anything, just walks to the window and leans against the sill, arms folded, gaze flicking down to the street like she's watching for a signal the world can't give her. I stay in the doorway for a moment, watching the back of her, the sweep of her spine, the slope of her shoulders, the elegant tension that never really leaves her body, even when she's still. I don't fill the space. I wouldn't know how. And besides, this isn't the quiet that needs interrupting. It's reverent. It's aftermath. It's the kind of silence that means we're still here. For now, that's enough. I unlock the door with hands that don't feel like mine. Too slow, too careful, like they belong to someone watching their life from a few paces back. The deadbolt sticks, as usual, and I curse it under my breath like that'll make the rest of tonight move easier. It doesn't. The loft greets us in warm tones and leftover silence. Exposed brick, scattered art books, a half-finished piece draped in a sheet like it's too raw to be looked at yet. The couch is more bones than cushion, the lighting soft by necessity, not design. Everything in here is practical, purposeful, unsentimental. And then she walks in. Suddenly the air changes. Noah doesn't hesitate. She steps inside like she's been here before in some dream neither of us admitted to having. Her bag drops gently beside the entryway. Her shoes come off with a soft shuffle and a sigh. And then, without a word, she moves toward the kitchen, fingers brushing the edge of the counter as she passes. Like she belongs. Like she's done it 100 times. I stay rooted where I am, back straight against the closed door, as if letting go of it too soon might make her disappear. She opens the fridge, pulls out a bottle of water, drinks like she owns the moment. There's something devastating in that ease. Like she's already rewritten what this space means without touching a single damn thing. My throat tightens as she glances over her shoulder, eyes meeting mine for a second too long. She doesn't say anything, because this isn't a visit. This isn't a mistake, or an accident, or a favor. She's here. And now, I want this place. These walls, this room, this life I've patched together with steel and solitude to be worth her staying. God help me, I want that more than I've wanted anything in years. We meet in the narrow stretch of hallway between kitchen and bedroom, neither of us meaning to. She's holding a glass of water, condensation beating on her fingers. I'm standing with one hand on the doorframe, trying to decide if I should let the night end like this. Quiet, unresolved, safe. She looks up when our paths cross and something in her gaze hits me low and hard. There's no demand in it, just a softness I haven't earned. Her lips part slightly like she's about to speak, but the words catch somewhere behind her teeth. I can't blame them. I've got 1,000 things unsaid corkscrewed into my chest. And then, without asking, I reach for her. My hand brushes the glass aside, not harsh, just enough to give her a choice. She doesn't step back. I kiss her gently like I'm afraid to startle it, like I'm afraid it's a miracle. This kiss is nothing like the others. It's not heat or haste or some sharp-edged crash against the inevitable. It's slow, careful, reverent. The way I mold my lips to hers is an apology I can't say out loud. An offering. A promise that I'll try. God, I'll try to be better than the ghosts she's seen in me. Her breath catches on the second press of my mouth to hers. Not because I surprised her, but because this time she knows I mean it. Her free hand finds the curve of my jaw. Her thumb sweeps once beneath my eye like she's trying to memorize the man who showed up instead of the one who always ran. When she exhales into me, slow and steady, it feels like she's breathing the word yes straight into my bones. Not because I asked for it, but because she's choosing to give it. I know deep down that this is the kiss that changes everything. Not the first kiss, the real one. The kiss lengthens, deepens. Not with urgency, but with gravity. It pulls us inward, holds us suspended in that fragile space between invitation and surrender. Her fingers find the hem of my shirt, pause there for a beat like she's asking a question without speaking it. I answer by lifting my arms. No hesitation, no retreat, just yes. The fabric whispers over my skin and hits the floor. Her hands don't roam, they linger. Like she's reading a map she already knows but still wants to trace again. I exhale softly when her palms settle against my ribs, warm and steady. I touch her back, slow and deliberate, feeling the tension dissolve under my fingertips like melting wax. Nothing in this is a performance. No staging, no script. Just two people with open hands and open wounds, finding solace in contact. She leans into me and I catch her. Or maybe she catches me. It doesn't matter who leads anymore. We're moving like something sacred. Like the way tide meets shore, inevitable, patient, whole. We make it to the bedroom in a silence thick with meaning. Her breath dances against my throat. My hands know the way now, and so do hers. By the time the backs of her knees touch the bed, I'm not thinking about consequences or questions or who I'm supposed to be. I'm only thinking, this, us, here, now. Later the room is dim, washed in the muted glow of the street lamp outside the window. The bed is a mess of linen and breath. Her leg drapes across mine like she belongs there, like she's always belonged there. One hand curls loosely against my chest, her fingers twitching every now and then like she's dreaming in fragments. I haven't moved, won't, can't. Because this feels like a secret too precious to disturb. She didn't ask for anything, and I didn't offer any. Not because I don't want to. God, I do. But because we've both learned what it means when words get dressed up like armor. Tonight, we laid it all down. She touched me like I wasn't fractured. Like my body was a place, not a battlefield. That kind of grace should be impossible. And yet here she is, breathing soft against my shoulder like it cost her nothing. I trace slow, looping circles over the curve of her hip bone, memorizing her skin like it's scripture. Not out of lust, out of reverence and disbelief. "Still real?" she asks, her voice low, slurred by sleep but clear enough to crack something open. I press my mouth to her temple, a kiss more vow than answer. My voice is rough when I speak and smaller than I mean it to be. Only thing that ever was. She exhales like a prayer. I don't feel like a lie waiting to be exposed. I feel known and not destroyed by it. Neither of us moves. The sheets are tangled around our legs, warm from skin and sleep. But neither of us bothers untangling them. No clock ticks loud enough to matter. No obligations press against the door. The city outside hums with its usual impatience. Horns, sirens, the distant clatter of a life that never stops spinning. But in here, it's quiet, still, honest. Her breathing shifts, and I feel it sink with mine like some small miracle. We're not in a hurry. There's nowhere else we're supposed to be. Just the two of us, stripped of everything that doesn't matter, finally choosing what does. I don't know what the fallout will look like. Cassian's poison still dripping into the press, sponsors circling like sharks. I don't know how many more masks I'll be asked to wear, how many more truths will be twisted into something unrecognizable. But I know this. I won't do it without her. Not again. Not now that I've seen what it means to be held without conditions, to be looked at without edits. I slide my arm beneath her neck and pull her closer. She doesn't resist, just melts into me like she knew I'd do this, like she was waiting for it. Maybe for the first time in too long, I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maybe this time we stay.
Chapter 19. Noah. The light coming through the loft window is soft and slanted, the kind that makes everything look a little kinder than it is. My body is warm beneath the sheets, folded into the scent of cotton and eucalyptus. The quiet weight of Ben still beside me. For a moment, I let myself believe we're safe, that the night stitched something shut instead of leaving it open to bleed. Then my phone vibrates, once, twice, then again in rapid bursts like it's panicking for me. I reach for it blindly, still half asleep, the screen too bright against the shadows. 5 missed calls from Celine, a wall of texts from Maya. The first says, "Are you up?" The last has a link and 3 words that spike adrenaline like a shot to the chest. Don't panic yet. Ben shifts behind me, murmuring something low and drowsy. I don't answer. My thumb taps the link. The article loads with the smug efficiency of a browser that knows it's delivering a bomb. Curator's comeback? Or green card gamble? The headline is tabloid sharp, surgically cruel. Beneath it, a photo of me and Ben on the museum steps, his hand on my back. The caption implies strategy, not affection. The text? Worse. Phrases like manufactured intimacy and Visa optics jump off the screen, surrounded by screenshots I don't remember giving anyone permission to keep. Subject lines from years-old emails, snippets of pitch decks. One calendar invite labeled Next Era Narrative. I remember deleting it. Apparently someone didn't. I blink, read it again, slower. It doesn't soften the blow. The bed creaks as Ben props himself up on one elbow, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Everything okay? I swallow hard, throat suddenly lined with ash. My voice barely makes it out. Jasper just went nuclear. I'm out of bed before I realize I've moved, the hardwood cool under my feet, the phone still welded to my hand. My breath stutters like bad reception. I scroll past the headline again, past the smug op-ed language dressed up like journalism, and land on the screenshots. They've packaged my past into a carousel of betrayal. An email from my intern days, subject line, next chapter pitch, Klein PR. A meeting invite labeled Brand Refresh Strategy, Marriage, Museums, and Media Redemption. My own draft titles, my own damn language. I remember writing that one. Half joke, half long-shot fantasy during a breakdown over boxed wine and career purgatory. I'd pitched it to Jasper as a concept, not a plan. He'd laughed, called it deliciously cynical, and said we should keep it in our back pocket. I deleted the deck the next day, but it's here now. Archived, weaponized, and splashed across the internet like it's the headline of my soul. Ben sits on the mattress, watching me move like I'm trying to outpace gravity. He doesn't say anything or reach for me. I can already feel the walls closing in. And from the outside looking in, it doesn't matter how much I meant what I said, what we did, what we built. To the world, I've just been caught on camera rehearsing sincerity. I don't have to say his name. I can feel it in the way my pulse climbs and my jaw locks. Jasper Klein. Every inch of this mess smells like him. Polished cruelty in a tailored suit. He used to call me camera gold. Said it like it was a compliment, like I should thank him for sculpting my image out of press clippings and pity. I was never a person to him. I was a pitch deck with teeth. When I walked, when I said I was done letting him rewrite me like a crisis memo, he didn't argue. He smiled. The kind that says you'll see. This is me seeing. Every screenshot, every cherry-picked subject line, every grainy press image of me and Ben is soaked in his style. Weaponized familiarity, calculated exposure, sabotage dressed in strategy. I clutch the phone like it's a trigger, and I'm the one about to misfire. Ben hasn't moved. He's still on the bed, bare-chested and blinking like he's woken up into someone else's nightmare. He doesn't speak. Because that headline screamed what we were both afraid to whisper. None of this was ever going to stay private. And now, it's not just public. It's a hunt. I slide down the wall like my bones can't hold me anymore. The wood floor is cold against my thighs, grounding in the worst kind of way, like a landing I didn't agree to. Ben stands across the room, framed in the morning light like a silhouette. I'm having trouble reading. His shoulders are tense, fists jammed into his pockets like he's holding back a storm. He's watching the skyline, but I know he's not seeing it. My hands won't stop shaking from fury. From the cruel deja vu of watching a past I buried claw its way back through the floorboards. They think I planned this, I whisper. My voice scrapes its way out like it had to fight through too much silence to get here. They think you're just the collateral. He doesn't turn around, but something in the room buckles. I press my palms flat to the floor like it might steady me, like it might whisper something truer than the headlines. But all I hear is the echo of my own choices. Twisted, rebranded, fed through Jasper's machine until they come out as evidence. Every inch of this loft feels too big. except the ground beneath me. That? It's the only thing that still feels real. The call connects on the third ring. Celine doesn't bother with pleasantries. "Ice flagged the visa," she says, breath clipped, like she's been sprinting through bureaucracy all morning. "There's going to be an inquiry, official dot." The words land like a body blow. I grip the phone tighter, even though my ears are already ringing. That means what exactly? It means you're not just being watched anymore. Her voice dips, low and lethal. You're being hunted. She lays it out in bullet points, clinical, brutal. My account's frozen pending review. Emails will be pulled, interviews requested. Every timeline I've ever scribbled into a planner will be dissected like crime scene evidence. And Ben's file? It's no longer just under review, it's under threat. This isn't about optics anymore, Celine adds. It's about intent. They're trying to prove you manipulated the system. I stare at the light pattern on the floor, fractured by blinds we never bothered to close. Just yesterday, this loft felt safe. Now it feels like a spotlight. They won't care that it's real now, I murmur. That I love him. They don't care about your heart, Noah. They care about paperwork. There it is. The quiet truth that slices deeper than Jasper's headlines or Cassian's jabs. The system isn't just suspicious. It's circling, waiting for the first misstep. And we're already bleeding. He hasn't moved since Celine's call ended. Just stands there by the window, shirtless, arms folded like he's bracing for something worse than truth. His jaws locked, his eyes hollowed out and far away. The sun hits his shoulder and slants, catching the sheen of sweat that hasn't dried yet from the wreckage of this morning. And suddenly I see him. Not just as the man I love, but as the one they could take. This isn't about my name in the press anymore. It's about his place in this country, his right to stay, to make art, to sleep without fear, to exist. I push myself off the floor, hands still trembling, spine stiff with something sharper than panic. Purpose, maybe, or fury in a prettier coat. My feet are silent on the hardwood as I cross the room, but my pulse is a war drum. He shoots me a look like he's expecting blame. I give him something else. "If they want to fight," I say, steady as steel, "they picked the wrong woman to corner." His arms fall away from his chest. The air shifts. And when I step into him, head high, eyes clear, I know. There's no going back to silence. No disappearing into shadows. Because this time, I'm not running, I'm standing, and I'm not doing it alone.
Chapter 20. Ben. Celine's voice comes through the speakerphone like she's reading a script she didn't write, but has delivered too many times to count. Measured, emotionless, a sharp edge disguised in civility. "Your marriage is under formal review." 6 words. That's all it takes to drag the floor out from under me. I stare at the paint-chipped windowsill while the words settle like sediment in my chest. Formal review. As if what we built could be dissected into forms and timelines, into photos filtered for authenticity and kisses scanned for sincerity. As if love, messy, ungovernable, hard-won, can be rendered invalid with enough bureaucratic red ink. "If they deem it fraudulent," Celine continues, "you will face deportation. Noah may be subject to legal consequences pending further findings." My breath stalls in my throat, neither in nor out. Just caught. She says it like it's procedural, like it's just paperwork moving across a desk. But I hear it like exile, like the years I spent carving a life out of peace and steel are suddenly evidence in a case I never meant to be a part of. Noah's beside me on the studio couch, legs folded under her, back straight like a soldier in a war neither of us enlisted for. Her hand is near mine, not touching, but close enough that if I shifted even a little, I could wrap my fingers around hers and pretend I still deserve that kind of warmth. I don't reach, because I feel radioactive. touched by too much fallout to offer anything but danger. My name is a red flag now. My presence a liability. She doesn't flinch, but I can feel the tension ripple off her like she's holding something heavy inside and refusing to let it drop. Her face doesn't betray anything. Somehow that makes it worse, because I know what it takes for her to keep still like that. I'll email the list of next steps, Celine adds, her voice tapering into static. You'll need to gather proof, photos, affidavits, anything that speaks to the legitimacy of the relationship. I suggest you start tonight. Tonight. Like this is an exam and we've had the syllabus all along. Noah finally speaks. Thank you, Celine. Steady, measured, her PR voice, the one she used to wear like armor. I can't stop thinking. This isn't justice. This is erosion. Piece by piece, everything we've made is starting to come undone. Celine keeps talking, but the words don't land the way they should. They dissolve before they reach meaning, just syllables and breath. I hear immigration council, then timeline inconsistencies, and finally the cruelest kind of punctuation. Federal charges. The air around me shifts. Too sharp, too loud, like the room's turned into a tuning fork and someone just struck it. My hands? Steady, trained for heat, for flame, for precision. My spine? Not so much. It tingles with something that feels suspiciously like dread, the kind that coils at the base of your neck and spreads, limb by limb, like ice. I nod when Celine says something about compiling records. I grunt something that might be agreement when she suggests a legal liaison, but none of it sticks. My mind's stuck in some kind of freeze-frame loop, watching everything crack around the edges in real time. By the time the call clicks off, my lungs forget how to work properly. I don't know if I'm still breathing or just mimicking the rhythm out of habit. There's a difference. I feel it now. Noah's sitting across from me in the same position, shoulders squared, chin up. But she's too still, like any movement might split her down the middle. And that stillness, that quiet resilience, it punches harder than if she'd screamed, because she's still looking at me like I'm worth fighting for, like none of this rewrites what we've built in the dark, between kisses and broken sleep, between jokes and silences and accidental confessions. And I have no idea how to hold that belief. Don't know how to carry it without fracturing under the weight of it. I'm steel and smoke and stories I didn't ask to inherit. She's standing in the fire, refusing to flinch, and I'm scared I'll ruin her just by standing too close. Theo calls once. A clipped voicemail. We'll navigate this, just stay low. That was 2 days ago. Now? Nothing. No follow-up. No plan. The sponsors go next, one by one. Statements framed in corporate gloss, postponing future collaborations pending clarification of legal status. They don't mention my name. They don't have to. I've become radioactive by association. It doesn't matter that I melted myself into every inch of those sculptures, that I scorched truth into bronze and bled stories into welded seams. None of it holds weight when the paperwork is called into question. Art doesn't matter when the narrative tilts the other way. Steel doesn't save you when the spotlight pivots. I spend the afternoon in the studio with no intention, just sitting, breathing, watching shadows stretch across the floor like they're trying to swallow the work I once believed would outlast me. There's a piece on the far wall, unfinished, twisted metal reaching for something it'll never hold. I can't remember when I started it. I just know I can't finish it now. My name is a liability, my story, a stain, my future, an asterisk. Noah comes in late, says nothing. She moves quietly, placing a bowl of soup on the work table like it's sacred. Like it matters. She leaves a napkin tucked under the bowl, folded once. Her hands brush mine on the way out. Barely. Just enough to remind me I'm still here. That she is too. And I hate that. I hate how much I want her to give up, to look at me with something colder than belief. Because hope makes this harder. Her hope is the anchor that keeps me tethered. And anchors don't save you when you're the one dragging everything under. I start packing at midnight, not in a rush, not in panic, in silence, controlled, precise. Like if I fold the shirts just right, it won't feel like an unraveling. The duffel swallows each item like it's absorbing the guilt. Jeans, 2 black tees. The notebook she once teased me about, the one I swore I didn't use for sketches but absolutely did. Every zipper sounds louder in the dark. I don't cry or shake, I just count. Motions, not reasons. Items, not regrets, because the moment I stop moving is the moment I might shatter. The studio is dim, save for the low glow of the work light still buzzing above my bench. The forge is cold, the sculpture still, and in the middle of it all, her hand. Bronze, outstretched, eternal. I walk toward it like it might stop me, like it might speak. It doesn't. But the ache in my chest answers for it. She gave me that hand, trusted me with it. And somewhere between fire and form, I forgot that I was never meant to keep it. Just hold it long enough to learn how to be worthy of it. And now I'm not. I touched the sculpture once, barely, like it'll burn. Then I turn off the lights and let the dark do what it does best. Erase. I don't write much, not because there isn't more to say. God, there's volumes. But every sentence I draft sounds like a plea, or worse, a farewell trying to pass as noble. That's not what this is. This is surrender, not of her, of me. So I keep it to 6 words, block letters. No flourish, no signature. I refuse to drag you down. Not a promise, not a lie. Just the last thing I can give her that doesn't cost her more. I fold the paper once, crease it clean, and head upstairs. The air in the loft is different now, thicker somehow, as if it knows what I'm about to do and disapproves. She's curled on her side, blankets twisted around her waist, one arm flung over the edge of the bed like she reached for something in sleep, and missed. The sight of her hurts more than the decision. I walk softly, like I might wake the guilt if I move too fast. The nightstand is cluttered, charging cords, half-finished tea, the dog-eared novel she keeps meaning to get back to. Not because she's bored, because she keeps choosing real life instead. I slide the note beneath the paperback, a quiet landing, a final page, and I don't linger. If I look back, I'll stay. And if I stay, I'll break everything that hasn't been broken yet. So I press my palm to the doorframe once, a touch like a prayer. Then I walk out, and I don't plan to come back. I slip out before the sun even bothers to rise. The sky is still navy, not yet blue, too early for hope, too late for grace. The street lamp outside the gallery buzzes like it knows it's the last time I'll pass under it. I move fast but quiet, each step deliberate like I'm breaking up with the pavement. My bag slung over one shoulder, too light for the weight in my chest, just the basics. Clothes, passport, nothing sentimental. I didn't bring anything worth missing, and I'm not taking anything I'd want to return. The city's asleep. Buses not yet running. Cafes not yet lit. The world, mercifully, hasn't noticed I'm trying to disappear. Which is exactly what I need. An exit without a witness. I don't look back. Not at the apartment, where her scarf still hangs over the back of a chair. Not at the studio, where I poured more truth into molten bronze than I ever managed to say aloud. Not at the windows above, where I know, she'll eventually stand, searching for signs of me, wondering if I ever meant it. I did. That's the cruelest part. I meant all of it. That's why I'm leaving. Because if I stay, they'll burn her down to get to me. And if I love her at all, which I do, then this is the only thing I have left to offer. A vanishing act dot an unfinished sentence. An exit wound she can survive.
Chapter 21. Noah. The green room reeks of stale coffee and newer nerves. I perch on the edge of a velvet love seat, ankles crossed, hands clenched too tight in my lap. Across from me, a muted monitor flicks through past segments, talking heads in tailored suits, distilling scandal into sound bites with smug little grins. I watch like I'm studying a language I refuse to speak. When the assistant producer finally calls my name, I stand too quickly and smooth the front of my blazer like it's armor. My heels echo across the hallway with mechanical precision. Chin up, jaw soft, eyes forward. The mantra threads through my spine and holds me together. Almost. The studio is colder than I expect. Lights blaze like interrogation lamps. Cameras hover like vultures, waiting for the flinch. I sit across from the anchor, the desk between us slick and spotless, like the truth might smear it if I'm not careful. They clip the mic to my lapel without ceremony. I catch my reflection in the teleprompter glass, wide-eyed, composed, a woman seconds away from being dissected in real time. Joining us this morning is controversial curator Noah Richards. The anchor says, his smile tight and camera perfect, whose whirlwind marriage to South African sculptor Ben Barron has come under intense scrutiny. Each word lands like a precision strike, but it's the next line that slices deepest. And whose husband has yet to issue a statement. There it is, the blade wrapped in velvet. "Thank you for having me," I reply, voice even, breath like a held match. I didn't come here to talk about Ben, but of course, that's all anyone wants to talk about. The questions are dressed in civility, but barbed with intent. Some viewers are wondering, he begins, shuffling pages like that adds weight. If the timing of your marriage coinciding with your career resurgence was strategic? He drags out strategic like it's an accusation. Strategic is for ad campaigns and rebrands, I say, calm as cold steel. Not immigration filings and family dinners. His brows lift, like he wasn't expecting me to land the first hit. He tries again. And what would you say to those who call the relationship performative? That one stings more than I wanted to, but I hold his gaze. I'd say love doesn't always come with a press release, I answer steady. And we never asked for one. He doesn't have a clue what to do with that. So he pivots. We've received word from a source close to Cassian Bell. I cut him off. Cassian Bell is a sculptor, not a source. His proximity to me doesn't make him an authority on my life. The air in the studio shifts. A camera assistant twitches. Someone coughs. I breathe through it. Because this isn't about winning. It's about surviving without shattering. But Cassian knows exactly how to make me crack. They cut to a segment mid-interview. There he is, smug on some overpriced rooftop, voice soaked in charisma and gin. I was surprised when Noah approached me, he says, eyes gleaming. She said something about narrative synergy. A timestamp flashes, a forged subject line, my name, my alleged pitch. It's too clean, too sharp. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to look plausible. Back in the studio, the anchor turns to me with a smirk he thinks he's hiding. Care to respond? I grip the arms of my chair but don't blink. Cassian makes art out of illusion, I say, letting each word cut like a chisel. This is just another one of his installations. Looks compelling. Falls apart under real light. They like that. Enough to move on. But I can feel it already. Online threads unraveling, headlines birthing themselves in real time. The interview ends, but the bleeding doesn't. I step into the lobby, polished floors, sterile light, my own face on every screen. My phone buzzes in my palm, a dozen missed calls. A voice message from Maya I can't bring myself to play. A text from Celine. Keep your answers tight. We can't afford inconsistency. I deleted. I'm not inconsistent. I'm shattered. Ben hasn't called. Not a text. Not even one of his terrible memes. The man who said he'd never fake another thing again vanished like a ghost. Somehow, I'm still the one being haunted. A man in a suit lifts his phone, snaps a picture without asking. I smile. Instinct. Survival. "Love your work," he says, already scrolling. I nod like I didn't just feel something break beneath my ribs. Then I walk, head high, heart MIA, heels clicking like punctuation marks on pavement. This is what survival looks like now. Mascaraed, mic'd, and just coherent enough to be consumable. Still, I walk. The podcast studio smells like fig candles and sickeningly sweet coffee creamer. I shouldn't have agreed to this one. The host is the type who fakes empathy so well, it feels like seduction. The room is dim, the vibe intimate. Confession dressed up as conversation. "Do you think Ben left because he was guilty?" she asks, all syrup and insinuation. My chest tightens. I don't flinch. "No," I say, firm. "He left because he thought he was protecting me." The host leans in, eyes narrowing. "From what?" I stare at the water glass in front of me, the rim fogged from untouched breath. From himself. From everything that wasn't fair to carry. From the story they're trying to write without him in it. It's the first time I've said it out loud. It doesn't fix anything, but it reminds me I'm still here. Still breathing. Still refusing to be erased. Chapter 22. Noah. The envelope is cream-colored and oddly dignified, like it wandered in from another century. I find it wedged just beneath the studio door, half swallowed by the morning's catalog stack, inconspicuous until I touch it. Heavy stock, no stamp, no return address. Just my name on the front in calligraphy, so careful it makes my chest tighten. I stare at it for a minute too long, caught somewhere between suspicion and reverence. Then I break the seal. Inside is a single sheet of stationery, thick and linen-toothed, folded in thirds. The handwriting matches the outside, elegant, decisive. A kind of grace I wasn't expecting. "Dear Noah, if you'll meet me, I'm in New York. There's more to his story than you know. I think you deserve to hear it from someone who loves him too. Thandi." That's it. Just Thandi. Ben's sister. The one he spoke of rarely and always like someone distant, untouchable. A ghost in designer heels. I reread the note 3 times before I sit down on the floor, legs folded, envelope in one hand like it might vanish if I let go. My pulse knocks hard against my ribs, and I don't know if it's fear or longing or both braided too tightly to separate. The paper still smells faintly of lavender and something richer underneath. I wonder if it's her perfume or just memory doing its own alchemy. Thandi, in New York, wanting to talk. It feels like someone turned the lock on a door Ben never let me open, and now I have to decide whether to walk through it. I sigh deeply, reaching through my phone and scrolling through contacts Ben had given me that I didn't think I'd ever use. My fingers hover uncertainly over the keys, and I force myself to send the text before thinking too hard about her reaction. "Thandi, thanks for reaching out. I'd love to meet. Looking forward to learning more from you. I need all the insight I can get." I hit send and sit back against the couch, my heart in my throat. No going back now. I silently offer up a prayer that Thandi can give me a reason to stay and fight for this. For him, for a future. I arrived 20 minutes early because I don't trust myself not to chicken out. Café Fermé is half a block off the main drag, just obscure enough to be intimate, just curated enough to be disarming. I chose it for the lighting. Big windows, safe corners, tables spaced like confessions. The hostess leads me to a 2-top tucked near the back wall. I nod my thanks and slide into the seat with my back to the door, which I instantly regret. It makes me feel exposed, trapped. The cafe smells like bergamot and scorched milk. Jazz murmurs low from overhead speakers, the kind of music designed not to be noticed until it's gone. I keep my hands folded on the table and pretend I'm not rehearsing questions I'll probably never ask out loud. What did he leave behind? Why did he never tell me about you? Why now? A server stops by and I order a flat white I'll barely sip. I smooth the fabric of my collar like it might anchor me to the moment. Crisp blouse, tailored jacket, hair pinned with mathematical precision. I came dressed for control, not comfort. 10 minutes pass, then 5 more. I nearly stand up twice. And then she walks in. Thandi Okoye doesn't enter a room. She inhabits it, moves through it like space rearranges itself to accommodate her. She's tall, taller than Ben, and somehow both regal and grounded. Her coat is structured, her earrings understated, and her gaze piercing, but not cold. She spots me instantly and offers a nod instead of a smile. It lands harder than 1,000 rehearsed greetings. Noah, she says, like it's not a question, like she's already decided who I am. Thandi. My voice holds. Barely. She slips into the chair across from me with the ease of someone raised around important tables. Her presence doesn't fill the space, it defines it. I brace for judgment, for skepticism, for the subtle flick of a wrist that says, you were never good enough. But none of that comes. What comes instead is stillness, the kind that doesn't demand, doesn't condescend. It just is, present, anchored, like she's been here longer than I have and simply waited for me to catch up. I fold my hands tighter beneath the table and force my shoulders down. My throat feels tight, my thoughts looser. I feel like I'm not the only one carrying his absence. Thandi doesn't bother with small talk, just a slow sip of her rooibos tea, then a look that slices straight through the air between us. I imagine he didn't tell you much, she says. It's not an accusation, it's an opening. No, I admit, my fingers tightening around the mug I haven't touched. He didn't. She nods, unsurprised. That sounds like him. And then, without ceremony or indulgence, she begins. She tells me about the Okoye family legacy, a name heavy with heritage and hollowed by scandal. A once great art dynasty built on cultural preservation and patronage, now teetering between old money decay and modern irrelevance. Ben was meant to be the bridge, the heir, the one to carry the name into something new. She says the word heir like it chafes. He was never asked, she says plainly. He was expected. And when he didn't comply, they treated it like a betrayal. I don't speak. I just listen, each sentence hammering in the realization that the man I love has lived half his life under a weight I never saw. Not because he hid it, because he didn't know how to name it. After our father died, Thandi continues, stirring her tea like she's trying to dissolve the memories. They turned the museum into a shrine. Ben turned himself into a ghost, left everything behind except the parts he could shape into something else. Into art, into silence, a symbolic title, a legacy he didn't want, a museum he was supposed to preserve but couldn't breathe inside. He ran, she says, eyes meeting mine without blinking. But not because he's weak, because staying would have killed him, killed his spirit. She doesn't speak with pity, she speaks with precision, as if she's spent years parsing the truth from the performance and has finally decided to hand it to someone who might actually do something with it. I nod, slow, swallow something bitter and guilt-shaped, because I thought I knew him, but I didn't know this. Not the war he walked away from, not the family he walked out on, and not the sister who watched him go and is still trying to understand what parts of him she's allowed to grieve. Every sentence Thandi delivers feels like a brick clicking into place in a wall I didn't know I was staring at. Each detail slots into the hollow spaces Ben left unspoken, and now that I see them filled, I can't unsee them. Heir, abandonment, legacy, words that weigh more coming from her Words I should have heard from him. I nod as she talks, try to keep my face from giving too much away. I sip my coffee even though it's cold, even though it tastes like ash now. I let her voice settle around me like a thick fog, because interrupting would mean admitting how much of this I didn't know. How much I should have known. He trusted me with his hands, his breath, his hunger and his quiet, and his body pressed against mine like it meant something. But not this. Not the truth of who he was before me. Not the weight of what he left behind. And I hate how much that stings. I want to ask why he didn't tell me. Why I was worth risking a fake marriage, but not the real name behind it. I need to ask if he ever meant to, or if he thought he could outrun this forever. But Thondi's face doesn't invite questions. It offers truth. Clean, clear, and unsparing. So I say nothing. Because this isn't about getting answers. It's about being woman enough to hold what he couldn't say, and still not walk away. Thondi sets her teacup down like it's the final move in a quiet game I didn't know we were playing. She leans in, close enough that I can see the faint freckle near her jaw, the same one Ben has, only he never mentioned it. "Will you be there?" she asks, her voice low, even, almost kind. "When he stops running?" She doesn't blink, doesn't say you should or he needs you or don't fail him. She just asks. And somehow that's heavier than all of it. Because it isn't a warning. It isn't a guilt trip cloaked in grace. It's a door. Just quietly opening. I feel the air shift in my lungs, like something I didn't realize I'd been holding has just been given permission to move. I don't know. I start, then stop. Because I do know. Even after the silence, even after the headlines, even after being left without a word and asked to survive it with dignity, I still want to be there. Because loving someone isn't always about staying when it's easy. It's about standing still when everything in you wants to run too. I don't say any of that. I just nod. Once. Quiet. Sure. Thandi smiles like she's known my answer the whole time. She stands without ceremony, smoothing the front of her coat like she didn't just tilt the entire axis of my world with a single conversation. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a folded slip of paper, small, nondescript, the kind of thing that would get lost in a purse or crushed in pocket if you weren't careful. She sets it on the table between us, an address. No context. Just a point on a map and the unspoken knowledge that he's there. I glance down at it, heart ticking out an uneven rhythm, and when I look up, she's already turning toward the door. "Thank you," I say, too softly. She pauses, one hand on the frame, and looks over her shoulder, not with warmth exactly, but with something deeper. Like recognition, like passing the torch in a race neither of us asked to run. "Ben's always been better at sculpting secrets than speaking truth," she says. "Maybe you'll be the one to chisel it out of him." She then leaves. No lingering goodbye. Just the click of the door behind her, and the echo of her words anchoring themselves somewhere under my skin. I stare at the paper for a long time before I touch it. When I finally pick it up, I fold it again, not smaller, just tighter, and close my hand around it like I'm holding a vow, not just to find him, to see him, and maybe to stay.
Chapter 23. Ben. I see it on the screen before the anchor can even open his mouth. Obina Okoye. My name. My real name. Staring back at me in bold serif font, the kind they reserve for war criminals and fallen kings. The air leaves the cabin too fast. My lungs forget their job. They speak it like they've uncovered some sacred cipher, as if that name wasn't something I dragged behind me like a rusted anchor for years. As if I didn't burn it down myself, cut it off, bury it deep, rename myself in galleries and airports and customs forms just so I could breathe without its weight. But there it is. Dark. Unforgiving. Uninvited. They don't stop there. Of course they don't. The screen splits to a still frame. A photo I haven't seen in more than a decade. I know the one. The only one. Me, 15 and scowling, standing in front of the Okoye estate in Eastern Cape, pressed into a three-piece suit like a hostage in a heritage campaign. I look as uncomfortable as I felt, eyes sharp with resentment, jaw clenched like it could hold back a lifetime. The estate looms behind me, all colonial grandeur and manicured lies. A place that pretends it never watched itself become a symbol of cultural erasure dressed up as legacy. I don't throw the phone. That would be too cinematic. I just stop. Stop blinking, breathing, and pretending I could outrun this. Because the past doesn't knock. It breaks in. And today, it found the door unlocked. They're calling me the runaway heir of bronze now. It scrolls across the lower third like it's been trademarked, romanticized, polished for prime time. A title molded to fit headlines and thumbnails, not truth. They say it like I'm some noble exile, like I chose freedom over a throne, art over empire. As if the story fits on a mug. But there's nothing noble about what I walked away from. The Okoye Cultural Archives. That's what they're parading now. My supposed inheritance, my birthright. A place my grandfather built to preserve what colonization couldn't quite erase, and what our family later repackaged for gala nights and curated donors. My father always said he wanted me to reimagine it. That he needed a curator with a conscience. What he meant was someone to clean the blood off history without making a mess. I didn't want the keys to the kingdom. I wanted out. I told him that once. Told him I wanted to sculpt something that didn't carry guilt like a watermark. He called it naive. I called it survival. Now, every outlet has their version. One claims I was groomed for cultural diplomacy. Another suggests I'm trying to launder a new identity through American love. The op-eds bloom like weeds. Not one of them bothers to ask why I left. They just chase the clickbait crown and call it journalism. Let them keep it. I didn't ask to be royalty. I just wanted to be real. My phone lights up with a Johannesburg number I know by heart. I don't hesitate. Just swipe and press it to my ear. Thandi doesn't waste time with pleasantries. She already knows. Knows the headlines and the solitude I've wrapped myself in like a second skin. It's out now, she says. 4 words, flat and final. So the choice is yours. That's it. Just the fork in the road laid bare in her voice. I paced the length of the cabin twice before answering, but she doesn't fill the space. That's the thing about Thandi. She knows when to leave space and when to fill it with fire. She doesn't pity me, doesn't push. Just reminds me, gently but unmistakably, what's at stake. If you return, she says, you could take it back. The title, the museum, you could steer it. Steer, not salvage. She's careful like that. But underneath her restraint, I can hear the truth she's not spelling out. If I don't go back, if I keep hiding and folding myself into a borrowed name and foreign soil, I'll be nothing but a whisper, the ghost of a prince. The artist who ran from his roots and pretended they were never tangled in power and blood. I lean my head against the windowpane, the cold biting through the sweat at my temples. I'm not him anymore, I murmur. You don't have to be, she replies, but you can't pretend he never existed. The line clicks dead a moment later, but her voice stays. So does the weight of what she left unsaid. The box is buried under canvases and dust in the back of the studio, like even I didn't trust myself to keep it close. It smells like old paper and older ghosts when I finally crack it open. The flaps creak. The past breathes out. Letters, clippings, wax-sealed notes from benefactors who only ever saw my father's legacy as currency. At the bottom, wrapped in a piece of muslin that still carries the scent of his cologne, is the journal I swore I'd never open again. I sit on the floor. The handwriting is tight, almost severe. Pages thick with ink and expectation. But it's the margin that stops me. Crooked and faint, like he scribbled it at a stoplight between lectures and legacies. Curators are the last poets of memory. Don't let them be liars. The words blur, not from tears, at least not ones I'll admit to, but from fury I thought I'd outgrown. I remember the first time I read that line. I was 17. Angry, brilliant, they said. Burdened, I knew. I wanted to scream, wanted to burn the whole archive and scatter its ashes across the ocean. So I ran instead. I told myself that fleeing was freedom, that exile was autonomy, that disappearing was strength. But now, with that box open and the weight of my father's voice echoing off the studio walls, I wonder if all I did was hit pause. Maybe leaving didn't quiet the legacy. Maybe it just gave it a louder echo. The cabin groans with every step I take across the warped floorboards like it's tired of holding me up. I pace anyway, circling the same coffee-stained rug like some kind of exile in orbit. Tethered to indecision, gravitationally bound by guilt. Outside, the trees sway with disinterest. Nature doesn't care if I'm a fraud or a prince, or just a man who used to sleep easier. I trace my fingers along the windowsill, rough with paint I should have sanded weeks ago. I built this place with calloused palms and splinters in my skin. It's the only thing I've ever made that wasn't up for critique. And it's mine. Not shaped by centuries of whispered obligation. If I go back, I'm not just going home. I'm taking on redemption I never asked to earn. Becoming the face of a legacy so tangled in power and theft that no act of curation could cleanse it. I'd be putting on the crown my father left behind, only to spend the rest of my life apologizing for how heavy it feels. But staying here means choosing a life I carved out with nothing but my hands and hope. It means choosing her. No gallery, title, or ancestral duty. Just Noah. Just breath and clay and maybe, if the world allows it, a future that isn't written in someone else's ink. Neither path is clean nor safe, but for the first time, I know which one is mine. Should be mine. That clarity is its own kind of freedom. I don't call the press. Don't draft a statement. Don't ask Thandi to explain me to a world that only understands stories in extremes. Saint or traitor, icon or fraud. Let them spin their headlines. Let them worship their phantom prince. Let them drag my name across digital dust until they tire of it and crown someone else. I don't owe them a damn thing. The boy in that photo, the one in the stiff suit, shoulders too square, smile too tight. That kid was trying so hard to be the shape of someone else's legacy. To be palatable, presentable, precious. He's gone. And the man I am now, the man who sculpts pain into shape, who touches Noah's cheek like she's holy, who burns every blueprint he didn't draw himself. He doesn't need the world's permission to exist. I'm not the heir they wanted. I'm not the shadow they feared. I'm the man who walked away. I don't feel the need to apologize for it. I just let the noise pass, and in its place, I find something better. Peace.
Chapter 24. Noah. I don't ask to borrow Maya's car. I just take the keys from the hook, scribble gone for air. Back before the house notices I'm missing on a sticky note, and leave it crooked on the fridge like an afterthought. The old Honda makes a grumbling protest when I start it, but it goes, and that's all I need. I don't pack a bag, just a half-charged phone, an aching chest, and the memory of one conversation. Ben, quiet on the couch one night, saying, "There's a place I go when I want to disappear into something that won't talk back." I don't ask for directions. I remember the name of the town and let muscle memory fill in the rest. Northbound highways stitch themselves under my tires, the exits blurring into one another like the days since he left. I roll the windows down even when the air turns sharp, let it slap my face awake. It's not punishment. It's penance. Somewhere past the third toll booth, the radio fizzles into static. Good. I don't want company, not from music or from words. Especially not from the loop of every question I've refused to answer out loud. Why didn't he call? Why did he run? Why do I still want to follow? The scenery thickens the farther I go. Trees crowd the shoulder like old secrets, brittle and sprawling. The road narrows until it forgets how to be paved. I hit a stretch of gravel, and my phone gives up entirely. No signal, maps, or interruptions. It's just me and the hum of old regrets rattling in the glove box. And then, through the curve of a hill, I see it. The cabin doesn't announce itself. It waits, low and weather-worn, tucked between trees like it's trying to remember how not to be seen. Smoke curls from the chimney in a hesitant thread, like even the fire inside isn't sure it should be burning. I pull over and kill the engine, fingers clenched too tight around the steering wheel. I don't know what I expected, but it's not this, the quiet, the gravity, the way the air feels different here, heavier and holier, like I've crossed into some kind of sacred territory where heartbreak doesn't echo. I take one breath, then another, and then I step out of the car, not to chase him, but to find out if he's still the man I'm willing to be lost for. He's already outside when I pull up, sleeves rolled to the elbows, body angled like the wood in front of him committed a personal offense. Each swing of the axe lands with a precision that says, this isn't exercise, it's exorcism. The blade bites through the log, clean and brutal, a sharp crack that echoes across the clearing like a gunshot. The muscles in his shoulders are pulling tight with every motion. There's mud at his boots, bark at his feet, and enough rage in his silence to make the wind hold its breath. I stay in the car longer than I should, hands numb on the steering wheel. Not because I'm scared, not even because I'm angry, but because watching him like this, alive and breaking at the same time, makes something sharp twist beneath my ribs. This isn't the man who kissed me on the rooftop or danced with Maya in the kitchen. This is the version he tried not to let me see, the one built of bruised legacy and unspoken grief. He's not hiding now. I push open the door harder than I mean to, the slam puncturing the quiet like a threat. He pauses mid-swing, the axe hanging in the air like it's forgotten what to do next. But he doesn't look up. His whole body tenses, not with surprise, but recognition. Like he's been waiting for this confrontation, or maybe dreading it. Either way, I take a step forward, gravel crunching under my boots, and feel the distance between us contract into something electric. I cross my arms. He sets the axe down slowly, hands flexing once before dropping to his sides. You weren't supposed to find this place, he says, still facing the tree stump like it might offer him sanctuary. I tilt my head, voice sharper than I want it to be. You weren't supposed to leave without saying goodbye. That gets him. He straightens just slightly, enough to let me know the strike landed. Good. Because I didn't come here to be kind. I came here to be honest. And maybe burn a few lies down with the rest of the wood. What the hell, Ben? The words rip out before I can soften them. Before I can decide if I want to be angry or just heartbroken. They hang between us like smoke, visible, choking, impossible to ignore. He turns slowly, like it cost him something. His face is flushed, jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle twitch near his temple. For a moment, he doesn't say anything, just stares at me like he's weighing every word against 1,000 he never said. You weren't supposed to come, he says finally. And it's not a reprimand, it's a regret. It slices deeper than anything else could have. I wasn't supposed to have to, I snap back, stepping closer. You said no more faking. Then you vanished like a coward in the middle of a war we were supposed to fight together. His eyes narrow. You think this was easier for me? I think it was easier than facing me. That lands. He exhales sharp, dragging a hand down his face like it might ground him. It doesn't. He starts pacing, tight, angry lines in the dirt that feel like trenches. I didn't leave to hurt you, Noah. I left because everything was burning, and I didn't want to drag you through the ash. I shake my head. You didn't drag me, Ben. You left me in it. There's a pause, long and loaded. Then his voice rises, louder than I've ever heard it. You don't know what it's like to carry a name that doesn't belong to you, to walk into a room and know every person either expects greatness or failure and nothing in between. I don't. My voice cracks. Sharp, not soft. You think I've never been judged? You think I don't know what it's like to be called a fraud in public and still have to show up in private like it doesn't sting? His mouth opens, then shuts again. There's no winning this. No high ground. Just two people gutted by the same storm and trying to pretend the lightning didn't leave a mark. We're both breathing too hard now, hearts pounding loud enough to drown the forest. But neither of us flinch. Because this isn't about villains. It's about damage. It's about the fault lines between who we were and who we're trying to become. The jagged spaces where grief and love coexist, neither willing to make room for the other. And maybe, just maybe, we needed to crack this wide open to see if anything beneath it can still hold. We don't move. We just breathe. Sharp, uneven bursts that fog in the cold air between us, like ghosts of everything we haven't said. His axe is still stuck in the log. My hands are fists in the pockets of Maya's coat. And for a minute, it feels like we're both standing at the edge of a cliff, neither of us jumped from, but both of us fell anyway. I speak first, not because I'm ready, but because silence is heavier than fury ever was. I did the interviews. His gaze flicks to mine, guarded but not unkind. I press on. I kept it clean. I didn't blame you, even when they wanted me to. Ben doesn't say anything, but his shoulders drop, just slightly, like something inside him exhales. They asked if it was all fake, the marriage, us. I force a laugh that doesn't sound like one. I told them love doesn't come with a press release. That gets him. His mouth twitches like he's not sure if it's grief or gratitude. I heard what Cassian said, I continue. I saw how fast the world turned that into gospel. His jaw tightens again, but he doesn't interrupt, doesn't flinch. And then Thandie showed up. That does it. His whole body stills, like I just rewound him to another version of himself. She told me about the estate, the title, the museum, everything you never told me. Ben closes his eyes just for a second. When they open, they look older. Not tired, weathered. I didn't want that life, he says quietly. Didn't want it for me. Sure as hell don't want it for you. I know, I whisper, but it found you anyway. His fists unclench, not all at once, just slowly, fingers unspooling like they forgot how to be soft. And when it did, I add, I didn't run. That hits deeper than anything else I've said. His eyes lock on mine, and there's no anger, just ache. Like I'm holding a weight that never belonged to me, and he knows it. But I showed up anyway, and maybe that has to count for something. I want to scream. I want to hurl every question I've buried in the space he left behind straight at his chest and watch them land. I want to know if he ever meant it. Any of it. The kisses. The promises. The nights tangled up in nothing but breath and skin and maybe. I try to ask if he still loves me, if he ever did. But all that comes out is breath. I watch him, this man who broke my heart like he was trying to spare it, who trusted me with the slope of his shoulders, the weight of his name, the stories etched into his art, but not the ones carved into his bloodline. And somehow, the sharp edge of betrayal dulls into something rounder, sadder, realer. I don't shout. I don't shake. I just step closer, arms loose at my sides, voice low and steady like a truth I've finally stopped rehearsing. Come home? His head turns slowly like he's afraid he imagined it. Not for the press, I say, the words catching in my throat but making it out anyway. Not for the papers. Just for me. There's no flourish in it, just an offering, an open palm where a wound used to be. Ben doesn't answer right away. He looks at me the way he used to look at a new sculpture, like it might shatter if he blinks too hard. And maybe I would, but I don't. I hold, and then he says it. Quiet. No punctuation. Okay, just that. And suddenly, I can breathe again. I move to his side, dropping my bag in the dirt at my feet. We don't speak at first. We just build. Logs stacked like intention, sparks struck like confession. The fire catches slowly, a flicker in the hush, soft and stubborn. He kneels beside me, sleeves pushed up again, the scent of cedar smoke already threading through the cold. There's something reverent about it. Like we're constructing more than heat. Like the fire's not just for warmth. It's for remembering. For forgiveness. For the pieces of us we scorched to survive and the ones we're daring to reclaim. He doesn't reach for me all at once. Just brushes a knuckle against the inside of my wrist. Tentative. Testing. A question. I let my fingers slide between his like I've been holding the answer this whole time. His grip tightens. Not possessive. Not desperate. Just there. Real. Present. We settle on the nearby bench, knees almost touching, hands laced like a vow we're not ready to say out loud. The firelight flickers over his jaw, his lashes, the faint bruise of exhaustion still clinging to his cheekbones. He's still beautiful, still infuriating, still mine. The outer world is probably spinning on rumors and retweets. Tomorrow it'll ask for statements, explanations, a performance. But right now, there's no audience. Just crackling wood and the sound of him breathing beside me like he's relearning how. We don't speak. We don't need to. He's here. I believe he's going to stay.
Chapter 25. Ben. The next morning, we walk into Celine's office like it's a courtroom, masquerading as a consultation. Everything in here feels designed to expose something. Glass desk, minimalist decor, that lemon-clean sting in the air that reminds me of galleries before opening night. No place to hide, no corners to collapse into. She doesn't stand when we enter. Doesn't smile. Just gestures to the chairs opposite her, like we're already late. Noah sits first, her coat still clutched in her lap like armor she hasn't decided whether to shed. I lower into the seat beside her, posture too straight, hands flat on my thighs because clenched fists would give too much away. Celine slides a manila folder toward us with 2 fingers like she's delivering evidence. Her nails are lacquered and silent against the polished glass. "These are the kinds of questions they'll ask," she says, tone clipped and judicial. "And they won't care how in love you look." Noah doesn't react, but I see it. The way her shoulders draw tight, the way her breath comes in shallower than before. She doesn't blink, but her jaw locks in that way I've come to know means she's already building a mental perimeter. I nod, not because I agree, but because I know better than to argue. We're not here to prove a story. We're here to prove a life, one we stumbled into, built out of borrowed time and rough hands, and tried like hell to make real before it was ready for public consumption. Celine taps the folder once, the sound crisp as a gavel. "You'll need to know each other better than anyone else. These agents are trained to sniff out rehearsals. They look for hesitations, inconsistencies, anything that smells like performance." She meets my eyes, and there's no kindness there. Just calculation. You've already been exposed. That makes you interesting, and interesting people get scrutinized. Noah shifts beside me. Her knee brushes mine. Accident, probably. But I take it like a grounding wire. I glance sideways and catch her profile. Composed, unreadable, and somehow still softer than I deserve. I clear my throat, more to buy myself a second than to speak. "So this is less prep and more trial by fire?" Celine's lip quirks. "This is triage. If there are cracks, better we find them before the government does." I look back down at the folder. It's thick. Weighted, like a prophecy sealed in bureaucracy and ink. And suddenly, I'm not worried about what I know. I'm worried about what I don't. The first few questions are laughably simple, domestic trivia with a glossy finish. "Who wakes up first?" Celine asks, flipping through her notes without looking up. "Noah," I say without hesitation. "Unless it's a Sunday, then it's me, but only because I make the coffee." She tilts her head toward Noah. "Black or with cream?" Noah grins faintly. "Black." And scalding. I raise my eyebrows. "You used to take sugar." "What can I say? I evolved." Celine doesn't smile, but she marks something down like our banter counts for something. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. This whole thing feels like performing intimacy while being stripped of its privacy. "Who hogs the covers?" "She does," I say at the exact moment Noah points at me. We laugh, genuinely. It lands somewhere between nervous and nostalgic, and for half a second it feels like we're just two people joking over brunch, not two suspects prepping for federal scrutiny. She admits she hums while brushing her teeth. Something I didn't know but now can't unhear, and I confess that I ruin toast more often than I make it right. She calls it charred enthusiasm. I call it culinary sabotage. Celine turns a page, and the temperature in the room drops like someone cracked a window no one can see. Her voice goes flat, precise. "What's the hardest thing they've ever told you?" I blink, not because I don't know the answer, but because I know exactly what it is. That night in bed when Noah curled away from me and whispered that sometimes she felt like a placeholder in her own story, that she loved me but feared she was more useful to me as an image than a person, that maybe, just maybe, she didn't want to be needed if it meant being consumed. My mouth opens, then closes. Because how do you put that into a sentence without it sounding like an indictment? How do you hand someone else's raw nerve across a desk without bleeding on it? I glance at Noah. She's watching me, steady and unreadable. The silence stretches long enough to become its own kind of truth. "This is where most people choke," Celine says softly, "where the difference between knowing someone and loving someone shows up. The words don't sting. They burn. Because this isn't rehearsal anymore. It's reckoning. I'm not sure I'm ready to answer. But I know I have to try." Noah answers before I can. "The hardest thing he ever told me," she says, voice calm but not steady, "was that he had to leave." She doesn't look at me when she says it. "He didn't explain, didn't ask, he just disappeared, and somehow that was supposed to be noble." Her words don't lash out. They land like tired truths, the kind you whisper when rage has already burned through its oxygen and all that's left is ash and ache. She's not wrong. She's just not all the way right. Because the hardest thing I ever told her wasn't that I needed to go. It's what I realized after I left. That I could survive the silence. I could survive the press. I could survive the ghosts, the headlines, the fractured inheritance. But I couldn't survive her absence. Not without becoming someone I didn't recognize. I stare at the floor. At Celine's pen tapping once against her legal pad. Quiet and unbothered. She doesn't press us. Doesn't interrupt. Just waits. "I thought leaving would protect her," I finally say. The words scrape up my throat like splinters. But what I didn't say, what I couldn't say was that I'd rather be hated by her than hollow without her. The silence afterward isn't empty. It's full. Like every word still hovering might decide whether we make it out of this hole or broken. Noah finally meets my gaze. Her eyes don't widen. They soften. Like maybe, for the first time, she sees the shape of what I was trying to carry, and the failure of it. She blinks once, and I catch the glint of tears she doesn't let fall. Celine nods, barely, and scribbles something down. For her, it's a line of ink on paper. For us, it's the crack in the armor, the fracture we're trying to fuse with nothing but bruised truth and whatever is left of our love after the world tried to monetize it. And still, we're here, still trying, even if it tastes like blood. Celine doesn't ease into it. "What do you regret most?" she asks, eyes on me, voice like polished glass. Not in life. In this. With her. There's no time to think. No cushion. No room to dress it up with language that might make it sting less. So I don't. I look straight ahead. Past the leather trim of Celine's desk mat. Past the line of framed degrees on her wall. Past everything that's ever tried to make this feel like performance instead of penance. And I say it. That I made her carry the fallout alone. The words settle between us like dust from something finally collapsed. Noah doesn't speak, but I feel it. The twitch of her fingers in mine, startled, restrained. Then still, it's enough. She hears me. She knows, even if she hasn't said it yet. I think maybe she forgives me. Or she's learning how, or maybe she never stopped. Celine doesn't nod, just turns her gaze to Noah like a conductor waiting for the next measure. Noah inhales like she's drawing the answer from somewhere deep, somewhere fragile. That I didn't follow sooner, she says. That's it. No justification, no explanation. Just 5 words that make my heart knock against my ribs like it wants out. Because I know what she means. She means she would have driven through storms, chased me into silence, and would have broken the narrative the world wrote for us with her bare hands if it meant we didn't have to spend so long pretending we were fine apart. This isn't a test anymore. It's a reckoning, a recalibration. A map scratched out in regret and revelation, leading not to some tidy conclusion, but maybe back to us. I squeeze her hand, and this time she squeezes back. We reach the end of the binder, and the silence stretches like it's holding its breath. Celine sets her pen down slowly, like the weight of what's been said demands ceremony. Her hands fold neatly over the manila cover, a gesture too precise to be comforting. I've seen surgeons with softer edges. They're not looking for perfection, she says, and her eyes cut between us like she's lining up a scalpel. They're looking for cracks. Noah shifts beside me, just barely. Her back straightens, but she doesn't flinch. You can't outact this, Celine continues, her voice low and level. You can only out-truth it. The words hang there, suspended between warning and instruction. She's not being cruel. She's being clinical, brutal in the way only someone who's watched too many couples unravel in rooms just like this can be. She's seen it. Love, or something dressed up like it, corrode under the weight of performance. Seen the shift from conviction to collapse, from answers to alibis. This is survival. Noah meets my gaze. Her eyes are darker than usual, ringed with the kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from lack of sleep, but from too many nights spent holding the line between hope and caution. I nod once, not because I'm certain, not because I'm fearless, but because I refuse to fail her again by faking what we've already fought to make real. No pretending, not anymore. If we're going to stand a chance in that interview, hell in any of this, it won't be because we know each other's favorite cereals or how many pillows we sleep with. It'll be because we remember what it cost to get here. And we're not going back. Outside Celine's office, the sun hits like a spotlight, sharp, indifferent, too bright for the kind of honesty we just survived. The sidewalk buzzes with a city that never asked if we were ready to rejoin it. Horns blare, a kid yells across the street. Somewhere a bus exhales with the force of something barely holding itself together. Noah reaches for my hand anyway, just because it's what we do now. Her fingers thread through mine like they remember something my mind's still catching up to. That connection doesn't always need explanation. Sometimes it just needs presence. We don't talk about the interview, we talk about dinner. What's in the fridge? Whether Maya's going to kill us for skipping out on breakfast again. I mentioned the sculpture I left half-finished in the corner of the studio, and Noah raises an eyebrow like she's already planning how to drag me back to it. Every word is a brick in something we're still building. Something that has absolutely nothing to do with documents or headlines or Celine's clipboard full of marital trivia. This is ours. The promise isn't the one we scribbled on a marriage license or repeated under pressure. It's the one we made in silence, in the way she showed up at the cabin, in the way I said okay without asking for anything in return. That kind of promise doesn't come with applause. It comes with showing up, with staying, with choosing the truth, even when it costs more than comfort. The test isn't over. Hell, it might never be. But for the first time, we're answering it together. And that feels like the beginning of something honest.
Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Noah. I've circled the same stretch of rug at least a dozen times. The path between the bookshelf and the kitchen island has become a kind of anxious pilgrimage, silent, repetitive, and absolutely useless. The questions from Celine's binder echo like whispered accusations in my head, each one thudding against my ribs like it wants answers I'm not sure how to give. Who apologizes first? Who knows what the other dreams about? What scares her most? Everything, apparently. Maya lounges on the couch like she's waiting for the third act of a rom-com to deliver a plot twist. She's got a bowl of popcorn in her lap, but her fingers haven't moved in minutes. Her eyes follow me like the way a hawk tracks something cornered. "You're gonna burn a hole in that rug," she says, voice light but edged with concern. I can see the smoke rising already. I don't answer. Don't even glance her way. My shoulders stay tight, my breath clipped short. If I'll open my mouth, I'll either scream or confess something I haven't even admitted to myself yet. It feels awkward between us. Maya's never been the warm and fuzzy type, but her silences carry a kind of loyalty. She doesn't force words into places they don't belong. She just waits, watches. I stop in front of the window, arms crossed tight like I can hold myself together by sheer force. Outside, the city lights pulse against the glass like a distant heartbeat. Inside, everything feels too still, too sterile. Like this apartment is a waiting room, and I'm the only patient who didn't get the memo that the doctor's not coming. "You're not going to think your way out of this one, you know," Maya says, still not looking up. "You'll need a little chaos. Maybe even a little honesty." That's the thing about Maya. She makes everything sound like it should come with a punchline, right up until she doesn't. And it's in that moment, with the popcorn bowl perched on her knees and her words hanging in the air like a dare, that I realize something's about to give, and maybe it needs to. Maya lets out the kind of theatrical sigh that announces mischief more than fatigue. Then, without warning, she does her best to spring off the couch like she's just heard her cue from an invisible director. She rummages through the coat rack basket and pulls out an old paisley scarf, one I haven't worn since grad school, and loops it around her neck with dramatic flair. "Welcome," she declares, puffing up her chest like royalty, to the Royal Tribunal of Matrimonial Authenticity. The accent is an unholy mashup of Downtown Abbey and Bad Pirate impressions, and I blink at her like she's lost what was left of her mind. "Are you okay?" I ask slowly, unsure whether to laugh or call someone. She brandishes a spatula like a scepter. "Mock interview," she says with a regal nod. I ask, you answer. Winner gets immunity. Loser forfeits my last cupcake. You ate the last cupcake yesterday. I lied. I have one more. Blue velvet, frosted, high stakes. She points the spatula at me like I've just been sworn in. No whispering, no lifelines, no throwing your emotionally repressed husband under the bus. It's absurd, completely ridiculous, and somehow exactly what I didn't know I needed. For the first time in days, my shoulders loosen, not because the pressure's gone. It's still there, heavy as ever, but because Maya's reminding me that sometimes survival doesn't come in solemn declarations. Sometimes it looks like laughter wrapped in sarcasm, like a pop quiz delivered in a terrible accent by the only person who's never walked away. All right, I say, settling onto the arm of the couch with mock solemnity. Commence the Inquisition. Maya grins wickedly. Let the truth games begin. It starts off like a game. Maya lounges on the ottoman with her imaginary clipboard, tapping it with the chewed end of a pen. What's his go-to breakfast order? 3 scrambled eggs, no toast, 2 slices of bacon, burnt to hell. I smirk. And black coffee strong enough to dissolve a spoon. She scribbles something invisible. Boxers or briefs? I lift an eyebrow. Is that an official immigration question? Answer the court. Briefs, but only if I've done laundry. Otherwise, chaos. We both laugh. The kind that fizzes up too quickly. Carbonated relief from the last few weeks of pressure and silence. But then Maya shifts. It's subtle. Her shoulders square. Her tone softens. What's the look he gives you when he's scared and pretending not to be? My smile falters. The air stills between us. It's not a joke. Not anymore. I know the answer, of course I do. I've seen it too many times, even if he thought I wasn't watching. It's the one where his jaw clenches just a second too long, where his hands go still, where his eyes get quiet, like every sound in the room has been muted except the ones inside his head. But saying it out loud, that feels like more than remembering. It feels like opening something I've barely stitched shut. I swallow. Maya doesn't push. She just waits, the way people do when they know the silence isn't empty. It's sacred. He goes still, I say finally, voice barely above a whisper. Like, still enough to vanish. And then he looks at me like I'm the last safe thing in a room he doesn't trust. Maya nods, doesn't smile or mock, just lets the truth settle in the space between us. And suddenly, I'm not answering questions for a fake marriage anymore. I'm answering them for myself, for the version of me that still needs to believe this is real. This mess, this love, this man who didn't run to hurt me, but because he didn't know how to stay. Maya shifts her weight and drops the clipboard act. No wiggle of her eyebrows, no bad accent, just her eyes. Too serious now, too knowing. You know what your real fear is, right? The question hits like a cracked mirror, sharp and personal in all the wrong places. I open my mouth, ready with a deflection, something sarcastic, something safe. But I don't get the chance. She keeps going, quiet this time, like she's handing me a secret she's not sure I want. It's not that they won't believe you, it's that you'll finally believe him and lose yourself in the process. The room tilts. Not literally, but something in me shifts. Like the floor under my ribs suddenly forgot how to hold weight. I look at her, but she's not looking back. She's staring somewhere past me. Like she's watching a version of me I haven't even met yet. The one who lets herself believe all the way. Who stops holding the past like a shield and starts reaching forward with both hands. And maybe she's right. Maybe it's easier to fight for us when it still feels like a performance. When I can pretend I'm just proving a point, not letting someone dismantle me molecule by molecule. I don't say anything, neither does she. The silence stretches. Not awkward or sharp, just necessary, like a wound being aired before it can scab. When Maya finally looks at me again, she doesn't repeat herself, doesn't soften the edges. She doesn't have to. The truth's already in the room, and it's louder than both of us. I don't say anything, not to Maya, not to the part of me that wants to crack wide open and scream, "That's not fair," because it is. So I get up, quiet, deliberate, and leave the living room behind. Her eyes follow me, but she doesn't call after me. She knows when I've hit capacity, when I need less noise and more paper. In the bedroom, I flick on the lamp and pull the blanket around me like armor. The notebook waits on the nightstand, dog-eared and messy, full of half-thoughts and emotional landmines I haven't had the guts to step on yet. I'd open it to a clean page, and then I write it down, slow and careful, like bleeding with purpose. What's your real fear? The question looks smaller in ink, but it doesn't feel small. My hand shakes as I write the answer. I have no idea how to stop protecting myself long enough to be loved fully. The ink pools where my fingers hover too long, smudges when the side of my palm trembles, but I don't stop. I underline loved fully like that'll make it easier to understand, like maybe seeing it will force my chest to unclench. It doesn't, but the ache feels honest. I tuck the notebook back beneath my pillow and turn off the light. Maya's still in the other room. I don't know what tomorrow brings, or if I'll ever stop fortifying myself against people who never asked to break me. But tonight at least, I told the truth. And that has to count for something. Chapter 27. Noah. The chairs in the immigration waiting room aren't just uncomfortable, they're punitive. Pale gray plastic with steel legs that creak every time someone shifts under the weight of anxiety. I try not to move. Try not to breathe too loudly or look like I'm unraveling from the inside out. The ceiling panels above hum with the sterile buzz of fluorescence, flickering at intervals like even the lights are nervous. I count the seconds between each flicker until it feels like a pulse I can't regulate. Ben sits beside me, calm in a way that should feel reassuring. It doesn't. His knee bounces once, just once, but the tension in it echoes like a drumbeat in my ribs. His hand grazes mine on the shared armrest. It's a tether, and right now, I need one. Around us, the room is filled with stories no one dares speak aloud. A couple across the way holds hands like it's the only thing they're certain of. Another man paces in front of the vending machines, muttering into a folder stuffed with documents and folded prayers. And then there's the woman in the far corner, face turned to the wall, shoulders trembling. She's trying not to sob, but failing. The sound slices through the room anyway, uninvited and unforgettable. I want to reach for Ben's hand. Instead, I focus on the door. The one we're all waiting to be called through. It's beige, unmarked, and looks more like an exit than an entry. My breath snags in my throat as footsteps echo from behind it. Then a voice, flat and uninterested, calls out, "Barron and Monroe?" The floor tilts beneath me, not literally but close enough. My heels scrape against the tile as I rise, spine stiff, stomach coiled. Ben stands too, tall and quiet, brushing his fingers once against me. A gesture no one else sees, but I feel it like a steadying whisper. We walk forward, side by side, into whatever this next room holds. As two people who've already bled for this and are ready to bleed a little more, the room looks like it was designed to strip you of dignity by design. White walls, metal chairs, a desk with the personality of a detention slip. The air is dry, not just from the vent humming overhead, but from the silence that blooms as soon as the agent closes the door behind her. She's middle-aged, no nonsense, not unkind, just tired in the way people get when truth starts to sound like a transaction. She sits, doesn't offer her name, doesn't ask if we're ready, just opens the folder like a blade being unsheathed. "What side of the bed do you sleep on?" "Right," I answer, but I always end up diagonal. Ben's mouth twitches like he might smile, but the agent doesn't give him space to. "What color is her toothbrush?" He answers, "Green." The kind that's supposed to be mint-scented but isn't. "What scent is his shampoo?" I hesitate. Not because I don't know, because I do, because saying it out loud, cedar and smoke, and something that smells like him even when it's gone, feels too intimate for a room like this. "Vetiver," I say instead. A dark bottle he refuses to throw out even when it's empty. The agent doesn't blink, just keeps going. Questions pile up like snow, harmless on the surface, cold underneath. Favorite meal? First movie watched together? Who said, "I love you" first? We're doing fine. Not perfect, but real enough that even the silences seem lived in. And then she says it. Describe a time they hurt you. Not if. When. I freeze. Ben stiffens but doesn't turn toward me. I know he wants to. My throat tightens, and for a second, the room fades to static. Because there are so many answers. None rehearsed. All sharp. I could say when he left. I could say when he didn't tell me who he really was. I could say when he looked me in the eye and pretended he wasn't drowning. But instead, I picked the one that doesn't feel like a wound anymore. Just a scar I chose to keep. "There was a night I couldn't sleep," I begin, and I told him something I hadn't told anyone. Something dark. He held me until I stopped shaking, but the next morning, he was distant, cold, like I'd said too much and made him want to run. Ben's jaw twitches. I add, "It wasn't cruelty. It was fear, but it still hurt." The agent nods once, jots something down. No follow-up. Just the next question waiting like a trap we'll have to step into together. I take a breath that tastes like tin and try not to look at Ben. The agent watches me like she's waiting for a crack, not a confession. I give her both. "I didn't sleep for 3 nights after he left," I say, voice quiet but steady. I'd stare at the blank canvas in the studio like it owed me an explanation. I thought about setting it all on fire, not because I wanted to destroy anything, just because I needed something to hurt the way I did. The words leave my mouth too fast, like they've been waiting, like they don't want to be pretty, just honest. I thought if I could scorch the place where we began, maybe I could stop wondering why he ended it. I don't cry. I've already cried enough for 3 lifetimes. I just stare at the woman in front of me, wondering if she hears the difference between heartbreak and rage disguised as control. Ben doesn't reach for my hand or say a word, and I don't need him to. The agent turns to him. "Your turn," she says. He sits up straighter, but not stiff, just prepared, like he's been carrying this one too long. "When she stopped calling," he says, voice gravel thick, "I thought I'd feel relief. Like I'd finally put some distance between who I was and who I couldn't be for her." A pause. But I didn't feel relief. I felt hollow, like someone had carved out everything tethering me to myself. I didn't leave because I stopped loving her. I left because I didn't know how to stay, because I stopped knowing who I was without her. It lands like a stone thrown into a still lake, silent at first, then rippling outward until it touches everything. My breath stutters. A moment of involuntary recognition. The agent doesn't soften. She scribbles something, flips a page, moves on like this was just data to collect. But I blink, because I heard him. I think he knows I did. The pen in the agent's hand stills. "Why did you marry him?" she asks. Not when, not how. not what it afforded either of us. Just why? It's the kind of question that should come with a warning label. I blink once, twice. Try to find footing in the pause before I speak. My mind offers up a dozen rehearsed answers. We had reasons. We had paperwork. We had a publicist with a plan and a headline that played better than the truth. But none of that matters now. So I breathe and say the only thing that ever felt real between the lines of the lie we lived. Because even when we were pretending, I say slowly, I never wanted to leave. The silence that follows isn't hollow. It's thick, dense with memory and missteps, and the soft weight of a truth that doesn't ask for applause. I don't look at the agent. I look at Ben. He's staring at me like the ground under his feet just turned sacred, like I said something he didn't know he was waiting to hear. He doesn't speak, doesn't need to, because his jaw tightens like he's holding back something he shouldn't say in front of witnesses. And his eyes, those hurricane eyes, go glassy just for a second. I see the man who left and the man who came back existing in the same breath. And maybe, just maybe, I stop wondering which one I'm married to. The agent doesn't smile, doesn't say, "Congratulations," or offer even a hint of relief in her tone. She just clicks her pen closed, makes one final note, and says flatly, "We'll be in touch." And somehow, that's enough. She stands, gathering the papers like she's sweeping up a verdict neither of us is allowed to read yet. Her gaze lingers on us for half a second longer than necessary. Not soft, not cold. Just settled. Like something landed. Like something real edged its way through the cracks and stayed standing. The door shuts behind her with a soft thud. Silence floods in, thick and unfiltered. The kind that doesn't demand anything but breath. I exhale. Then I grip Ben's hand, just for the pulse I can still feel beating steady in his palm. For the man beside me who didn't run this time. For the girl in me who stayed. His thumb brushes across mine, small, steady, real. And though the room hasn't warmed by a single degree, the air feels different. Not safe exactly, but survivable. We step outside and the air hits different. The sky isn't perfect. It's not the kind that belongs on postcards or movie endings, but it's open, wide. Blue in places it hasn't been for days. Like someone peeled the storm back, just far enough to remind us the sun still exists. Ben exhales beside me, long and low, like he's been holding his breath through more than just that interview. Maybe through all of it. Since the gallery, since the press, since the first lie we told together, I don't say anything. There's nothing left to say that would do more than this silence already does. I lean my head against his shoulder as we walk, just skin meeting cloth and trust settling between bone. His hand finds mine again. At last, I don't feel like we're one bad headline away from shattering. The case isn't over. The threat still lingers. But out here, under a sky that finally looks like it might mean it, I don't feel like we're losing anymore.
Chapter 28. Ben. I'm mid-brushstroke, wrist tense from hours of trying to coax shape from silence when my phone buzzes on the windowsill. I ignore it at first, let it buzz once, then again. But by the third vibration, something in me shifts. A cold itch just beneath the ribs. I wipe my hands on a rag, careful not to smear the clay dust on the screen, and reach for it. The headline isn't what gets me. Not at first. It's the photo. There it is. The weight of memory, cast in bronze, edges oxidized just slightly with age, photographed from a familiar angle. The caption calls it Stolen. My real name isn't listed, but the alias beneath the title is mine. Or was once, before Noah, before any of this. My breath snags in my chest like it's trying to backpedal. The byline reads Cassian Bell. Of course it does. I scroll. The article is detailed. Surgical. It lays out a timeline that almost makes sense. Cites a private collector in Marseille who now claims the piece was misplaced during a warehouse transfer. Cassian's tone is just cautious enough to pass for concerned, just venomous enough to destroy me. He's done his homework, or paid someone else to, and like always, he hasn't just aimed for my reputation. He's aimed for the softest place he could find, the past I tried to bury in bronze and flame. I don't throw the phone. I just sit there, motionless, still holding the brush in one hand, like I might finish the line I started on the canvas behind me. Like the world hasn't just shifted, sharp and final, beneath my feet. The gallery won't touch me now. Clients will vanish. And if the article gains traction, it won't be a scandal. It'll be a sentence. A conviction. Cassian didn't just light the match. He left me standing in the fire. I don't scream. Don't throw the phone across the room or punch the nearest wall. The fury doesn't come in fire. It comes in ice. I just sit in the dark, in the silence, in the kind of stillness that feels like being buried alive. My hands won't stop shaking. Small, involuntary tremors like they're trying to carve an exit from my body. I lace my fingers together to hold them down, but that just makes the pressure worse. My chest tightens like someone cinched a belt around my ribs, too tight to breathe, too tight to think. I didn't steal that piece. I remember every second of sculpting it. My second winter in Paris, heat shut off in the flat, working with gloves on because the clay kept freezing between takes. I remember where I sold it, who commissioned it, the gallery that fronted the deal. But none of that matters now. The chain of custody is gone, lost to time. The buyer vanished. The receipts, long before I ever knew to keep them. And Cassian dressed his lies in just enough truth to make them bleed. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's not about legal accuracy. It's about narrative. About planting seeds in minds already hungry for scandal. I'm the foreign artist. The reclusive talent. The runaway heir. Now add thief to the mythos, and the media will do the rest. My pulse pounds behind my eyes. The kind of throbbing that feels like it'll turn into a nosebleed or a blackout if I so much as stand up too fast. I try to swallow, but my throat's dry. My tongue's useless. I hear myself exhale a sharp, stuttered thing, like a man trying not to break and failing anyway. I press my palms to my face and sit like that, hunched over, elbows on my knees, the cold of the studio floor seeping into my feet. I don't need bars to feel imprisoned. Cassian's just handed me the cell. She doesn't knock, just walks in like the door never mattered, like whatever's breaking in here is more urgent than boundaries. She shuts it behind her with a quiet click, sealing us in together, sealing the world out. I don't look up. Her footsteps are soft, but her presence hits like a pressure drop. She crosses the room slowly, like I'm something fragile she doesn't know how to carry yet. Or maybe something cracked she's afraid will cut her open if she picks it up wrong. When she speaks, her voice is low and even, but not cold. Just contained. Tell me what happened. I don't try to explain. Just hold out the phone, screen still lit with the headline like a wound that won't clot. Her fingers graze mine as she takes it, and that brief contact jolts something in my spine. Something hot and awful, like shame and relief having a fistfight in my chest. She reads. Her jaw sets by degrees. Her breathing changes, tightens, sharpens. One hand clenches into a fist at her side. I see the muscle twitch beneath her sleeve before she forces it open again, as if letting anger settle would make her any less useful to me right now. She looks at me, not like I'm guilty or as if I'm innocent either, like I'm hers. And that means I'm worth defending, whether I deserve it or not. You're not a thief, she says. I believe her, because she says it like a fact. Like if the whole damn system collapses, she'll still be standing there, repeating it into the dust. But I see it in her eyes, too, that flicker of dread just behind the certainty. We both know what the court of public opinion does with nuance. The truth, on its own, is rarely enough. Not in this world, not with this name, not with Cassian. I nod once. Quiet. Slow. Because if we're going to survive this, it won't be because we believe in each other. It'll be because we prove it. I make myself speak. Not fast or polished. Just honest. The kind of honest that tastes like metal in your mouth because you've buried it so deep, it's practically rusted. It was London, I start, voice low but steady. The residency. The one at Brixton Collective, 2 years before I met you. Noah nods, silent, encouraging. I was broke. Angry. Living in a flat with more mold than furniture. I found a busted shipment of bronze in a salvage yard, scrap pieces, useless to most. I melted them down in a rigged kiln I built from cinder blocks and bad ideas. That sculpture was the first thing I made with my own materials. I pause, swallowing hard. I sold it under a pseudonym because I didn't want anyone to trace it back to me. I wasn't proud of it back then. I was just surviving. The words don't come like a confession. They come like air after too long underwater, ragged, reluctant, necessary. She's still now, perched on the studio chair like the whole room might tilt if she breathes too loudly. But she's listening. The way someone does when they're trying to understand you from the inside out. I force a laugh, humorless. It was never stolen. Not from a private collection. Not from anyone. It was built from wreckage. From ruin. Noah blinks slowly, then sets the phone down beside her like it no longer matters. Like the accusation is smaller than the truth we've just laid bare between us. Her eyes lock with mine. We need proof, she says. Clear. Unshaken. Chain of custody, receipt, witness, something. Because we're not going down for something you didn't do. She says we. It lands harder than anything else in the room. Because I don't just hear resolve in her voice. I hear war drums, and she's marching next to me. We tear the place apart. Not in rage. This isn't fury. It's urgency. It's desperation dressed in flannel and sweat, elbows deep in the wreckage of 10 years of artistic self-sabotage. Noah rifles through my old sketchbooks, prying apart glue-warped pages like she's defusing a bomb. I rip open storage bins I haven't touched since I left London, each one a graveyard of forgotten drafts and cancelled exhibitions. I dig through a metal box labeled MISC. Because of course it is. Full of receipt stubs, smudged napkin sketches, and 3 different flash drives that may or may not work. My fingers are ink-stained and trembling. My breath comes short. Everything smells like dust and oil paint. Noah crouches beside me, digging through a stack of flattened shipping envelopes, her brow furrowed in that way she gets when she's one bad break away from burning down the entire system. She mutters under her breath. Something about Cassian's smug face and karmic overdue bills. And then she goes still. The kind of still that signals discovery. She lifts a folded paper from between 2 torn artist residency forms. Unfolds it carefully. Her eyes widen. Ben, she says, voice thin, reverent. I scoot closer and there it is. A time-stamped invoice from the Brixton Materials Co-op. Bronze scrap. Raw weight, listed by batch number. The same week I made the sculpture. Dimensions match. Signature at the bottom. It's the missing thread in a tangled story, and it's mine. She holds it up like it's proof of life after the crash. Her fingers smudge the corner, but her grip doesn't falter. This, she says, breathless, almost grinning, is what we take to Celine. I nod, chest heaving. For the first time since the article dropped, I feel something stronger than dread rising in my throat. Hope. And it's wearing her voice. We sit on the floor, backs against the wall, surrounded by the detritus of my life. Artistic sketches that never saw light, brittle portfolios, receipts faded into ghost ink. The room smells like old paper and sweat and a hint of turpentine. The silence isn't heavy anymore. It's full, earned. My hands are still shaking, adrenaline refusing to let go, but hers are steady. When I reach for her, it's not to calm her down. It's to borrow a bit of the steadiness she carries like armor. Noah laces her fingers through mine without looking. No performative squeeze, just presence. Cassian went for blood. He chose the one thing I couldn't charm, outrun, or deny: my past. He weaponized history and dressed it up like justice. But Noah didn't blink, didn't back down. She cracked the lie at the seam and made space for truth to crawl through. I want to say thank you, but it feels too small, formal, too insufficient. So I say this instead. I'm not letting this be the end. Her head turns slow and deliberate. There's fire in her eyes, and finally, I'm not afraid of what it burns. Good, she says, because we haven't even started. We sit there a little longer, two people in a war zone made of memory and forgery, bound not by the past, but by what we're willing to build next. And I realize love can't exonerate you, but it can make damn sure you survive.
Chapter 29. Noah. The road narrows the higher we climb, curling through the Catskills like a question no one's ever answered properly. Pines crowd in on both sides, tall and still as sentinels, and the only sound for miles is the crunch of gravel beneath the tires and the low hum of the engine working harder than it wants to. My cell signal vanished 20 minutes ago, but Thandi doesn't seem fazed. She rides shotgun like a woman who already knows what we'll find at the end. Her eyes track the road, her body steady in a way mine refuses to be. Collectors like this don't live on the grid, she told me back in the city. They're made of secrets and tax loopholes. Now, as we pass a broken sign, half swallowed by ivy, I know she wasn't joking. Each mile feels like a spade in dirt, uncovering something raw beneath the smooth topsoil of my fear. The farther we get from civilization, the closer I feel to the truth. Not the kind Cassian tried to paint over with scandal and spite, but the kind that breathes in silence and memory. The kind that can't be undone with a headline. We hit a sharp bend, and slow as the trees give way to a clearing. At its center stands a gate, forged from weathered iron and dark wood, flanked by stone pillars etched with Yoruba glyphs and soot stains. Rust clings to the hinges like time itself doesn't want to let go. Thandi leans forward, peers out the window, then gives a single nod. This is it. I don't realize I've been white-knuckling the wheel until I peel my fingers back one at a time. My shoulders ache. My chest is tight. But there's air here. Cool, high-altitude air that smells like pine needles, dust, and something older than all of us. I pull the car to a stop and stare at the gate for a long breath, then another. The man who opens the door doesn't ask for names, doesn't blink at our city shoes or the nervous way I clutch my bag, like it might anchor me to the truth. He's tall, wiry, dressed in a linen shirt that hangs loose over sun-browned skin, and his silver-streaked hair is swept back like he just came in from taming the wind. But it's his eyes that land hardest, clear and sharp, like they've spent a lifetime observing instead of speaking. Eyes that see through facades and straight into history. "You're here about Obina's piece," he says, voice smooth as Riverstone. Then he turns without waiting for confirmation, leaving the door open behind him like an invitation or a challenge. Thandi and I exchange a look. She gestures for me to go first. The house is less a home and more a living archive. Every wall is dense with stories. Scrolls layered over canvases, shelves spilling over with sculptures and masks and things that hum with the residue of reverence. It doesn't feel curated. It feels remembered. We follow him down a narrow hallway, past a room full of disassembled clocks and another that smells like cedar and old ink. He opens a heavy door at the end, revealing a space that's part library, part reliquary, part confession. From a drawer built into a carved mahogany desk, he lifts a leather envelope and slides out a photograph, the edges softened by age and handling. He holds it out without commentary. In it, Ben looks impossibly young, maybe 19 or 20, his curls matted with sweat and soot. He's standing proudly beside a bronze sculpture, undoubtedly one of his best. In his eyes, the promise of dreams that are within reach. None of the guarded tension and mistrust I've seen there so many times. This Ben is hopeful, full of optimism and joy, passion for his craft, evident in every line of that damn sculpture. I met Ben at a trade show, the man says simply. He didn't feel right about selling one of his first pieces, so I made him a promise. I told him I'd keep it in my collection for him until he decided he was worth the money I'd have paid for it. I'm hoping you're here to tell me he's coming to collect. He's one of the most talented artists I've ever had the privilege to meet. Silence drops like dusk. I look at the photo again, not just at the sculpture, but the way he's smiling in the picture, like he'd handed over more than a piece of art, like he'd handed over a part of himself, hoping someone would hold it safe. The man tucks the photo back into the envelope, with reverent care. He said it was the only thing he'd made that still felt like him. He turns, grabbing a folder off the desk behind him. Here is the original bill of sale, although you'll see that no money was exchanged. I included a clause that he was free to come back anytime and collect either money or the sculpture itself. I was just happy to house it in my collection for him, if even for a little while. And just like that, the accusation Cassian threw into the world wilts, not with outrage or spectacle, with proof, story, and memory that never asked to be weaponized. I flipped through the documents with care, my fingertips grazing over margins and signatures, initials I recognized from Ben's sketchbooks. It's not just a legal defense. It's a heartbeat, pressed between pages. The proof is thorough, unshakable, undeniable. He never wanted credit, the man says quietly, watching me with something close to pity. Only validation. I nod, swallowing around the knot forming at the back of my throat. Because I get it now. Ben didn't run from shame. He ran from being seen. Because being seen meant someone might look too close, might uncover the parts he hadn't made peace with. Behind me, Thandi exhales and murmurs something in Zulu. The cadence is low and melodic, like water smoothing stone. I don't know what it means, but it settles over the room like a benediction, or a boundary, or both. I tuck the folder into my bag and thank the man, not just for the records, but for remembering Ben as more than the sum of what was nearly taken from him. Then I reach for the doorknob, fingers steady, because now we have truth. The road back winds through a hush of old forest and heavier thoughts. Thandi drives like she's been here before, like she knows the turns by feel, not sight. I sit in the passenger seat, the folder of proof resting in my lap, like a living thing. Neither of us speak for a long stretch, letting the hum of tires and the creak of the chassis carry the weight. Outside the window, trees flicker past in slanted afternoon light, their leaves whispering things I'm not quite ready to translate. I think she's going to let the silence win until she exhales and says, without preamble, "You know what this means." Her voice isn't sharp. It's soft in the way truth often is, unavoidable without being cruel. I nod, still watching the trees. He's free now. His name is, she says. The rest is still his to claim. We pass an old barn with a collapsed roof and a rusted sign that once meant something. Thandi's eyes flick to me, then back to the road. He could come back, to the museum, to his people. Not as a ghost in exile, but as a man who survived it. I wait for the catch, the clause, the quiet strategy beneath her smooth tone, but it never comes. Just a quiet reverence, like she's offering him more than a job. Maybe she is. To rebuild it right, she adds. To reclaim what was meant to be his. It doesn't seem like a bribe. It feels like something sacred being laid at his feet. Not because he needs it, but because it needs him. A story waiting to be rewritten by the one who nearly lost the pen. She doesn't press. just lets the possibility sit there between us like a door left slightly ajar. Somehow, I know Ben will feel that too. The difference between being summoned and being seen. We find him in the studio, hunched over a half-finished frame, heat gun still humming beside him, and flecks of metal caught in his hair like ash from a private war. The air smells like burnt lacquer and sawdust, sharp and earthy, the scent of someone trying to craft order from ruin. He doesn't hear us at first. Or maybe he does, but doesn't move, like he needs the moment to hold before it shatters. When he finally straightens and turns, his face is a study in restraint, eyes wary, jaw set, hands coated in work and hesitation. I don't waste time. Just walk forward and lay the folder gently on the edge of the work table, where his sketches curl in the heat. He stares at it, doesn't reach, doesn't speak. So I do. I tell him everything. What the collector said, what the paperwork showed, how the truth held even under scrutiny. I don't embellish. I don't rush. Just offer it all like something sacred finally recovered. His hands hover over the folder, fingers twitching once, twice, then lower. Not to the evidence, but to mine. He threads his calloused fingers through mine with the carefulness of someone who knows what it means to lose everything. Thandi doesn't interrupt. She steps closer, her posture all grace and gravity. "You could come home," she says quietly. Ben doesn't look at her, doesn't even blink in her direction. His eyes stay on me, fixed and full of something bigger than resolve. "I already found what I want to build," he says. His voice doesn't tremble. It lands with the weight of forged steel and wet clay and all the hours he's poured into making something real. His fingers tighten around mine, grounding us both. In that moment, I know. He's not choosing legacy. He's choosing us. We don't go home right away. After Thandi leaves, after the air settles from the weight of everything it carried, we stay. Neither of us says it out loud, but the silence agrees. This is where we need to be. Ben wipes off his hands, clears the table with slow, deliberate movements, then pulls out a fresh sheet of paper. The pencil he grabs is short, gnawed at the end, smudged with years. But when he touches it to the page, it moves like muscle memory. No fanfare, no audience. Just a man sketching something that doesn't need approval to be real. I sit across from him with my notebook open, pen hovering. I jot down fragments, words like space and haven and roots. I don't know what we're building yet. Neither does he. But that's the point. We're not restoring a gallery or climbing back into institutions that made their homes out of our silence. We're drafting something new. There's a window cracked open above the workbench, and the cool breeze cuts through the sharp scent of turpentine and rust. He glances up at me, smirks a little. I smirk back. It's not romance, not a moment designed for swooning. It's partnership, blueprinted in eye contact and ink. He pushes the paper toward me. A rough sketch, angled beams, soft curves, a courtyard in the center like a heart that beats in stone. I tap beside it and write, "Community studio, no appointments needed." He adds, "Sliding scale, open doors." I scribble, "Art is a right, not a luxury." His hand finds mine across the paper, steady and sure. "This," he says, voice low and warm, "is what we build. For the first time in a long time, the future belongs to us."
Chapter 30. Ben. I'm pacing like I've been sentenced to it. Tight circles carved into thin carpet behind a velvet curtain that does nothing to muffle the murmur of the crowd. It's the kind of anticipatory buzz that hums just above polite, like a fuse about to catch. The overhead fluorescents buzz too, a harsher echo that makes the whole hallway feel like it's vibrating under my skin. Noah stands in the corridor, back straight, chin slightly lifted as a tech adjusts the mic clipped to her collar. She nods, says thank you, then smooths the lapel of her blazer with hands that don't shake. Mine won't stop. I press my thumb against the program in my pocket. Keynote speaker, Noah Michaels Barron, and trace her name over and over like a prayer I haven't earned the right to say aloud. She catches me staring and smiles. Barely. Not the kind she gives strangers or journalists or even me on a good morning. This one's forged in steel and sunlight, quiet and devastating. I take a step toward her, ready to offer water or a distraction or some stupid joke about the acoustics in symposium ballrooms, but she holds up a hand before I can speak. "I've got it," she says. Not cocky, not cold, just certain. And I believe her. Still, my body doesn't know what to do with itself. I lean against a pillar. I check my watch. I count breaths like they're rations. Somewhere beyond this wall, 1,000 people are waiting to hear her speak. Some came to support her. Others came to doubt her. But all of them are about to witness her reclaim every inch of space the world once told her she didn't deserve. A voice crackles over the headset. "You're up in 30. Noah exhales slowly, then turns to face the curtain. Her spine aligns like it's remembering its lineage, and for a second I swear I'm looking at a woman carved by time and war and the soft refusal to break. She doesn't glance back. I'm already watching, already wrecked. And as she disappears through the split in the curtain, the air around me feels less like backstage and more like sacred ground. The second she steps into the light, the auditorium is transfixed. The spotlight catches on the curve of her jaw, the line of her shoulders, the edge in her eyes. Suddenly, nothing else exists. She walks to the podium with the same grace I've seen in 100 quieter moments, barefoot in the kitchen, bent over a sketch pad, brushing dust from a kiln-fired relic like it remembers her. She doesn't fidget with the mic or scan the crowd for a familiar face, doesn't smile to soften the blow. She just looks out into the darkened sea of eyes and speaks. "I've spent my career being asked if I belong." The silence that follows isn't passive. It's electric. You can feel it. That ripple of discomfort laced with recognition. A row of professors shifts in their seats. A donor clears his throat. Somewhere near the back, someone mutters a curse under their breath. But Noah doesn't blink. She plunges in, straight into the rot that's been perfume-polished for decades, how gatekeeping is cloaked in scholarship, how cultural erasure is dressed in exhibitions and bulletproof glass. She names names, drops dates, quotes stats like scripture, and dissects every polished euphemism with surgical precision. "Museums," she says, voice steady and low, "have become mausoleums. Not to honor the dead, but to silence the living." Noah doesn't pause, doesn't modulate her tone for comfort, or offer the balm of neutrality because that's the lie she's here to bury. Her words are steady as iron and just as sharp. "Art is never neutral, and pretending otherwise is the fastest way to weaponize it." The breath leaves my lungs so fast it makes me dizzy. Because I know how long she's carried this. I know how many nights she practiced restraint instead of rebellion. And now here she is, ripping the seal off centuries of sanctioned theft and calling it by name. With poise, and power. With a truth so unflinching it feels like revolution whispered through a microphone. And she's just getting started. Noah doesn't raise her voice. Her clarity is louder than any microphone could carry. Each sentence lands with the precision of a chisel, sharp, exacting, designed to reshape the space it strikes. She paces slowly, deliberately, not reading from notes, not hiding behind pretense. Her memory is a blade, and her lived experience is the grindstone. She names the institutions that have sat silent while culture was diluted for palatability. Committees that voted diversity into mission statements, but locked the real stories out of gallery walls. Boards that bowed to donors, but not to truth. She doesn't spit accusations, she lays them bare like pathology slides, showing the rot under glass. Just when the air turns brittle, she does something unexpected. She offers them a way out. "If you want to make space," she says, voice low and lethal, "get out of the way. It doesn't come off cruel. It comes off clean, righteous, final. There's no applause. Not yet. Just a collective stillness, like the entire audience is realizing they've mistaken a keynote for a controlled burn. Because Noah isn't just torching the gate. She's drawing up blueprints in the smoke. Not to destroy everything, but to rebuild something that actually deserves to exist. She talks about curation as stewardship, not ownership. About honoring origin instead of extracting it. About how provenance should mean people, not paperwork. And as she speaks, something changes in the room. You can feel it. Not fear or shame. Reverence. A recognition so thick it catches in your throat. She isn't just presenting ideas. She's carving out a new kind of architecture. One where equity isn't an initiative. It's a foundation. From the wings, I watch her and think, this is what power looks like when it doesn't flinch. When it wears a linen blazer, gold hoops, and history like armor, and dares anyone to look away. From where I stand, partially veiled by the curtain's edge, I let my eyes scan the rows, past the gallery directors and art historians, past the donors in tailored silk and self-importance. And then I see him, Jasper, back row, almost in shadow but not quite lucky enough to disappear. His suit's too crisp, posture too perfect, as if decorum could armor him against the truth reverberating from the stage. He doesn't move, doesn't blink, just sits there, statuesque and ghostly, watching the woman he tried to fracture become the storm that remakes the sky. Noah's voice, clear and steady, slices through the room again. We are not ornaments. We are origin, and anyone who tried to make us small. She pauses, lets the silence wrap around her like velvet, only proved how afraid they were of our size. Jasper doesn't flinch, but the twitch in his jaw betrays him. He knows it's about him. Maybe not just him, but undeniably him. He's the kind of man who thought he was the frame when all he ever was dead weight on the wall. Now he's being dismantled in real time, not by name, not by spectacle, but by the glaring contrast of her strength and his silence. And I don't look away. I don't smile. Don't gloat. There's no victory lap in me, only reverence for the woman rewriting her narrative in front of everyone who doubted her. This isn't vengeance. It's visibility. It's what happens when the truth walks out in full color and dares the world to blink first. Noah never raises her voice. She just tells the truth and lets it echo louder than any apology Jasper never gave. She closes not with a mic drop, but with something far more dangerous. Memory. Real and unadorned. Her voice softens, but the silence it lands in is absolute. I didn't grow up feeling like I could touch the art, she says, gaze scanning the crowd like she's peeling back generations. Now I know. I was born to make it. The words crack something open. Not just in the audience, in me. The applause doesn't start all at once. It builds like weather shifting, like breath drawn after too long underwater. And then it erupts. Not a polite ripple, not the tight-lipped praise of bureaucrats, but a wave. Chairs scrape back. People rise. Hands meet with the force of belief. Some cheer, some cry. One woman near the front presses a fist to her chest like she's anchoring herself to the moment. I stay in the wings, hands in my pockets, pulse drumming behind my ribs. I could step out, could meet her in the light. But I don't. I just watch. Because right now, this isn't about being by her side. It's about bearing witness. And I swear, in that spotlight, she glows. Not with ego, not with spectacle. With reclamation. Like every piece of herself she ever whittled down to fit someone else's mold has come rushing back. Her shoulders set like stone. Her spine unshakable. Her mouth soft but certain. It's like seeing the sun rise in reverse. Not the world waking up to her, but her waking up to the world and daring it to meet her as she is. Unapologetic, unedited, unstoppable. She steps off stage like she didn't just set the world on fire with her bare hands. There's no triumph in her gait, no hunt for validation. Just the quiet gravity of someone who no longer doubts their orbit. She doesn't look for me. She doesn't have to. I'm already moving past the curtain, past the murmurs of awe, past the tidal wave of applause that hasn't yet died down. The distance between us shrinks, but I don't rush. This moment doesn't need velocity. It needs reverence. I reach for her hand, not for support or display, for grounding, for gratitude. And when I lift it to my lips and press a kiss to the knuckles, I don't care who sees. Because this isn't for them. This is for the woman who just rewrote the rules of the room she was never supposed to be in. "You were never pretending," I whisper, the words grazing her skin like a vow I didn't know I still had in me. She meets my eyes, her smile unshaken. "No," she says. "I just forgot for a while." And that's when it hits me. Not the applause, not the victory, but the truth that's been circling ever since I met her in that gallery, with paint on her cheek and rebellion in her bones. I didn't marry her to fix anything, or to fake something. I married her for this. For the woman who just walked off stage and into her name like it was always waiting for her. At long last, I know exactly who I am. Hers.
Chapter 31. Noah. The moment the key turns and the door yawns open, the air hits me like a promise. Raw wood, sun-warmed concrete, and something just shy of hope. The loft is cavernous and unpolished, like it's still deciding what it wants to become. A crooked skylight slices the light across the floor in diagonal bands, making everything look cinematic, accidental, holy. I step inside slowly, like the floor might vanish if I'm too bold, and then laugh at myself, because for once, the risk doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like permission. Ben doesn't say anything at first, just walks the perimeter in quiet loops, his boots scuffing against the old paint flecks and dust trails. His fingers twitch at his sides. His tell when ideas are trying to outrun each other in his head. I can practically hear the measurements clicking into place behind his eyes. I move toward the corner where the light pools like it's been waiting for me. There's a faint patch of peeling wallpaper behind a pillar, and I press my palm to it as if it might give up its secrets. "This one's mine," I say, my voice hushed but certain. For writing, dreaming, and making something that doesn't have to explain itself. Ben leans against the opposite wall, arms crossed, mouth tilted into something that starts as a smirk and settles into something softer. "Then that corner's mine," he replies. "For welding, mess, and things that need breaking before they come back better." We meet in the middle, toes touching, eyes shining with the kind of reckless certainty that feels earned. I take a deep breath, and the air tastes like primer and possibility. This isn't just where we'll work, it's where we'll begin again. Together. We're knee-deep in bubble wrap and ambition when the past sneaks up on me, tucked between canvases and old sketch pads in a battered linen portfolio. I tug it free, dust motes rising like ghosts, and laugh when I see it. A photo, us, champagne flutes mid-toast, smiles that didn't quite reach our eyes. I'm in that ridiculous emerald dress I hated, and Ben's tie is askew, like he couldn't be bothered to fix it. "Remember this?" I ask, holding it up like a relic. The night of the announcement. We could barely make it through dinner without side-eyeing each other into oblivion. Ben leans over my shoulder, brushes his lips against the slope of it, and murmurs, "I remember thinking your fake smile still looked better than anyone else's real one." I roll my eyes, but the warmth spreads anyway, low, slow, and easy, and it hits me. Not like a lightning bolt, more like a match struck in a dark hallway. The idea, the shape of it, the name, the art of being married, not just a title, an entire exhibit, equal parts satire and sincerity, a curated, chaotic confessional walk through every lie we told that somehow turned into truth. Performance as process, irony as intimacy. My pulse skitters with it, with the way it already feels alive. We build it. I whisper, more to myself than to him. Every awkward, wholly ridiculous part of it. What we faked, feared, and found. Ben just nods like the idea was waiting in the walls this whole time. And maybe it was. The first real fight happens over lighting. I'm telling you, the industrial pendants make it feel grounded, Ben insists, holding up a rough sketch of raw metal fixtures and wiring that looks like it came from a Cold War bunker. I squint at it. Grounded? They look like interrogation lamps, Ben. I want suspended bulbs, soft, floating, like stars that got bored of the sky and decided to drop in. Stars don't pay the electric bill, he mutters. Neither do your precious welding torches. But here we are. We go a full 20 minutes without looking at each other, just stalking opposite ends of the loft, like passive-aggressive spirits. He sketches. I rip out magazine pages and slap them on the wall with enough force to dent drywall. It's ridiculous. It's petty. And somehow, it feels like the most intimate version of foreplay we've ever had. But when we circle back to the heart of it, what this exhibit is supposed to say, we're already on the same line of the same page. Love as a process, not a product. Marriage as something you craft with your bare hands, and a prayer you won't drop it. Truth as sculpture, unsteady at first, but worth finishing. I watch him shade the curve of a steel silhouette while I pin up a note that reads, "Everything true was once a sketch. We're a mess. A loud, brilliant, blueprint-covered mess. But somehow, the bones of it, the bones of us, fit." Maya arrives with a tote bag full of mismatched snacks, a bag of costume jewelry, and enough audacity to fill the loft twice over. She just waltzes in like she owns the deed, drops her bag on the nearest table, and flops backward onto the threadbare velvet settee we dragged in last night from a curb on Delancey. "This," she says, waving a half-eaten granola bar like a royal scepter, "is now the chaise of emotional avoidance. All feelings must pass through it for inspection, preferably while eating something salty." Ben eyes her from across the room, eyebrows raised. "You gonna help move anything or just rename the furniture?" She stretches luxuriously, ignoring him. "I'm here for moral support and cutting commentary, like a live-in Greek chorus, but with better highlights." He snorts and goes back to arranging tools, but I can see the way his shoulders drop, just a little. Like her chaos has rearranged the molecules in the room. Like maybe the work of healing doesn't always have to be so heavy when Maya's around to throw glitter on the grief and call it installation art. She belongs here, not because she knows how to hang drywall or identify patina variations, but because every gallery needs a North Star that doesn't take herself too seriously. Maya is part jester, part compass. This place doesn't just feel like ours, it feels like home. The floor is littered with more than blueprints. It's a mosaic of half-finished ideas, bent corners, empty coffee cups, and a stack of takeout containers that smell vaguely like curry and ambition. I'm cross-legged on an old quilt Maya insisted we keep for floor energy, trying to make sense of our overlapping sketches. Wire sculptures here, mixed media installations over there. A photo wall? Maybe, maybe not. Ben stretches out beside me, his knee brushing mine as he studies a mock-up with the intensity of a man carving memory out of metal. His socked foot nudges my ankle under the paper pile. "This doesn't scare you?" he asks, voice low. Tired but honest. I don't look up right away. Just trace the circled copper pendant light on the page in front of me. The shape is bold, a little crooked, beautiful in its imbalance. Of course it does, I say eventually. But fear's part of the art. He leans in then. Slow, deliberate, until our foreheads touch. We stay like that, nose to nose. Just the gravity of building something neither of us expected to want. There's no conversation after that. Just the quiet click of our hearts, recalibrating to this new rhythm. To the blueprint we never planned for, but might actually get to live. The light slants through the front windows like it's blessing the day. Dust hangs in the beams, suspended and golden. Everything smells like primer and coffee, and the faint edge of uncertainty that still clings to our edges. I walk to the front wall, the one just beside the entrance, and pull the cap off a silver paint marker. My hand doesn't shake, but my breath catches a little as I crouch and write it out in all caps, tilted and imperfect. Noah Michaels Barron. I pause when it's done, staring at the way the letters bleed slightly into the plaster, like even the wall wasn't ready for this kind of permanence. Ben doesn't say a word. He just steps forward and writes, OBINNABARIN beneath mine. He underlines it once, not for emphasis, but for memory. We don't do it for photos or press releases, or even for the guests we'll eventually let in. We do it for the space, the air, and the echoes and every beam of light that will hit this wall in the future. We do it so the gallery knows who made it, who filled it with breath and sweat and something wild and trying. We do it so there's no forgetting. We were here. We built this. Not because we were certain, but because we chose to be. And this time there's no illusion, just truth, signed in silver ink.
Chapter 32. Ben. The envelope looks like every other piece of bureaucratic nonsense that's ever come through the mail slot. Creased edges, government insignia pressed in faint blue ink, the kind of thing you could mistake for a parking ticket if you weren't paying attention. But Noah knows. She always knows. She plucks it from the stack and holds it like it might hum in her hands. "This one matters," she says, and before I can answer, she's halfway up the ladder. She reads it aloud from the top rung like she's addressing Parliament. Her voice is clear and deliberate, even though there's a grin pulling at the corners. "Dear Mr. Barron," she begins, barefoot and backlit by a shaft of afternoon sun that cuts through the skylight and paints her in gold. "We are pleased to inform you." Her words twist around the rafters and settle deep in my chest. My hands go slack, the wrench I'm holding clattering onto the table without a care. She glances down after the last sentence, one brow arched, waiting. I don't speak right away. I just watch her, barefoot, paint-streaked, brilliant. My wife. The goddamn miracle that dragged me out of exile and into a life with her name etched beside mine. It's not the letter that undoes me. It's what it doesn't say. No expiration date. No clause about proving worth or waiting in limbo. Just permission. I'm allowed to stay. To live. Not just survive. To wake up in a city where I'm not a guest. To build a future without a ticking clock strapped to my ribs. Noah climbs down, still grinning, and hands me the paper. I skim it again, as if the words might rearrange themselves into some cruel joke. But they don't. They hold steady, just like her. "You're official now," she teases, nudging my foot with hers. "Guess we have to keep you." I don't answer. I can't, not yet. I just take her hand and hold on like I finally have something worth keeping. We don't celebrate. Not in the traditional sense, anyway. There's no champagne, no triumphant music swelling from speakers. Noah doesn't do a victory dance, though I know she's capable of one. And I don't roar or pace or punch the air like I used to when wins felt rare and stolen. Instead, we just smile. The silence settles around us like a soft blanket, warm and weightless, a breath held between brush strokes. The kind of hush cathedrals chase and studios crave. Outside, the city blares its usual percussion, horns, sirens, ambition. But in here, even the dust motes seem to pause in mid-air. The sculptures don't say a word, but I swear they're watching. That unfinished steel spine I've been welding into a figure, still armless, still waiting, seems to lean a little closer. Her sketches curl up at the corners like they've been listening all along. And between us, spread across the work table, are relics of everything we've been building. Tools, tea mugs, plans, and the worn-out pencil she chews when she's thinking too hard. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, You'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Outside, the city hums on like it has no idea something holy just happened in a half-finished studio on the edge of a new life. And inside, she leans in, one hand on my chest, the other slipping under the blanket like she's pulling back the cover on something fragile and sacred. I kiss her again, slower this time. Not to begin something, but to stay in it. And when she shifts, straddling me with a smile that says we're not done, I know the answer isn't found in language anymore. It's in the way she moves. It's in the way I stay. It's in everything we haven't said. Yet, we don't need to.
Chapter 33. Noah. The loft door crashes open before I even finish labeling the last gallery crate, and in comes Maya, part hurricane, part street prophet, all glitter and gall. She's dragging a duffel bag that looks like it's seen more therapy sessions than most people I know, and her expression reads, equal parts triumph and pure chaos. "Miss me?" she calls out, letting the bag drop like a mic onto the polished concrete floor. Ben peers over his sketch pad, blinking slowly like he's not sure if he should speak or brace for impact. He chooses silence, which only encourages her. Maya twirls once, surveys the room like she owns it, and points toward the narrow-back bedroom with zero sunlight and a perpetually leaky pipe. I'm taking the one that screams emotional baggage. Feels honest. I haven't even said hello yet, but she's already kicking off her boots and peeling off her jacket, leaving a trail of irreverence and lavender-scented detergent in her wake. She doesn't ask if we're ready for her. Maya never does. And yet, somehow, the space absorbs her like a lung expanding. She's not here to crash. She's here to root. Like this place, this weird hybrid of love and plaster dust, was waiting for her all along. By sunrise, Maya's declared war on the espresso machine like it personally offended her ancestors. She's got a roll of duct tape between her teeth, a spoon wedged into a gear that shouldn't have gears, and a screwdriver that looks older than the loft itself. This thing's been gagging on its own mediocrity since the Clinton administration, she mutters, yanking open the back panel like a surgeon going in with a scalpel. Ben hovers nearby, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like he's debating whether to intervene or start praying. "You know that's a vintage La Pavone," he says, voice low, reverent. "It's a piece of functional sculpture." Maya doesn't even glance up. "Then consider this an artistic intervention." She winks at me. When the machine finally sputters back to life, it lets out a death rattle of steam and bitter espresso foam, violent, dramatic, and weirdly triumphant. She steps back, bows with a flourish, and declares, "You're welcome, caffeine peasants." I take a cautious sip. It tastes like burnt almonds and adrenaline. I grin anyway, warmth spreading across my chest that has nothing to do with temperature. Somehow, impossibly, it tastes like joy. Ben's been trying to stay stoic all morning, head down, brush poised, posture tight like he's shielding himself from some emotional draft. Maya clocks it instantly. She sidles up beside him, arms crossed, eyes gleaming with mischief, and asks, "Quick question, were you born brooding, or did you minor in it?" He ignores her, or tries to, but she's relentless. "Seriously, you walk around this place like someone stole your favorite chisel and insulted your ancestors." She tosses a paint-streaked rag at his chest and deadpans, "Cheer up, Edward Scissorhands. You're married now. Tragic is so last season." Ben blinks, halfway between confusion and amusement. Then something cracks. Just a little. He lets out a short, startled laugh that sounds like it snuck out without permission. It's not loud, not long, but it lands in the room like a dropped pin in a quiet cathedral. Maya grins and stage whispers to me, "You're welcome again," before sauntering off in search of snacks, trouble, or both. I glance at Ben. He's still smiling, eyes soft, shoulders looser than they've been in days. And just like that, she's worked another kind of magic. It's 2:07 a.m. when I finally lift my head and realize I've been labeling tags for 3 straight hours without blinking properly. My neck aches. My fingers are stained with Sharpie. I rub my temples, willing my brain to shut off just long enough to remember I'm human. That's when Maya appears. Hair wild, sweatshirt half-zipped, judgment radiating off her like heat from an overworked kiln. She surveys the room like she's stumbled onto a crime scene. "Really?" she says, arms crossed. "You gonna start monologuing about sacrifice next? Or can we skip to the intervention part?" I mumble something about deadlines, but she's already plucking the binder from under my arm like it's a cursed relic. "You know burnout's not a personality trait, right?" she adds, rifling through the pages before slapping a protein bar onto the table with the force of someone issuing a cease and desist. "I'm fine," I lie, reaching for the binder. "You're crunchy," she corrects, "like a granola bar that's been in someone's purse since 2019. I hesitate. She doesn't blink. Finally, I tear open the bar and take a bite. It's stale and chalky, but it tastes like care disguised in sarcasm. Maya flops down beside me and mutters something about staging a wellness intervention with mood lighting. I laugh, then I eat another bite. Some nights, long after Ben's tools have quieted and the gallery lights are dimmed to a glow, I hear it. Soft scuffs against concrete, the whisper of breath syncing with motion. I pause at the studio door, careful not to interrupt, and there she is. Maya, barefoot, headphones askew, swaying through shadows and moonlight. It's not choreography. There's no structure, no count, just movement pulled from muscle memory and something deeper. Her arms float, collapse, reach again. Her left foot stutters on a turn, and she shakes her head, frustrated. But she doesn't stop. Her body writes half-formed sentences across the floor, edits them mid-air. I lean against the wall and watch, unnoticed. Not as a curator, not even as her sister. Just as someone witnessing a girl rebuild a part of herself she thought was gone. Her face, caught in a shaft of light, isn't triumphant. It's tender, present. She's not trying to conquer the past. She's just letting the present hold her. By Friday, the loft doesn't echo anymore. The walls soak up sound like they've been waiting for it. Maya's off-key singing from the shower, Ben muttering to himself over open paint cans, me swearing softly at an invoice that quadrupled overnight. Nothing's quiet, and nothing matches. But somehow it feels right. Maya leaves books half opened on every surface and insists the couch needs to absorb her essence. Ben forgets to label his solvents again, and I threaten to install a skull and crossbones sticker on anything unlabeled. We eat meals standing up, step over each other's stuff, laugh at nothing, and argue over whether a gallery needs a snack drawer. We're jagged, unfiltered, out of sync in all the ways that somehow make us better. And when Maya collapses onto the couch after a marathon of errand running and sighs, "I guess this is home for now," I don't flinch. Because it is. Not perfect, but alive, real, and ours.
Chapter 34. Ben. The door creaks open without warning. Just a gust of city air and the scent of bergamot and deadlines. Celine steps inside like she owns the place, which, considering how many of our forms she's ghostwritten and grant cycles she's navigated for us, might not be entirely inaccurate. She's dressed like always, structured blazer, wide-leg trousers, and a lipstick shade that dares anyone to underestimate her. Tucked under one arm is a black leather portfolio, weathered at the corners, bulging slightly. She doesn't offer greetings or small talk. just walk straight through the chaos of our half-built residency space, pausing only to sidestep a precarious stack of wire mesh before dropping the folder onto the work table like it's Excalibur. "You got it," she says, cool as a cucumber, like she's commenting on the weather. For a moment, neither of us moves. Noah's hand stills midair, a brush dripping raw umber over a canvas she's been stretching for days. I blink once, twice. The folder just sits there, unassuming, plain, containing every damn thing we'd pinned our faith to. "The grant?" Noah finally asks, her voice light but tight, the kind of tone she uses when she's afraid to hope too loudly. Celine's smile tilts. The grant, the space, the program, all of it. Noah lets out this sound, half gasp, half laugh, entirely untethered, and crosses the floor in 3 bounds that barely touch down. She throws her arms around me so hard my ribs creak, and the momentum sends us careening into a stack of empty frames. I steady her instinctively, laughing into her neck as she breathes the word again, soft this time. "We got it." Celine leans back against the table and flicks invisible lint off her cuff. I'd say something about making history, but I figured you two would rather just get to work. The folder still isn't open. It doesn't have to be. It already changed everything. The table's a wreck, covered in blueprints, grant templates, coffee rings, and the ghosts of half a dozen deadlines. Noah's perched on the edge of a milk crate, cross-legged like a kid at a science fair, one hand buried in her curls, and the other racing across a legal pad with a bright pink marker. Her handwriting slants at dangerous angles, each bullet point more urgent than the last. "Open studios every Friday," she says, scribbling furiously. "Kids programming, mentorship pairings, sliding scale residencies for anyone without institutional backing." I nod, pencil in hand, sketching out a draft of the workshop wing. I don't even realize I'm smiling until she looks up and mirrors it. There's something wild about this process, like we're drafting more than logistics. We're scripting a manifesto in Post-its and coffee grounds. Her voice rises as she rattles off ideas. After-school classes, artist talks, multilingual signage. "No fees, ever," she adds, jabbing the marker into the pad like she's sealing a vow. I draw another line across the studio map, dividing space we don't technically have yet, but already own in spirit. For the first time in years, I'm not designing for collectors or committees or critics. I'm designing for the boy I used to be. The one who smuggled charcoal sketches under his mattress because he didn't think the world wanted to see them. This isn't a blueprint. It's a declaration. Noah talks about art like it's a birthright. Something everyone should have access to, not just the pedigreed or the lucky. She waves her hands as she speaks, knocking over a cup of graphite pencils without even noticing. "What if we could be the place someone says changed their life?" she says. And it isn't rhetorical. She believes it. She's already halfway there. I don't answer. I just watch her. The way her whole body leans into the idea, like she's physically holding the future between her palms and shaping it with every syllable. Her eyes shine. Not with pride or ambition, but purpose. Something holy. There's a kind of quiet that settles in me then. Like when you step into a cathedral made of light and realize you don't have to whisper. You just want to. She's not designing a residency. She's crafting a revolution in soft clothes and paint-splattered hands. Somehow, impossibly, she builds it big enough for me to belong to. I don't think. I just reach for the pencil. It's short, worn down from weeks of neglect, but it feels right in my fingers. Familiar in a way nothing has since my life became paperwork and press cycles. There's no commission hanging over my shoulder, no gallery director peering down their nose. Just a blank page and the quiet hum of Noah organizing paint tubes across the room. The lines come slow at first, curves, weight distribution, steel tension welded into possibility. I sketch the studio layout from memory, then begin shaping something new. A sculpture that rises like a spine and curves at the top, arching into a question mark. At the end, not a point, but an open hand. Offering. Waiting. Becoming. I don't know what it means yet, And for once, I don't need to. Noah drifts behind me, arms crossed and curious. She leans in, chin brushing my shoulder. "You're smiling," she says, like it's something rare and precious. I blink. I hadn't realized. But she's right. I am. The egg rolls are cold. The floor's hard. My back aches from a full day of hammering ideas into blueprints. And still, I've never felt more grounded. Noah's cross-legged beside me, chewing around a mouthful of noodles and gesturing wildly with her chopsticks. "The signage should be handmade," she says, "something that feels not too polished." A drop of sriracha clings to the corner of her mouth, and I reach out instinctively, thumb brushing it away before she notices. She barely blinks, just keeps going. "What if we call it the open frame?" I freeze, container halfway to my mouth. The name lands in the air between us and hangs there, not demanding anything, just fitting, like a door cracked open, waiting for light. I swallow slowly. "It's unfinished," I murmur. "Inviting." She nods. "It's not about us," she says, softer now. "It's about what comes through." And just like that, it exists, not in paperwork, not in press releases, in intention. We don't toast or declare it official. We just keep eating on the floor, surrounded by sketches and dreams. And I know, this is how you build something that lasts. She's curled up on the couch like she meant to rest for just a second, and forgot to get back up. Her notebook lies open across her chest, filled with half-formed ideas and doodles she'll pretend aren't hers in the morning. There's a smear of purple marker across her wrist and ink smudged along her knuckles like the future tried to write itself through her skin. I don't move. I just sit beside her. The silence, almost reverent. She's breathing steady, lashes casting shadows across her cheekbones, one hand loosely fisted like she fell asleep mid-thought. The lamplight catches in the curls at her temple, soft and untamed. The world has always told me that permanence is a fantasy, an illusion sold in rings and signatures and lease agreements. But I'm starting to think permanence was never the lie. We just looked for it in the wrong places. Because it's here, in the cracked grout beneath us, in the way her fingers twitch like she's still building in her sleep, in the peace that doesn't ask for anything except presence. I reach over and gently pull the blanket up around her shoulders. I don't kiss her. Don't speak. I feel like finally I'm right where I need to be.
Chapter 35. Noah. The gallery doesn't buzz, it breathes, low and steady, like it's exhaling for the first time. The walls gleam with fresh paint and purpose, hung not just with art, but with moments we lived through to get here. Every frame holds a story. Every nail was hammered in with bare hands and bigger dreams. There's no grand piano in the corner or celebrity guest list. Just people who understand what it means to build something that didn't always want to be built. I adjusted the lighting myself this morning, angling the spots until the shadows curved just right. Now they cast gentle halos around the work instead of swallowing it. Maya flits between conversations with a tray of mismatched glasses, occasionally heckling me in whispers whenever someone asks for a statement piece price. Celine's posted up near the back wall, already deep in conversation with a grant reviewer. Who could we pass for a board barista if you didn't know better? I'm in black linen, wide-legged pants, square neckline, the kind of outfit that says I take up space on purpose. My jewelry's minimal, but my posture isn't. I stand like the whole damn show bears my name, because it does. Because we've survived enough to stop apologizing for the shape of our ambition. Ben is off to my left, caught mid-laugh with a 20-something sculptor who looks like he's debating whether or not to fanboy. His sleeves are rolled, forearms dusted with bronze patina, and even from across the room, I can tell his jaw's a little tight with nerves. He always gets this way when the work is out in the open, half proud, half terrified. Like someone might look too close and find the parts he didn't mean to reveal. I know the feeling. I carry it too. And then a ripple cuts across the current of the room. He walks in like punctuation. Tailored suit, over-polished shoes. Smirk just crooked enough to be mistaken for charm. Jasper, the last person anyone invited. The first person I ever mistook for power. His gaze slides over the crowd like he's scanning for weakness. But I don't shrink. Not anymore. I lift my chin and meet his eyes, spine straight, blood steady. This is my gallery, my night. And he just stepped into the wrong damn frame. He's still dressing like dominance is a suit you can tailor. Steel gray wool, pocket square folded with surgical precision. Watch face gleaming like a verdict already handed down. And that walk. Smooth, practiced, entitled, like the gallery should yield to accommodate his stride. He doesn't look at the art, doesn't pause to read a single title card or study a piece. He breezes past bronze, charcoal, acrylic, as if creativity itself is some petty indulgence. He's not here for the work. He's here for me. Can we speak privately? He says, voice pitched just low enough to sound like a request instead of a command. His eyes flick to the hallway off the main floor where the storage closet used to be before we turned it into a makeshift office. The nerve of asking to speak privately in a space I built, a space I own, but I don't flinch, don't stall. Lead the way, I say, not because I'm afraid, but because I'm not. I want the air cleared, the ledger balanced. I want the ghost exercised by my own hands. As we walk, the crowd parts with instinctual deference, like they feel the static before a storm breaks. Maya catches my eye, brows lifting, but I give her a small nod. I've got this. I need this. In the hallway, it's cooler, quieter. Just the soft murmur of the gallery's sound system drifting in. An ambient playlist Ben put together called Hope Looped. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, waiting. Jasper stands like he's preparing to litigate a merger, and for a split second, I almost laugh. Because he thinks this is power, and I'm about to show him what freedom really looks like. He starts with the classics. Liable, defamatory, public record. Words he used to wield like blades, slicing people down in boardrooms and behind closed gallery doors. His voice is syrupy and clipped, full of that smug condescension reserved for women he thinks are only brave until the lawyers show up. You've painted yourself into a precarious corner, he says, adjusting his cuff like it makes him more convincing. Symposiums talk, grant boards listen, and donors, well, they tend to avoid volatility. I let him talk. I don't interrupt. He needs the performance more than I need the warning. Ben's visa status, your little nonprofit. It's a fragile empire, he continues, stepping closer, lowering his voice like we're co-conspirators instead of survivors from a war he started. A scandal could destabilize everything, but I'm offering you a chance to stay ahead of that. Quietly. He thinks he's handing me a lifeline, but all I see is a man gripping the last frayed thread of a reputation that doesn't scare anyone anymore. I cross my arms, shift my weight against the wall, and tilt my head like I'm studying brushwork instead of nonsense. His threats don't raise my pulse, don't make my knees wobble or my vision blur. Not like they used to. Because I'm not the former employee he gaslit in committee rooms and back alley showings. I'm the woman who built a sanctuary from that fire, and he's standing in it, watching the walls hold. When he finally runs out of buzzwords and veiled threats, he pauses, expecting me to fold, to flinch, to ask what it would take to make this all disappear. Instead, I offer him facts. You've been removed from the State Grant Advisory Board, I say calmly, like I'm reciting the weather. The Curator's Council, the symposium panel, I let each name fall like a gavel. They didn't blacklist you, Jasper. You erased yourself. One arrogant email, one hostile whisper, one too many threats cloaked in mentorship. His jaw tightens, and the twitch just beneath his left eye betrays the smooth front he's trying to hold. But I'm not finished. Turns out, I add, voice even, almost conversational. People like receipts, and I've got more than enough to frame if I wanted to. He opens his mouth, then closes it. I don't need to shout. The truth, spoken plainly, is more corrosive than fire. He rattles off something about defamation, precedent, legacy, as if the echo of his voice could still pass for authority. His eyes flicker, searching for a crack in the foundation. But there isn't one. Not anymore. I shake my head, slow and almost sympathetic. You're not scary anymore, Jasper. You're just loud. He freezes like I've slapped him, but there's no heat in my voice. No venom. Just the kind of quiet clarity that lands harder than any insult ever could. Because it's not meant to hurt. It's meant to release. He blinks, confusion knitting across his brow, like he's searching for the woman he once been around his ambition. But she's not here. And she's not hiding. She walked out of that version of herself barefoot and burning and never looked back. So I do now what I should have done years ago. I turn away first. Jasper leaves without fanfare. Just the soft click of leather soles and the faint stench of ego clinging behind him like old smoke. For once, it feels like a gift. I let the door close. Exhale slowly. Then I smooth the line of my linen jumpsuit, adjust the neckline, and roll my shoulders back like I'm settling into my own skin again. When I step back into the gallery, the air greets me like it's been waiting. Lighter, clearer, charged. Ben's across the room by the textile installation, nodding along to a guest story. But his eyes find mine the second I reappear. They ask the question without words. I nod once. A slow, deliberate assurance. He crosses the floor, hand at the small of my back like it belongs there. Everything all right? Better, I say, lips curving. Just took out the trash. His laugh is low and reverent, and together, we blend back into the rhythm of the night. Conversations, clinking glasses, the rustle of gallery guides, and the quiet awe of people meeting truth on canvas. This time, I don't shrink to make room for anyone else. I take up space, because it's mine.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 36. Ben. Celine's text arrives just as I'm tightening the mount on a copper wire piece we salvaged from a shipping crate 2 months ago. You'll want to read this now. The kind of message that turns your blood cold before you've even tapped the link. The site is one of those sleek, hyper-curated art blogs with minimalist fonts and a reputation for passive-aggressive takedowns masquerading as think pieces. The headline is vague enough to feel clever, when good intentions whitewash the frame. My thumb hovers for half a second, then I scroll. Accusations spill like oil, slippery, thick with innuendo. Anonymous sources, allegations of improperly sourced pieces, rumors about laundering stolen work through small non-profit pipelines. Nothing confirmed. Everything corrosive. They don't use my name, but the insinuation is surgical. A former South African artist with a complicated past, now at the helm of a suspiciously well-funded immigrant initiative. Noah's quoted once, an out-of-context pull from an interview she gave last week about accessibility in art. Twisted just enough to make it sound like we're exploiting the system instead of rebuilding it. The gallery lights feel harsh now. The floor too exposed. My stomach turns with that old, sickening sense of being seen, but not understood. Not for the work. For the wound. I don't need to guess who fed them the narrative. The fingerprints are all over it. Cassian's rhythm, vocabulary, and obsession with half-truths that rot slowly. This isn't just sabotage. It's a signature. And the worst part? It's working. I find Noah adjusting placards along the eastern wall, squinting at spacing like symmetry might save us. I wait until the volunteers drift out of earshot, then lean in. It dropped. 2 words. That's all I say. Her hand stills midair. She doesn't turn, doesn't speak. Just exhales. Measured. Like a diver conserving oxygen before the plunge. When she finally looks at me, her expression is all wire and resolve. How bad? She asks. Bad enough to make the rounds, not enough to cancel anything. She nods once. Then we don't flinch. Selene arrives minutes later, hips swaying like she's gliding into a boardroom instead of a bomb scene. She's in navy silk and pointed heels sharp enough to double as weapons. Her tablet's already open, scrolling with tabs and timestamps. I've got 3 lawyers on standby, she announces, not bothering with a hello. 2 journalists who owe me favors, and a moderator in Berlin who's already issued a retraction tweet. She taps her screen like a magician flicking cards. This isn't a scandal, it's a footnote. Let's bury it like one. Noah arches a brow. What do you want in exchange? Selene smiles, all teeth and strategy. A thank you speech at the opening. Maybe a sculpture named after me. The tension cracks, just slightly. I almost laugh. Almost. Selene doesn't just spin the story, she reframes it. Plants counter-narratives like seeds in fertile gossip soil. By the time the doors open, the article is already being dismissed as clickbait in 3 separate group chats and an industry Slack. I watch her stride across the gallery floor like a general who knows the battle was won before the first shot was fired. Vengeance, it turns out, can wear stilettos and carry a media contact list as lethal as any sword. The gallery glows with that golden hour hum, the kind that makes ambition look romantic and walls feel sacred. Curators hover near mixed media installations, murmuring appreciatively. A collector in tortoiseshell glasses inspects a sculpture I built with my palms and patience. Artists I once studied in borrowed textbooks shake my hand like I belong here, and I smile, nod, and play the part. But beneath it all, I'm scanning. Not for praise, not even for Cassian, for damage. The article hasn't hit this room yet, not fully. I can feel it waiting, though. Curling beneath cocktail chatter, hiding in the unspoken, a pause in conversation, a glance that lingers too long on the label beneath my name. I pass a group of younger artists debating abstraction, and one of them goes quiet as I approach. A coincidence? Maybe. Maybe not. Noah is radiant under the track lights, surrounded by students from our early outreach sessions. She's laughing, relaxed. But I clock the way her shoulders shift when someone leans in to a whisper. She's alert, too. The art holds. The frames haven't warped. The light is flattering, the acoustics decent. But I'm not breathing freely. Not yet. I keep waiting for a single crack. Hairline, almost imperceptible to spread like a fault line across the night. Because I know Cassian, and he doesn't bluff. He enters like mildew under crown molding, uninvited, unwanted, and dressed to disguise decay. His coat is deep navy, custom-tailored, the kind you buy to look effortless. The room doesn't shift around him, but I do. Every muscle knows this shape, this sound. The way his shoes click like punctuation marks in a story I thought I'd stopped telling. He doesn't greet anyone or glance at the art. just glides past installations like they bore him, eyes scanning for something worth destroying. There's a small scuff on the marble near the gallery's entrance. He clocks it with smug satisfaction, as if the space itself is proving his point. And then he sees me. He angles toward the sculpture room like he's browsing, but there's no pretense. Just a slow, deliberate crossing of distance and silence. I meet him there beside a piece I built in the months after he tried to ruin me. It's made of iron and glass. It doesn't bend. "Lovely space," he says, voice smooth as varnish, toxic as fumes. "You've outdone yourself. Again." The again lands soft, polished, designed to echo. His smile doesn't reach his eyes, but the satisfaction does. That glint of someone who thinks sabotage counts as legacy, who believes if he can't be worshipped, then he'll settle for being feared. I don't answer. I just hold his gaze like a mirror he can't quite look away from. Because this time, I'm not the one who should flinch. I let the silence stretch long enough to feel like a verdict, long enough for him to realize I'm not here to play at civility or step into the trap he's laid with passive-aggressive praise. I don't posture or smirk. I just let him see that I'm not afraid of him anymore, that whatever power he used to hold over me evaporated the moment I stopped needing his approval. "You were always more afraid of being forgotten than being wrong," I say, voice steady. His jaw ticks. Barely. But it's enough. That crack in the armor. That flicker of something raw behind the veneer of calculated detachment. He recovers quickly. Cassian always does. But the delay betrays him. "Art is war," he replies, tilting his head like he's quoting scripture. "I just prefer not to lose my battles quietly." I nod. "Once. Clean and sharp. You already have." It's not triumph. It's truth. And it cuts deeper than anything he expected. For the first time, he doesn't have a clever reply waiting in the wings. Just a faint shrug. A glance at the walls, the room, the people who no longer orbit around his ego. And then he turns and walks out. It's the smallest, most glorious sound I've ever heard. Nothing. I exhale like it's the first real breath I've taken since the article hit. It scrapes a little on the way out, like it had sharp edges going in. But it leaves space behind, and I walk straight into it. Back toward the living current of this place we built. Noah's by the drinks table, mid-laugh. Something bright and unbothered in her face as Maya gestures wildly with a half-eaten spring roll. She sees me before I reach her. Of course she does. And without missing a beat, she extends her hand. Oh, natural. Like we're two ends of the same wire. I take it. Celine stands at the far end of the room, cool and lethal in black silk, wine glass untouched in her hand. Our eyes meet. I nod once. She nods back. No words necessary. Just the quiet recognition of a storm handled. The article will fade. The smear will die like embers in water. And what's left will be this. The gallery walls bathed in amber light. The art unapologetic. The people who showed up. The ones who stayed. Noah's laughter beside me. My name beside hers.
Chapter 37. Noah. The gallery smells like citrus cleaner and fresh paint. New beginnings masked by elbow grease. Celine's off charming a local council member into doubling next year's funding. Maya is crouched behind a sculpture shaped like an unraveling cello. Appetizers into her mouth like it's a mission from God. I love them for it. Their energy, mischief. The way they've made this whole place hum with something better than hope. It hums with proof. But in the far corner of the studio, behind the welding curtains and lighting rig cables, there's one section that stays silent. Still covered. Ben's sculpture. It's the only piece that hasn't been tagged or lit. No artist statement. No polished plaque. Just a tall, sloping figure draped in heavy canvas, like a secret too fragile to name. I walk toward it slowly, dodging tape lines and scattered tools, trying not to let the sound of my sandals echo too loudly. Something about the stillness around that sculpture feels expectant. I stop just short of the base and reach out, but don't touch the cloth. The edge curls up in a draft from the AC vent above, exposing a sliver of copper that catches the light just enough to make my heart stutter. He hears my footsteps, but doesn't turn around. He's sitting on the low stool near the windows, sketchbook open across one thigh, charcoal smudging the heel of his palm. His shoulders are hunched, not in defeat, just in distance. "Is it finished?" I ask, softly. He pauses, lets the pencil hover in midair. For a moment, I think he won't answer at all. Without looking at me, he says, "Not yet." And something about that, about the absence of defense, makes me love him a little harder. I sink down onto the low crate across from him, careful not to knock over a jar of rusted fasteners or the chipped coffee mug holding his favorite graphite sticks. Between us, the sculpture looms, veiled and unknowable. A shared heartbeat we're both afraid to measure. He doesn't speak at first, just draws slow lines that loop back on themselves, as if repetition might make the meaning surface. Eventually, he sets the pencil down and presses the heel of his hand to his brow. I started this thinking I'd sculpt a lie we made look real. His voice is rough with the weight of clarity. I stay quiet, waiting. He exhales. But now, what we have doesn't need to be proven, so I don't know what this is anymore. There's no anger in his words, just disorientation, the kind that comes after building a fortress and realizing you no longer need to hide inside it. I pull my knees to my chest and let my fingers trace the embroidery on my sleeve, loops of thread that catch the light like river reeds. Maybe that's the point, I say softly. Maybe the piece isn't about what we were, it's about who we let ourselves become. He looks at me then, not with answers, but with something better. Recognition. The only sound that follows is the faint scratch of pencil against paper as he turns the page and begins again, to see where the line leads. Maya's baiting a blogger, near the refreshment table, with a deadpan monologue about peanuts being an aphrodisiac. Celine is mid-lecture with a flustered intern about color-coded media credentials. Somewhere behind the gallery walls, laughter mingles with nervous footfalls. But I slip away. He's moved silently to the back workroom, door half closed, air sharp with steel dust and something heavier. He's standing in front of the sculpture's armature, muscles tight, gaze locked like the thing might rise up and accuse him of hesitation. Softly, like confession, he says, "I don't want to ruin it." My heart doesn't stutter. It expands. I walk closer, slow and deliberate, until I'm next to him but not crowding. The light in here is dim, just a single bulb over the workbench, casting long shadows on his sketches taped to the wall. I trace one with my eyes, a figure in motion, arms extended, like it's reaching towards something it hasn't named yet. "Then don't," I say, barely louder than breath. He turns to me, guarded, a little raw. "Just tell the truth," I add, meeting his eyes. "The real kind, the kind that doesn't care if anyone applauds." That lands somewhere deeper than reassurance. His expression shifts, focused, like I just handed him a map that only he can read. He looks back at the armature with new eyes, like maybe it's not a monument to a past version of us. Maybe it's a promise. That night, the studio breathes like something alive. Hushed, humming, reverent. I curl on the couch, limbs tangled in a throw blanket that smells like turpentine and jasmine. Somewhere past midnight, I drift off to the low pulse of the welding torch, sharp, rhythmic, unwavering. It doesn't sound angry anymore. Not like it used to when Ben was building walls with his art instead of windows. Now it sounds steady, like heartbeat, like resolve, like someone stitching a truth together in steel. I wake around 2 to get water, bare feet padded against the cool cement. When I pass the glass wall that separates the workroom from the rest of the loft, I stop. He's still there, shirt gone, arms streaked with soot and sweat. The bluish flare of the torch throws shadows across his shoulders, gilding him in motion. Sparks rise, catch in the air like fireflies before fading. His face is set, but not tense. It's peaceful, intent. There's no hesitation in him now, no second guessing. Just Ben, and the shape of something unfinished being brought into the world like a promise kept in metal. I don't knock. Don't interrupt. Just stand there, watching the man I married not finish a sculpture, but finish becoming someone who could. By morning, the air in the studio is thick with ash, metal, and something quieter, like the trace of a prayer answered with action instead of words. I don't ask if he's finished. Some truths don't need language to announce themselves. Instead, I carry 2 chipped mugs, one filled with coffee, the other with the warmth of showing up. He's hunched over the workbench, hair damp, skin streaked in charcoal and triumph. When I step into the room, he doesn't look at me right away, just reaches blindly for the rag tucked into his waistband and wipes his brow with what I realize is my old screen-printed t-shirt, the one he used to make fun of all the time. I lean against the doorway, sipping slowly, letting him lead. He turns, finally, wordless, tired in the bones, not the heart. Then, without ceremony or warning, he walks to the final sculpture and lifts the cloth. It falls away like fog, and there it is. Steel arcs, bronze folds, negative space held open like a secret mid-sentence. It's not symmetrical, not polished to a mirror sheen, but it's raw and fluid and impossibly sure of itself, like it was never meant to be beautiful, just true. Ben wipes his hands on his jeans and says, "It doesn't have a title yet?" I smile into my cup, warmth curling in my chest like embers catching light. "That's okay," I tell him. "Neither do we." The sun spills in slow, like it knows not to rush us. We sit on the cold studio floor, backs against a wall that still smells faintly of primer and persistence. My legs are stretched out in front of me, crossed at the ankles. His are bent, one knee resting against mine. It's not romantic in the way movies are. No dramatic music or soaring strings. It's better. It's peace that has nothing to prove. Ben leans his head against my shoulder like he's finally allowed to. I thread my fingers through his, our palms warm where they meet, calluses and all. There's soot on my sleeve and clay under his nails, and I wouldn't scrub any of it away. We don't speak. We've spent enough time preparing for other people's eyes. This moment, it's for ours. The sculpture stands a few feet away, catching morning light like it was born for it. It doesn't need a plaque or a signature. It has us. As the heat of the day begins to rise from the concrete and the city wakes up outside our windows, I think this is it. The masterpiece wasn't what we built. It's that we built it together.
Chapter 38. Ben. The lock clicks behind us, a soft finality that hushes the outside world. Inside, the open frame breathes differently without an audience. The lights are dimmed to a gentle glow, just enough to catch the curve of sculpture, the brushstroke shadows on canvas. The hum of the city outside doesn't reach us here. It's quiet, not empty, just ours. I let the door swing shut and take a moment to stand still, to let the silence settle in my chest. Noah walks ahead of me, slow and barefoot, toes brushing across the smoothed concrete like she's grounding herself. The soft padding of her steps echoes just enough to remind me this place is real. Not theory, not sketch. A living structure carved out of second chances and shared belief. She glances back at me, one brow lifted. "Did we forget anything?" she asks. I shake my head. "Only the panic. We seem to have left that somewhere back in Phase 1. She snorts, low and lovely, then spins once under a ceiling beam like a dancer testing the air. "Good," she says. "Let it stay gone. Far away." We don't talk much as we move through the space, just drift from room to room, pausing in front of pieces that feel more like chapters than exhibits. There's the triptych made of salvaged window frames, the installation born from our first fight, the mural where Maya's laugh is somehow embedded in the color itself. The walls don't feel like gallery walls tonight. They feel like pages. Noah stops in the center of the main room, where the floor still bears a faint stain from the first batch of mixed plaster that didn't quite set right. She folds her arms and looks around slowly, eyes glossy, not with tears, but with awe. "You know," she murmurs, "this doesn't feel like the end of something." I step beside her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her skin. "That's because it isn't," I say. "It's a start." She turns toward me, her smile small but sure. And in that moment, with our shadows stretching long across the concrete floor and every light dim but steady, I understand exactly what we built. Not just a gallery, a place where we get to show up. As artists, as something that's no longer pretending. A place that lets us say, without needing to say it, "This is ours." She's perched on the window ledge in my shirt like she owns the building. And maybe she does. One of my old button-downs, sleeves rolled high, barely buttoned over soft cotton leggings. The hem drapes over her thighs like a secret kept just for me. Her hair's a mess of knots and stubborn strands, twisted up and anchored with one of Maya's hair clips. And somehow she looks like the kind of royalty no crown could ever contain. She holds a wine glass with the same careless grace she uses when sketching. The deep red sloshes slightly as she swirls it, legs tucked under her, eyes on the shadows dancing across the far wall. The studio is soaked in golden lamplight, warm and low, the kind of light that forgives everything. She takes a sip and hums in quiet satisfaction, the sound curling around me like smoke. "Tomorrow's not the reveal," she says, her voice low and matter-of-fact. I lean against the doorway, arms crossed, a half-smile tugging at my mouth. "No?" She shakes her head slowly, her expression unreadable in the soft light. "Tomorrow is for them, critics, collectors, people with pens and checklists." She tips the glass toward me like a toast without ceremony. "Tonight's ours, and that's the real reveal." I step closer, curious, maybe a little wrecked by how easily she says things that undo me. "What exactly are we revealing?" She looks up then, direct, steady, half-smirk playing at her lips. "That we made it," she says, "that we're still here." The words land with the weight of something sacred. I take the second glass from the counter, fill it with something dark and defiant, and drink. Because she's right. This, her, under my shirt and my life, is the only unveiling that's ever mattered. We walk the floor like it belongs to us, and maybe now it does. Not in the way that's measured by deeds or ownership, but in the way scars belong to the skin they changed. The gallery is quiet, save for the soft hum of the lights and the echo of our footsteps softened by sweat and hard work. Noah's hand finds mine without looking, our fingers tangling in the space between pieces we built, from nothing but hope and the sheer defiance of not quitting. We pause at the sculpture I almost abandoned, the one welded in grief, scraped raw by hesitation. I run my hand over the edge, feeling the groove where metal refused to bend until I did. "Remember when I swore this would never come together?" I say, the corner of my mouth twitching. She just smiles and leans her head against my shoulder like that was the plan all along. Maybe it was. Further down the wall, we stop in front of the mixed media installation that started as one of my sketches. Messy, audacious, impossible. It's framed now, sealed behind glass, but I can still see the smudge of her thumbprint at the corner. Mine too. Our chaos fossilized into something permanent. "I wasn't a fan of this piece," she murmurs, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "And now I don't even remember why." I nod, letting the silence stretch for a few heartbeats. "Maybe you had to hate it before you could love it. The air isn't heavy tonight, not like it used to be. Tonight, the ghosts are here, but they don't rattle chains or drag shame. Watching us walk unburdened through the ruins they once haunted. We move on. She reaches for another sip of wine. I kiss the crown of her head without thinking, and the past, for once, stays behind us. We end up near the back corner of the gallery, where the light softens into a gold that forgives imperfections. It filters down in quiet rays from the ceiling track, washing over the exposed brick and the battered wood bench we dragged in from the storage loft months ago. It's never been part of the exhibit, but tonight it becomes a kind of altar. Noah climbs into my lap like we've done this 1,000 times, like her body already knows the shape of belonging. The weight of her settles across my thighs, grounding and electric all at once. Her shirt clings to her in places I want to trace with my mouth, bunched slightly from where she knelt between half-hung canvases earlier. The scent of her, spice, sweat, paint, rises with the warmth between us, and I breathe it in like it's the only thing that matters. Her wineglass dangles loosely from one hand. The other finds the nape of my neck, fingertips soft and smooth against my skin. Her touch is light, reverent, as if she's touching something sacred. She doesn't speak right away, just looks at me, like I'm something she lost once, and finally remembered where she left. Her thumb brushes behind my ear, soft as breath. "You didn't have to stay," she says. Her voice is warm velvet, not accusing, just true. A simple acknowledgement of every storm we crawled through to get to this moment. I tilt my head until my forehead touches hers. "I'm so glad I did. You saved me." A beat passes, and we just breathe, together. Her in my lap, her skin against mine, and the soft thunder of something unspoken finally being heard. I kiss her, not like I'm trying to spark something, like I'm filling a need she never had to ask. Her lips part under mine, slow and sure. It's not the kind of kiss that demands. It's the kind that stays, that builds. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. The gallery is quiet again, just the low hum of the lights, the scent of varnish and sex in the air. Her hand finds mine and squeezes once. She doesn't say "I love you." I already know. We move to the floor, still reaching for each other as our breathing slows. Noah is draped across my chest, one arm splayed over my ribs, her breath slow and steady against my throat. Her legs hook around mine like roots finding stone, anchoring without permission. I shift just enough to press a kiss to her temple, tasting salt and serenity. A thank you I couldn't say earlier, when her fingers were undoing every fear I still carried. The gallery is silent now, the kind that lives in cathedrals when no one's looking. The creak of the old beams above us sounds like the building is exhaling with us. Finally, I don't close my eyes. I just listen. To her breathing, to the stillness, to the truth that doesn't need spotlights or panels or critics to matter. The reveal wasn't tomorrow. It was tonight, and it's already complete.
Chapter 39. Noah. The doors open at 6, and within minutes, the open frame begins to shift in spirit. The air thickens, not with noise, but with presence. Footsteps echo over sealed concrete, softened by the rustle of jackets, shrugged off, and programs unfolded. This isn't a grand unveiling, no ribbon cutting or champagne towers. It's something quieter, deeper, like watching your heartbeat reflected back at you in someone else's eyes. People don't rush. They drift. They pause in front of the textile installation we nearly scrapped twice, or circle the welded sculpture Maya insisted we move into better light. It's the kind of slowness that feels like reverence, like they're not just looking, but listening, A couple stands arm in arm in front of the mixed media mural stitched from refugee letters and threads of salvaged fabric, saying nothing. I spot a retired art teacher I met once at a local grant event, her gray curls pinned back with a tortoiseshell clip. She stands frozen before a ceramic piece molded by a Syrian teen who hadn't spoken aloud for the first 3 weeks of residency. It's jagged, half-glazed, and unapologetically imperfect. The teacher doesn't pull out her phone or reach for her glasses. She just presses one hand flat against her chest, like something broke open inside her, and not in a bad way. That's when I know. This wasn't about opening a gallery. We didn't create a monument or a marketplace. We carved out a mirror, one wide enough, honest enough, to hold every version of becoming we've ever been brave enough to show. Tonight, it's full. My sister is war paint and swagger tonight. Her lipstick is the kind of red that makes people forget their questions. She doesn't wait for the press to approach her. She stalks them, graceful, deliberate, like a cat who already knows where the teeth will land. A journalist from one of the regional art blogs tries to corner her by the artist statement wall, leading with a question about financial transparency in emerging nonprofits. Maya doesn't blink. "We're not here to talk about money," she says, voice dipped in honey and edged in steel. "We're here to talk about meaning." Another reporter sidles up moments later, all smiles and smarm. "Any comment on the controversy surrounding your lead sculptor's past affiliations?" he asks, eyes flicking toward Ben like he expects a reaction. Maya tilts her head, feigns a thoughtful pause. "Sure," she says brightly. "Here's my comment. Healing isn't linear, and neither is art. Now, if you're done with the witch hunt, the installation near the east wall explores displacement through glasswork. Try not to miss it." She smiles with her teeth and walks away without waiting for a reply. Thandi lingers near the refreshments, arms crossed and amused, sipping a rosemary spritz like it's champagne. When I glance back, Thandi lifts her glass in a toast, lips quirking into a smirk that could rewrite the rules of diplomacy. Celine is even subtler, part guardian, part diplomat. She prowls the edge of the room, cutting off any whispers that veer too close to innuendo with a look so polished it reflects. She doesn't speak often, but when she does, it's like someone dropped a gavel in velvet. Thank God she's in our corner now. I watch it all unfold and feel something twist and anchor in my chest at the same time. These women are more than colleagues or friends. They are the reason legacy feels less like a weight and more like a ladder. They don't just protect what we've built, they fortify it. I could cry, but I don't. I'm too busy watching a dynasty crown itself. Celine doesn't walk, she glides, a shadow stitched in couture, all sculpted grace and calculated ease. Her heels click against the polished concrete, like a metronome set to silent confidence. She speaks in tonal shifts. A warm laugh for the installation artist from Queens. A polished quip for the hedge fund couple deciding whether to underwrite our summer series. She's not selling anything. She's inviting people to belong. Thandi floats beside her like contrast turned compliment. Where Celine is glass and metal, Thandi is linen and light. Her laughter carries across the room like wind chimes in a breeze you want to walk toward. She pulls people into conversation like she's tugging silk across their shoulders. Easy, weightless, disarming. They're a study in dualities, sun and shadow, edge and balm, a perfectly timed pas de deux across hardwood floors in half-poured Prosecco. I watch them intercept a tech CEO who owns 3 private collections and a dangerously short attention span. Thandi places a hand lightly on his arm and murmurs something just loud enough to be overheard. Something about accessibility, about equity. He leans in. Celine watches him like a hawk, pretending to be bored. A moment later, he's nodding, opening his phone, scanning a QR code for our fiscal sponsor link. This isn't a launch, it's a spell. They make their way to me eventually, effortless, pausing just long enough to pull me into their orbit. Celine tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, eyes gleaming with unspoken pride. "This was always in you," she says, as if she's telling me something I should have known all along. "We just helped pull back the curtain." Thandi just squeezes my hand and adds, "Now don't blink." This kind of magic only looks effortless because you bled for it. I try to speak. I can't. So I nod. Not because I believe in fate, and maybe that's enough to build a future on. At exactly 8:17, because Maya insists numbers have meaning, and who am I to argue with magic in numeric form, Ben steps forward. There's no microphone or speech, just the soft click of his boots against the floor and the weight of the moment settling around him like dust before a storm. He doesn't make eye contact with the crowd. He nods once, slow and sure, and lifts the cloth like it's a curtain on something holy, like unveiling a memory that's been waiting to breathe. Underneath, choice. 2 hands cast in bronze, intertwined, imperfect, resolute. One hand slightly larger, calloused, the fingers not quite symmetrically aligned, the other slender, palm upturned, cradling more than clutching, neither submissive nor dominant, just holding. The patina glints in the low gallery light, not polished to perfection but burnished like it's lived through something and stayed. There are faint etchings around the base, scratches, marks left from the welding. He didn't sand them out. He left them on purpose. The scars are part of the truth. A hush falls, thick as oil. No one gasps or claps. Like something ancient and unspoken has stirred inside them. Like the sculpture isn't explaining anything. It's reminding them of something they forgot they knew. Across the room, his eyes find mine. The rest of the crowd vanishes, just for a second. It's not about the unveiling anymore. It's about us, about the decision we made, to keep building something beautiful after the world tried to unmake us. In that look, that quiet communion across a room thick with stillness and champagne and memory, I realize we didn't just open a gallery, we offered a reckoning, a resurrection. There's no sudden roar, just a breathless hush that lingers like the tail of a song you don't want to end. The kind of quiet that wraps itself around your ribs and presses, not hard, just enough to remind you that you're still here. A few people murmur softly. A woman near the back wipes at her cheek with the corner of her program. Someone exhales with a sound like surrender. It's not applause in the traditional sense. It's something older, deeper, the way people used to react to things they didn't have words for. Then I spot her. A girl, no older than 7, curly hair spilling out of mismatched barrettes, tugging insistently on her mother's sleeve. She points to the sculpture, choice, and says, in that loud, innocent way only children can, "Are those real hands?" Her mother leans in, smiling with something between awe and ache. "They were," she says softly. "They still are. Just in a different way." The little girl steps closer, like she wants to touch it but doesn't, just looks. And I feel something inside me crack open, not painfully, but like a window that's been stuck shut for years finally gives way to a breeze. We didn't do this for prestige, not even for validation. We did this for her. For all the little hands that don't know yet how strong they'll become. For all the mothers finding ways to name what survival looks like. For everyone who's ever needed to see proof that love can outlast the war. In that moment, I know, the sculpture will stay long after the gallery clears, not just in bronze, but in memory. By the time the crowd starts to thin, I don't feel exhausted. I feel expanded. I station myself near the exit, not as a host, but as a witness. One by one, they pass through the doorway, each carrying something different. Some wear contemplative frowns, others leave in quiet conversation. One couple clutches a brochure like it's a contract with their better selves. A woman with paint under her nails takes a photo of the plaque beside the sculpture, then kisses her partner's shoulder before stepping out into the night. They don't all understand what they saw. Maybe they won't tomorrow. But tonight they felt something, a spark, a permission, a dare. Ben slides beside me, his palm warm against my lower back. His voice is low, for me alone. This isn't the end. I lean into him, watching the glass doors swing open and closed like lungs breathing us forward. In, outside, beginning, again. No, I say, just loud enough to settle into the space between us. It's an invitation. And it is. Not to attend, but to become. To build something that can't be framed. To stay after the lights fade. To choose again. And again. And again. We don't lock the gallery doors behind us that night because what we made isn't meant to be kept. It's meant to be shared.
Chapter 40. Ben. The last guest left half an hour ago, but we haven't moved. The room is still stripped of applause and expectation, just us in the aftermath. The champagne flutes have been cleared, the playlist silenced, the scent of catered finger foods overtaken by varnish and varnished wood. It's the kind of silence that doesn't ask to be filled. It's complete on its own. Noah stands beside me in bare feet, her heels looped lazily over 2 fingers, like she's carrying the memory of the night instead of its weight. Her curls have come loose, softening her silhouette, and her lipstick is faded at the corners, half from wine, half from smiling too much. I want to kiss what's left of it, but I don't. Not yet. My jacket's somewhere on the bench near the sculpture room. Maybe I'll find it later. Maybe not. Tonight I feel warm without it, full without armor. This isn't the cold, cavernous gallery we started with. This is something lived in. Familiar. Like breath still clinging to the walls. Like stories etched in the grain of the floorboards. It holds our struggle, our joy, our refusal to quit. And it holds us, flawed and whole, quiet and alive. I let my fingers brush the back of Noah's hand. She turns toward me slowly, her eyes glassy but not with tears, just reverence, and something like awe. Maybe we both expected this to feel like the end, but it doesn't. It feels like standing inside something sacred, something stitched together with every risk we didn't walk away from. The gallery isn't full of people anymore, but we are. The signature wall waits at the end of the main corridor, beneath a soft wash of amber track lighting that turns everything sacred. It's quieter here, tucked between the final installation and the office we swore would never become a storage closet. This wall wasn't part of the original blueprint. Noah added it last minute, said every space needed a place where things begin, not end. It's half filled now, names in varying shades of ink and ego, some scrawled with the wild confidence of youth, others careful, precise, like the person writing didn't want to take up too much space. There's a poem in Swahili curling across one corner, a single initial near the bottom. One signature is crossed out and rewritten underneath in larger letters. This wall doesn't judge. It just remembers. Noah walks toward it first, the soft slap of her bare feet against concrete like punctuation. She doesn't hesitate, just picks up the black marker from the ledge and holds it in one hand, twirling it absently between fingers that still smell like bronze dust and lemon balm hand soap. She looks at me, not with a question, but with an invitation, and I do. I step beside her, heart hammering louder than it should for something so simple. But it's never been about the ink. It's about what it costs to leave something permanent behind. I've signed sketchbooks, contracts, customs forms, visa renewals, but never this. Never with both hands unclenched. Never with my real name meaning more than a paper trail. She leans in slightly, shoulder brushing mine. "You ready?" she murmurs. I don't answer. I just lift the marker from her palm, wrap my fingers around it like a promise, and find a blank space on the wall that looks like it was always waiting for us. She moves like it matters, like the act of writing her name isn't just habit, but rebellion. Noah Whitaker, in bold strokes that curl and slash across the wall like music written under pressure. Her hand is steady, but there's something in her posture, something that says that this name wasn't always hers to speak with pride. Now it is. Now it dares anyone to question it. When she finishes, she doesn't step back. She just turns toward me, holding the marker out like a torch. I take it. No hesitation. Not after everything we built from false starts and fractured truths. My pulse hammers as I step forward, and I think of all the names I've used to survive. Ben Barron. Just Ben. The sculptor. The South African. The one people tried to name for me, define before knowing. But that's not what I leave on this wall. I write slow, deliberate. Every letter, a reclamation. Obina Okoye Barron, the name I was born with. The name I reforged under fire and frost and gallery lights that never reached this deep. The name I almost let vanish beneath visa forms and anonymity. But here, on this wall, beside her name, it lives again. When I finish, I don't step back. I stand beside it, shoulder to shoulder with her, with all of it. The lies we shed, the truth we chose, and the names that no longer need explanation, because they carry the weight of everything we didn't let break us. We step back, not to admire, but to absorb. The names don't shout. They settle. Noah Whitaker, Obina Okoye Barron, side by side like twin signatures at the bottom of a promise no one but us ever believed in. They don't look like declarations. They look like answers to every whispered doubt, every border crossed, every silence endured. And maybe that's what this wall really is. Not canvas, not concrete, but the soft underbelly of a story we once tried to tell in third person. Now finally, it's ours. Her shoulder brushes mine as she leans into the stillness, and I feel her sigh before I hear it, like we've stepped fully into the shape of who we were always becoming. The air shifts, subtle and sacred. The gallery doesn't echo tonight. It listens, and I realize with a clarity that feels holy, we didn't just sign our names, we signed our becoming. We etched the truth of two lives that refused to vanish, two artists who shaped something lasting out of grief, grit, and grace. No plaque could hold that. Only this, only us. Outside, the city exhales like it's been holding its breath just as long as we have. The rain's tapered off, but its memory lingers. Puddles stretched like mirrors beneath the street lamps, glinting gold and gray. The pavement smells like wet concrete, spent ozone, and something chemical and warm like acrylic drying on canvas. Like potential that finally stopped asking for permission. Noah's arms slide around my waist from behind, her cheek pressing into the space between my shoulder blades. She doesn't speak. Her presence says everything I can't yet name. I tilt my head toward the sky, let the mist hit my face, let the sign above us glow quietly into the dark. The open frame. It's more than a name now. It's a landmark on the map of who we've become. Standing here, I realize I'm not just a sculptor salvaging identity from scrap and fire. I'm not just a name I once ran from or the silence I tried to bury it in. I'm not fractured. I'm whole. Noah hugs me tighter, anchoring me in the moment like her body is the frame and I'm the art. I cover her hands with mine, interlocking us the same way our names now live together on that wall inside. And just for this second, the city goes quiet. The weight lifts, and everything smells like paint and promise. She slips her hand into mine like she's done it 1,000 times and will do it 1,000 more. Not because it's easy, because it's true. Ready? She asks, but not like someone closing a chapter, like someone opening the next one with a pen already in hand. I glance once more at the wall behind us, the ink still drying under our names. The stories etched in bronze, the brushstrokes that refuse to disappear. It doesn't feel like an ending. It doesn't even feel like victory. It feels like arrival, like breath held too long. Finally let go. I'm ready, I say, not because I know what comes next, but because I know who I'll face it with. We don't take the car. Barefoot down familiar streets, our shoes slung over shoulders, laughter curling into the night like smoke from a fire that's still warm. The pavement is cool beneath our soles, still damp from earlier rain. Streetlights halo us as we pass, painting our shadows long and tangled. Her fingers are smudged with ink. Mine still smell like metal and grit. We don't apologize for the mess. We wear it. Because this is what it means to build something sacred with your hands and walk it home with your heart. I don't look back. I don't need to. We didn't just open a gallery. We opened a life. I don't feel like a man waiting to be let in. I feel like I'm already home.